is now. NUFC Talk Drive Time
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Welcome everyone to NUFC Talk. It is Newcastle United versus PSG tonight, and we're here to give you the pre-match build-up to the game and all things Newcastle United. So we've got the good doctor in the house tonight, alongside me to give you some build-up to the match and some insights into Newcastle and what we think is going to happen, what's been happening lately. So should be a good one. And before we get underway, I do have the housework here, the holy housework, just to get out of the way. So just to let you all know that, first of all, we want to make sure that you're all subscribed. So it's totally free and you don't miss any updates, any videos. We do videos almost every day, so you won't miss any of that if you subscribe and get the notifications going. If you click the like button as well, it does really help support the stream. So get involved in the chat. We want to hear your thoughts. And also don't forget to subscribe if you can to NTTV Plus. It's $4.99 a month, and that includes all member perks and exclusive content all in one place. So there's been a lot of hard work behind the scenes with going on with Chris in the background and the lads, on the channel to bring you the best content that we can. So get involved because I think there's been a lot of really great work done recently on this channel. And as you might have heard, Chris has got the license for the radio as well here in the Northeast. So we'll be on the radio some point in February, I believe. So we'll let you know about that a bit closer to the time. But good things on the horizon. So get involved. So tonight, like I say, PSG tonight, Champions League, big game. If we win, we're basically through. If we don't, obviously, I think we've still got that knockout playoff game. Just to kind of fall back on that, if you like. So in that sense, you could say the pressure's off a little bit. I would love to see us obviously win and just cut the chase, just get straight through, not have to faff on and worry about a playoff game. It brings back memories of Partizan Belgrade, back in the day. So first of all, like I say, we've got the good doctor in the house. So how are you doing, mate?
Yeah, good evening, Peter, and all viewers in Viewerland. Lovely to be on. Always a pleasure, Peter. You and Tim are very rational and very, logical people when we have discussions. So I enjoy that. It's excited to be on. Excited to talk about Newcastle Champions League nights. This is what we live for, right? This is what we wanted when the PIF took over. So
Exactly.
we should enjoy it. We should enjoy and see it as a challenge.
Yeah, I totally echo that. Like I said that last time with PSV, and cheers for the kind words, by the way. Because I know we have maybe different views sometimes, and especially on like the manager and decisions made by the club, it's good to get contrasting views and like dig deeper, into the insight into why we think what we think and all that, and like you say, have a rational debate. So good to have you on.
You know what's interesting? What's interesting, Peter? Sorry to interrupt. I was watching Arsenal Football TV, AFTV, and you could basically just put us in there in those shoes because they were having the same discussions around Arteta and his favourites and his rigid structure and his refusal to play youth. So Ethan Nwaneri has gone to Marseille and he apparently had an amazing debut and scored. So it's interesting that a lot of fan bases are having the same sort of discussions that we're having. So sometimes if you take like a more of an aerial view, you actually see a lot of the same kind of challenges that people are having with their team.
True, yeah. I think Gary said the last show that even Villa fans were a little bit on the fence last season with Unai Emery.
Yeah.
So, no, it's true. I do think you've got some valid points as well about Eddie Howe. Even though I'm someone who I would say end of the season, you sit down, you review, you see
Yeah.
what's happened, and you kind of you let him cook. This season, I mean, it might not work out that he cooks, but
Yeah.
you kind of just hope that you can turn it around and you
Yeah.
go from there. But at the same time, I do share the same frustrations when you see some of the things that's happened this season, and the lack of rotation, and
Yeah.
certain decisions on players. Obviously, Barnes and Gordon, we've mentioned
Yeah.
that a lot of times on this show, and I still stick to my kind of belief that Barnes is better than Gordon on the left. And I think Gordon has done himself no favours by saying
Mm.
to Eddie Howe that he doesn't quite fancy the right wing.
Yeah.
It's not helping anyone. So,
Yeah.
yeah. Um, I mean, with tonight, it's tricky because even though, yes, it's a really tough game, and people will say, you don't really expect Newcastle to win, we've got Liverpool afterwards. So, and obviously we lost against Villa the last match. You know what it's like, the way football, how things can snowball. You don't want to
Yeah.
lose three in a row, do you? Like, all of a sudden.
Mm.
So it's yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's quite important that we get a result tonight, even if it's a draw. Then fair enough, and then
Mm.
you go into Liverpool just with a bit more confidence.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree. Like obviously these kind of games come with pressure. But this is why we want to be an elite team. We want the pressure. The best teams, want to be playing multiple games. If you look at Man U, for example, people are roasting them, cooking them because they're only playing 40 games in the season. So we don't
Mhm,
want to be in that position. I'd rather be in the position we're in now, playing games coming thick and fast, and
mhm.
testing ourselves at the the elite table, as they say. And what better? I mean, PSG. I'm so excited about tonight, playing in Paris against PSG, the champions from last year. A couple of years ago, we would never imagine being in this situation. So yeah, excited.
Yeah, not totally. I mean, I always get a buzz, when you hear
Yeah,
the theme, even so many years later.
yeah.
I haven't heard it. When Robson got us in the Champions League, even I don't know. Did they play the theme when Daglish in '97? Was that a
To be honest,
tradition
I
where they
can't
would play
remember.
the
I
theme?
can't remember that. Yeah,
Yeah, but no, it still you know, gives you
goosebumps.
goosebumps, like,
Yeah, yeah.
and it's just
I
class to see
agree.
Newcastle back on the
Yeah,
big stage, like you say, where we
yeah.
want to be.
And also it's good for our brand, so to exposure on the continent, the whole world will be watching, so it's good for PIF, for Newcastle United, to
Mhm.
attract players as well in the future.
Yeah.
So everything's positive. Yeah.
I think that's another reason why it is. Actually, I would say it's important that we go as far as possible in this competition, because
Yeah.
I'm thinking ahead to next season, and I'm thinking players. You want to
Mhm.
obviously, people look at the winners, and that's the main thing people will remember from the competition. But if Newcastle can be a bit of a dark horse, and get maybe further than what people expect, I think that could, maybe I'm grasping at straws, but it could help, I think, in the transfer market a little bit, to some extent
Yeah.
anyway, with players thinking, well, that club's kind of, you know, potentially going places. The
Yeah.
potential is there, at least.
Yeah.
Um, and I always remember when growing up Newcastle, we were kind of like 1 year in Europe, the next year out, but then back in straight after. And
Yeah.
I always thought that was important for, like, attracting players back then, even if it was just UEFA Cup back in the sort of
Yeah.
like Robson slash Roda Souness those days.
Yeah.
Because yeah, it just helps you become that European brand, if you like.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly, exactly.
yeah.
This is why I think it's the league is equally important, because we want to be in the Champions League again next year, and this is one of the reasons why myself and people like Roy are quite critical of some of Howe's decision making, because the league is our bread and butter. Yeah, these are brilliant nights, but we want to repeat them again and again, right?
Mhm.
So we're in a situation now where the league is so inconsistent, and had we played to our potential, we could have easily been second or third. You know what I mean? We've got the squad. So this is one of the reasons I'm quite critical, as well as positive. There's a lot of positives, but there's also because we want to progress to the next level, which means consistently being in the Champions League.
Yeah, yeah. I can't argue with that in terms of, I mean, this season. you look at some of the games that we should have won really,
Yeah.
and you think where we could have been
Yeah.
if the team had been a bit more switched on, and some of the decisions as well that have been made.
Yeah.
I'm going back here. I've got some of the fixtures in front of us. If I go all the way back to the Mackham game, the Derby loss, right? And if that was the point,
Don't remind me. I've got
I
nightmares
didn't
about
want to.
that game.
I know. Yeah, I won't mention it again. But it was at that point where I thought, like, even I was kind of thinking, he looks a
Mm.
bit. Eddie Howe looks a bit lost on the touchline.
Yeah.
He looked, yeah, he looked a bit confused. Really, as he didn't know why he was seeing what he was seeing on the pitch.
Yeah.
And at that point, even I was thinking, where do we go from here? Like, can he turn this round? And I was questioning whether he could or not. And then since then, I just feel like we've been so stop start. We've been so like inconsistent. Where one week I'm thinking, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see. So, like, for example, after that game, we beat Fulham in the cup. I know it wasn't glamorous, but I thought they showed a bit of grit that was
Mm.
missing in a lot of the other away games, especially before that. And then they showed the same thing in games like Palace at home and you could say Leeds at home, even though it was just kamikaze. But it was that kind of that attitude of we're still going to win, we're going to come from behind, and things are
Yeah.
getting tense, things are getting a bit, you know,
Yeah.
the tension in the crowd I think was bubbling away. But for me, I saw signs there where I thought they may have turned the corner here because
Mm.
in previous games like West Ham away and away games like that, Brighton, we've just crumbled. I thought
Yeah.
this time we're showing a bit more character. So is this going to be the kind of turning point?
Mm.
But then you see obviously the Wolves game, and
Mm.
but then we play great against PSV, and
Mm.
then Villa again comes around and we're back to kind of scratching our heads again a little bit.
Yeah.
Now don't get us wrong, Villa was I think a big step up from
Yeah.
PSV. I really thought were a lot a much stronger outfit than PSV
Mm.
in all departments really.
Mm.
So for me, I just feel like we're at this kind of crossroads where I
Yeah.
see flashes of like you say, potential where I think,
Mm.
we can go on a run here and we can turn this round, whether it's they're showing good attitude,
Yeah.
they're showing flashes of decent football. But then I also take on board Jeffo last night. I admit a lot of the time the football is very scrappy,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
we still haven't clicked where
Yeah.
we're not consistent enough over a period of kind of a long period of games where you can kind of see the consistency in
Mm.
the style of play and the
Yeah.
threat on the
Yeah.
opposite goal as well. So what do you
Yeah.
think about
Yeah, I agree with you. We've been inconsistent. Some flashes of good performances. Kind of, I don't think we've consistently played well for 90 minutes, except maybe the PSV game. I thought I was happy with that
that?
performance. But if you look at the whole season, we're now game week 24 coming up, right? So we played 23 games in the Premier League. I did some homework before I came. So we've played 35 games, including Champions League matches, FA Cup, and Carling Cup or Carabao Cup, sorry. Um, and can you name? I'll ask you, Peter, in the chat. How many games do you think you've enjoyed us playing in those 35 games?
Hmm.
That's a big sample size. So, I mean, off the top of your head, okay, you mentioned PSV. Can you name any other like performances where you're like, wow, that was amazing?
Well, there's definitely not enough. I'll say that straight off the bat. There's not
Yeah,
enough.
yeah,
I can think if I think back to more recent games, Leeds. I can't. I mean, I kind of enjoyed it because the way it
yeah,
ended, but that was kamikaze. There was bits where you didn't enjoy it because obviously Leeds
yeah,
scored 3 goals.
yeah.
But what I also would say is I really enjoyed the first half against Chelsea, but like
Yes,
you say, it
yes,
wasn't 90
yes,
minutes. But yeah,
yes.
first half I thought, wow, we are just blowing these away and we're back to our
Yeah,
best, but we didn't put them to the sword
yeah,
ultimately.
yeah.
So it's been flashes, like you're saying, and yeah, I can't think of too many games when I think back.
Man City, when we beat them, we played well. Yeah, at home
True,
in the
yeah.
Premier League. So but if we're very like conservative or generous, let's say 5 games, right, which is 1/7 of the season.
Mm.
Is that good enough for us? Like as fans, I know results matter, but performances also matter because it gives us hope that we're improving and not regressing. So, for example, in the 22-23 season, we were like the second favorite team for every Premier League fan because we played attacking, in high intensity football. And even though we might have lost, I enjoyed us playing. The issue with me this season is that even the games that we won, like for example the Leeds game, the quality was poor. Yeah, we won 4-3, but overall, you're not looking at the quality of the play as like something that you feel positive about moving
Yeah.
forward. Um, so this is my issue. Like, and the thing is, in terms of tactics, I think I'm concerned that we just have one way of playing, which is basically side to side, get it down the wings and cross it in. There's a lack of incisiveness, like through midfield. For example, you look at Villa's first goal, kind of the passing and movement through the middle, and they opened us up, and it was a brilliant goal. So that kind of football is what I want to see. Mix it up a little bit. I know we're going to move on. I wanted to talk about squad rotation. I know you guys mentioned it before last night. They were mentioning it as well. So I don't know what you think, Peter, but I think we're not utilizing the squad good enough, and that's why we're picking up a lot of injuries. The same players are playing week in, week out, or actually multiple times per week. And there are other players where we're not utilizing the squad. Yeah. So I've got some data. I'm going to ask you. So out of the new signings, right? So we've had 35 games. So 35 multiplied by 90, you're looking at more than what 3,500 minutes. Yeah.
Mm.
So let's go through each of the new signings. So Ramsdale, how many minutes do you reckon he's played this season?
It's probably something like 250, 300.
So he's played 554 minutes in the Premier League. Okay,
Mm.
he's played 58 minutes in the Champions League, around 90 to 120 minutes in the FA Cup and EFL. Total 700 minutes. Yeah. So
Mm.
out of, which you can understand because he's not obviously Nick Pope is Eddie Howe's like number one goalkeeper, which is fine. They both have pros and cons, so not too bothered about that. Elanga, we paid 55 million for Elanga. How many minutes do you reckon he's played in the Premier League?
Mm. Premier League. Phew. Um,
Yeah, what do you reckon? So in more than 3,000 minutes, or how many minutes do you reckon he's played in the Premier League?
I'm going to say 900.
737 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
300 minutes in the Champions League. Total 1,100 minutes.
Mm.
So basically a third of the season he's played. And though these are not consistent minutes, so 20 minutes here, 15 minutes there, 25 minutes here. I, can you remember him playing a full game? I can't remember him playing a full game yet, full match.
Nah.
I may
I
be,
mean,
I may be wrong.
I'll say on Alanga that, I think most people will agree that it's pretty much been a disaster.
Yeah,
Finally.
yeah,
Up till now, so far, it's been a disaster, and
yeah.
there's no getting away from that.
Yeah, but the thing is, Peter, like he's a new signing in a club. He needs a consistent run of games. I know he's kind of had patches here where he's been rubbish and kind of thing,
Mm.
but I think you need players to play at least 4 or 5 games back to back. Yeah, 70, 80 minutes from the start to really like judge them. I think it's very hard to come in, especially when we're not playing well, and then the crowd expects Elanga to be like a super sub, which is not
Yeah.
going to happen. So I would say that yes, I agree with you that he's not been great, but I also think that he's not been given enough of a chance consistently in the team to prove himself.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. I mean, I think it was the Man City game. I think it was
Mm,
that one where the cup match where I said beforehand, I think I would give him a run out in that one.
yeah,
Yeah, at home
uh, yeah,
with the
exactly.
fans behind him,
Yeah,
and he didn't. But yeah, I think now, to be fair, there's been other times before that where I've thought he needs to be taken out the firing line because how
mm,
fragile he looked. But
yeah,
I do agree now. I think at this point we're at the
yeah,
stage now where there's kind of no hiding place. Like we need to see something now we need to get something in return for that 50 odd
yeah,
minute.
yeah.
And yeah, I think now is the time where you do give him more minutes, and
Yeah,
especially with Murphy injured as well.
yeah,
The
exactly.
problem is, though, Doc, right? That then comes back to the whole point of the conundrum with the left and right wings, or left and right side. Ultimately, you or me, we would put Alanga right, Barnes left, or yeah, or maybe you could bring on Gordon and bring him on the right. Maybe if Alanga's not doing it, but that option is always going to be there for us if we're kind of
Yes.
thinking about these things.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that would be a good balance, Alanga right, and for me, Barnes is better left than Gordon. So,
Yeah.
but we know that
Mm.
he likes Gordon,
Yeah.
and we also know that he only likes him on the left. So
Yeah.
therefore, it's then you're taking out Harvey Barnes,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying Barnes is untouchable. I mean, he didn't do great against Villa. He was pretty anonymous, but
Mm.
you could also argue that look, he's on his wrong side still. He's
Yeah.
better on the left.
Yeah. Yeah.
So do you then drop Harvey Barnes for Elanga, or are you of the kind of the mindset of you would have Barnes left and Elanga right?
Yeah, yeah, I would definitely have Barnes. I mean, Barnes is our top scorer. Yes, no player is going to be consistently brilliant in every match. Even Messi and even Ronaldo have matches where they're not great. Yeah.
Mhm.
So overall, I mean, if you look at the data, I'm very data driven. Our greatest goal threat is Harvey Barnes on the left, no
Yeah,
doubt about it. So if he's our best player this season, and even last season, by the way, when we went on that really good run, I think he was playing regularly on the left. Um,
yeah.
why would you not play your best player in the best position? I don't understand that. That
He
really annoys me.
he played in the cup final as well.
Yeah, exactly, because Gordon was suspended.
Yeah.
So I would play Barnes on the left, and then Gordon. He needs to be on the bench. He needs to be benched. I
Mhm.
mean, is it what 375 days since he scored a non-penalty goal? Do you think
I know
that that's good enough?
it's bonkers, really. I know we've done it to death on this channel, but it is
Yeah,
it is really strange. That's why we keep talking about it, because like it's a hard one to for me anyway, like to kind of figure out. It's like I understand you prefer if he prefers Gordon on the left, right? I
yeah,
get that's fine.
yeah,
You think he's better on the left, but it's like it's not just he prefers him on the left. He's To me it seems like he's emphatically ruled out any possibility of him going on the right.
yeah,
Like that's
exactly.
a bit different to having a preference left or right. I mean, he's just ruling
Yeah,
out right side completely, and like
yeah,
you kind of you just handicapping yourself. I feel like having that thinking about it that way.
yeah. I think Peter, like, he's doubling down. How isn't he? He's doubling because he's getting criticism. You've noticed, like in recent press conferences, his body language is slightly different. He's a bit more irritable, and he's kind of
Correct.
like lashed out at some journalists, which is a new thing for me. I haven't seen that from Eddie in his 4 years. Yeah, so I think some journalists are asking challenging questions, which are legitimate questions, because every manager, has strengths and weaknesses, and you need to be able to answer your team selection. But I feel with Eddie, he's very rigid. Like he wants to just double down on his decisions. Um, and even whether you're Eddie in, Eddie out, happy clapper, bedwetter, whatever you want to label people, I think pretty much everybody agrees Gordon should not be playing on the left. Maybe I think only Win is the lone ranger calling for Gordon to remain on the left. But so that's a legitimate criticism in my eyes. Why are you playing Gordon when his output is terrible?
There's no
What
getting
what
away
does he
like
give? Yeah.
from the
What does he
stats.
give to the team? Yeah, what does he give to the team except for pressing a little
Mm.
bit? I don't know. If you were manager, you would be thinking about that, wouldn't you? You'd be looking at the data.
Yeah, yeah. Like goals and
Yeah.
assists, Premier League
Yeah.
is just non-existent. So
Non-existent. Yeah.
yeah,
And
it's
the
a
other thing
strange
is
one.
the mindset. Like I'm surprised Eddie actually came out and said that he doesn't want to play on the right,
Mm,
and he only wants to play. I mean, that to me means he's not a team player, and that worries me. And I think it's the proof is in the pudding, where he turns up for certain Champions League matches, but then doesn't bother with other bread and butter Premier
mm.
League matches.
I was just thinking about that earlier today, right? And about Gordon, and I was putting myself in his shoes as well, thinking, well, I was trying to look at it from both sides and thinking, players do have a preference in terms of where they play, where they feel they are stronger in certain positions. But I couldn't help but circle back round to the notion that England comes into the equation in his thinking.
Mm,
It's hard for me to get away from that because I'm just thinking
mm,
about his attributes. His pace is for me his main attribute,
yeah,
and that is perfect for left and right. Like it's, you know what I mean. It's kind of like your pace doesn't kind of dictate where you are best at on in terms of whether it's a side of a certain side of a wing.
yeah,
If you can knock it by someone and beat them for pace, then that should be transferable. So, and he's naturally right-footed. So, yeah, you can obviously whip in some crosses from the byline if you were over to the right-hand side.
mm,
So, I
mm,
just started thinking to myself like, yeah, I understand he might prefer the left maybe because he can kind of like come inside, and link up better. He might feel he can link up better. I
mm,
guess in the way Barnes sometimes does. But Barnes is more, like you say, he plays like a striker almost.
yeah,
When he cuts in, he looks
yeah,
deadly. Like he's
yeah,
looking for, he's going to go for the jugular.
yeah,
Um, so yeah, I just feel like with Gordon, it's like England probably does come into the equation, and that's not being a team player. That's
yeah.
kind of about yourself. But
But the thing is, you're doing it from Gordon's perspective. I want a manager with authority to do what's in the best interest of the team. So whoever the manager is, let's say if it was Jose Mourinho, do you think he would be dictated to by what a preference a player has? He'll be like, mate, you're playing in this position or you're sitting on the bench.
yeah,
You know that ruthlessness with
I think it
these. I
depends on the
mean,
player.
yeah,
If it was someone who was genuinely world class,
yeah,
right,
exactly.
then
Yeah,
you might kind of look at him and say, well, I feel like you could probably do a job on the right, but
mm,
you're so good. I'm going to kind of panda's the
yeah.
wrong word, but I'm going to, do you know what I mean? I'm going to kind of fit you in on the left
Give,
because
yeah, give you some leeway. Yeah,
leeway, exactly.
yeah,
But Gordon isn't. I think, yeah, he's not on that level. He's not on the level of Bruno or you know the he who shall not be named. But
mm,
um, Gordon, I think maybe I don't know. I think Eddie Howe maybe sees Gordon as someone who's potentially can be as effective as those, but he's not. He hasn't
yeah.
shown that. He hasn't shown enough to kind of hang your hat on him that way.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
and the thing is, if you look at the squad, right? Again, as a psychiatrist, you look at the mental health side of mental state of side of things. If we have a squad of whatever 20 plus players, is it 28 players or something? So when you're training, right, you want to be showing the manager that you need to be playing, all right? But if you know that his favorite is going to be playing no matter what, it demotivates people and it demotivates the squad, you know.
hmm,
um, so I think there's a wider issue in terms of squad cohesion because like me and you, say if we were in the squad and we're training as hard as we can, we're banging in goals in training and we want to play on the left, there's no way we're going to be playing.
hmm,
So then what's the motivation to actually perform in training?
hmm,
What's the motivation? And then when you do get a chance, you're so much under pressure that if you don't perform, you're out again.
hmm. I agree. I
So
think I think in theory, like in the principle of it, I totally agree with. What I would
yeah,
say is that with Newcastle, I haven't seen any signs of that yet. Because I
mm,
do think that one of the unique things about this squad and this team, and I think to be fair, Eddie Howe, I do think he's able, despite this weird thing that with Gordon and Barnes that we've
mm,
mentioned on this show so many times, and it is weird. But despite that, I do feel like there is still a good spirit there, and I think that
yeah,
is one of Eddie Howe's strengths since he's been at this club is
yeah,
to create like that atmosphere where it's almost like a band of brothers, like they fight for each other.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Agree. I agree. I agree.
yeah.
Yeah, but the
How
squad has
long that
changed a
might
lot.
last?
Yeah,
How long
yeah.
that'll
Go on.
last,
Sorry.
we'll see.
Yeah,
You know
yeah. And the
that
thing
that
is, results dictate that, isn't it? Results dictate
yeah.
that. If we're winning, then everybody's happy. But if we're losing or if we're dropping points left, right, and center, people are gonna not be happy, especially if they're not playing. And also, you have to realize that we haven't signed players for, what was it, 3 transfer windows. So this transfer window we signed 5 players, whatever it is. Um, so the squad dynamics has changed a lot. So you haven't got that cohesion of the group when he took over 4 years ago. Yeah. So when you add new players, especially elite players with egos, to a new group, the dynamics do change. So they're not as invested with the manager as, for example, say Dan Burn is, or Murphy is, or someone like that. So the
Mm.
new players do, especially because we paid so much money for them, they're expecting to be playing. Moving on to that, which my biggest issue is Ramsey. I think Ramsey has not been given enough minutes at all. I don't know if you agree with that. Do you know how many minutes he's played? I've got the data here.
Yeah, well, first, I definitely agree. He hasn't been given
Yeah,
enough games. In
he's,
the Premier League,
he's
yeah.
yeah,
We'll
Premier
go
League. Yeah, what do you reckon? Sorry.
Premier League. I mean, I'm going to say from memory, he's probably played like 360
Not
minutes.
bad. 554 minutes. Yeah. Total this season, he's played between 850 and 900 minutes,
Yeah,
and we paid 45 million for him. And to be honest, I like the signing. I think he added something different, like running power and ability. And so the squad rotation comes into it. What we have a lot of injuries, and Ramsey should have played much more.
yeah,
Um, I don't know if you agree with that or disagree with
yeah, yeah,
that.
yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, earlier in the season, I was on the show with Timmy one time, and I made a point of saying that. Look, Ramsey, if you look from the opposition point of view, if you're playing against either Joe Linton or
Mm.
Ramsey, Ramsey can spin.
Yeah.
He can spin and turn, and he's
Yeah.
nippy. And as an opposition player, you're probably going to kind of sit back a little bit more, like sit off that player just a yard or two, because you don't want to get too tight in case he spins up around you.
Yeah.
Whereas J7, you can kind of get touch tight a bit more.
Yeah.
And Ramsey potentially could help us be a bit more fluid in
Yeah.
possession. Now, the thing about J7, right, is to be fair to him, right, when he did come back in, he came back in, I think, against Leeds. I'll go back here in the fixtures I've got in front of us. So, or it might have been Burnley, Burnley away. I actually thought he looked like the old J7, as in like the good version, not the old version, but yeah, that
Mm.
midfield sort of enforcer that was so effective for us, sort of a couple of years ago.
Mm.
And I looked at the games there, just looking at the fixtures, looking back. So Leeds, I thought he was good, and let's have a look. Even the Man City game, I know we lost 2-0, but I thought he actually he stood out for Newcastle. I think Palace at home, he was decent. And obviously, the main one, I guess, was PSV, where he
Mm.
really did look like the old J7. Like, he was
Yeah.
just absolute battering ram. And also, I felt like he had shown improvement on the ball as well, in terms
Mm.
of just his quick passing in tight situations when he's getting closed down. So I have to give him credit for that. But here's my issue, right, is, and the Villa game is a good example, is I think I'm of the opinion now that J7, he's either really good, like brilliant, where, like I say, in the midfield area, he's just, he's the battering ram, he's combative, and he's just brushing players aside, he's breaking up the play, and he's bombing into the box as well, and like causing all sorts of mayhem in the box, right? Or
Mm.
he's off his game, and his touch is terrible, his passing is very erratic, and then to kind of to boot, he's getting in the ref's face far too much, and he's getting too wound up, and he's kind of like that close from being sent off, basically. And there's no in between. I think that's my issue with J7. It is like, you don't know what you're going to get, really. You're either going to get like a really solid, like I said, dominant performance physically, and someone who does kind of keep the play ticking over, or you're going to get someone who's on the verge of getting sent off from like early doors, and he's causing more harm than good in terms of fouling players, getting wound up, getting in the ref's face. So I love him. I love him for what he's done for Newcastle. I do think there is still a role this season for J7, but I'm of the opinion now where I think Ramsey should be. I mean, I've said this before as well, but even more so now, I think Ramsey should be kind of looked at as the man who could replace J7 in some games. You know,
Yeah,
um,
yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I like
Sorry, go
Ramsey.
on.
I think he's nippy. I think he's good on the ball, and I've said before, I think he doesn't take very long to decide what he's going to do with it, so he keeps the play moving quite quickly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think you made really good points, Peter. I agree with most of what you're saying. One of the things is, as the team evolves over time, you need to phase out your older players. You know, you need to bring in fresh blood, and you need to change. Because the thing is, in this league, if you stay static, you regress, isn't it? Because every other team is getting better, with better players. And one of the strengths of, say, Alex Ferguson, um, and even like Pep, is they recognize when a player is has reached his peak, and they get rid of them. They're ruthless, either in terms of phasing them out of the team or just selling them. For example, Yap Stam, or I mean, he had an issue, but so we are loyal to players, but it can become too loyal where it's to the detriment of the team, and we don't evolve as a club. So I think we're seeing that now. For example, I loved Trippier when he signed. He was basically the first marquee signing for the new, ownership group. Um, and he came to us when we were going to get relegated, isn't it? We were 19th.
Mm,
But he's now 35, man. Like, come on, the Premier League, you can't rely on a 35-year-old to play at right back.
mm,
Yeah, he might be able to perform 1 or 2 games, but come on, if you've got like top players in the Champions League or top of the Premier League, they're just gonna destroy us. So we have to recognize that, and we have to be thinking in advance, like how do we phase out a player and bring in youth? And this is one of my other criticisms. We've got youth players in the squad. They might not be good enough, but give them a chance, man. Like, for example, when we were beating PSV 3-0, why did Leo Shahar, or why did Sean Neve not come on? Just throw them on and see
mm.
what they can do. There's no
Yeah,
pressure on them.
yeah. I agree that was a good moment, a good time to bring players on when we were kind of 2-3 nil up. I agree with
Yeah,
that. I mean, I've not seen those players. That's the thing in terms of Shahar,
yeah,
even
yeah,
Alex Murphy. Like I don't know what I would be getting, so I can't sit here and say kind of slate them for like not playing these
yeah,
youngsters. But I do agree that there probably is and has been moments where he could have gave them like 5 or 10 minutes. I agree with that in
yeah,
terms of like maybe
yeah.
even was it Bradford that we
Yeah,
played?
Bradford. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, maybe that one you could have started like one or two.
Because we're playing so many games, and we complain that we haven't got a big enough squad. You might unearth a gem. Like, a lot of the times players come through who are not the greatest or haven't got the best profile, and they're revelations in the first team. There's so many examples in different clubs. And it's not as if we've been playing really well and winning every single match where you can say that no, we can't bring in the youth. There've been so many. For example, when we were losing, getting smashed by at West Ham, at the end, give Sean Neve 10 minutes,
Mm,
you know,
mm,
or give Murphy 10 minutes, or Shahar. Um, the fact that they're in the squad means that they're at a reasonable level.
mm.
I don't know. I mean,
Just to play devil's advocate, right?
yeah. Go
I'll
ahead.
call this out, yeah, because Eddie did give Miley a chance,
Yeah.
and he did give Anderson a chance as well. So he has done
Mm,
it, and
mm.
so my kind of rationale, something you kind of could one perspective you could look at it from is that if Eddie Howe doesn't deem that they're good
Mm.
enough to play, then who am I to kind of argue with that? Because he has played them when they have been good enough, and Miley is the proof of that. Do you know what I mean? So
So
like, he's
yeah,
judged Miley to be good
yeah,
enough, and he was, and he judged Anderson to be good enough, and he
yeah.
was.
But
So
what
his
about, so
judgment,
yeah, with
yeah.
Miley though? How did he come into the team? Do you remember?
It was injuries, wasn't it? Because of that season when we were obliterated.
Yes.
It's a fair point. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is a fair point.
So
But
it's not like he identified a top talent and said, "Let me just throw him in and see how he does." It's like, okay, there's nobody else. Put Miley in.
But true, but he wouldn't have just closed his eyes and
No,
like
no,
let
of
it
course,
out
yeah,
the
of
bag.
course, yeah,
He
of
would have
course,
still looked at Miley and you had to pick someone. It
yeah,
could have been he could have picked someone who wasn't good enough, a young player
yeah,
in that same position from the youth team.
yeah,
Apart from Miley, there was other players there. I'm sure he could have looked at. You
yeah,
know what I mean? So he judged that no, there's this kid here called Miley that I'm going to play.
yeah,
Do you know what I mean? So I just think like, yeah. On one hand, I totally get what you're saying. Honestly, I do
yeah,
because like I'm looking at Alex Murphy and I'm thinking like, how great would it be to see what's his kid got? What's he
yeah,
like? But on the other side of things, I'm just thinking like, if Eddie Howe doesn't judge him to be quite good enough, then I'm gonna kind of I'll take his lead sort of thing. But
mm,
yeah, I can see both sides though totally, and I do
yeah,
agree. Like there's been moments where we could have gave them. I would have liked to seen 5-10 minutes here and there in the odd game where, like you say, PSV probably was the best for me off the
yeah,
top of my head. Best example you could give for that.
yeah,
The problem is that
or
we've not controlled enough games, and we've not won
yes,
comfortably enough to be in a position
mm,
this season where we're winning 3-0, 20
mm,
10 minutes to go. Put on a youngster for the experience. There's too many games where it's been like
mm,
kamikaze, and we're
yeah.
not comfortable enough to kind of blood these youngsters.
Yeah, true, true. I think there's arguments for and against that, but I'm a sort of person I like youth, to come through. I have a very romantic kind of view of things. So Alex Dowman at Arsenal 15,
Yeah.
Rio in at Liverpool 16-year-old who scored the winner against us. So I mean Rio, he's had some minutes here and there. Slots given him some minutes. He's a good player, but I wouldn't say he's a world beater. But he's still getting minutes in a team that won the Premier League last year.
Yeah.
So
True.
I mean, it's not as if we're like playing amazing football. We're struggling. So maybe a fresh mindset, somebody who's got nothing to lose, bit of youth, no pressure. Throw them in,
Mm,
and see what they can do.
mm,
Sink or swim, isn't it? Sink or swim. At least then we can't criticize Eddie for not giving them a chance because we know okay they're not good enough.
mm. Yeah. Yeah. True. I can definitely see both sides. Um,
And for example, when he played Gordon up front for a couple of matches, I mean, he could have put Sean Neve up front.
mm,
He's not. He would have done better than Gordon, I think, as a striker.
mm.
I'm hearing
Well,
good things about Sean Neve. I don't know. I haven't seen him play, but I'm hearing good things about him.
yeah. I mean, Gordon. Yeah. I'd admit he's not. He's no way is a striker.
No way.
Then
Yeah.
again, he
I
did
mean,
score against Barcelona. I'm just putting it out there, Doc. But he did
yeah,
get
yeah.
that. I know
But
we
he
didn't
also
see it.
missed a sitter. He also missed a sitter, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's good at taking fresh air shots. Like I'll give him that. He's up front. Aye.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah. PSG tonight then. So Champions League. And just going back as well, Doc, you mentioned there about like how many games have I enjoyed this
Yeah.
season? And can I
Yeah.
say off the top of my head, 90 minutes? I was just thinking before that, Champions League, I can name a few. So there's
Yeah.
Bilbao, Benfica, the
Yeah.
Union match away.
Yes.
You know, we've played quality stuff in those games. And it's just ironic that the best kind of football we've seen from Newcastle has been in the Champions League. Some people would have expected that to be the way around before
Mm.
throughout the
Mm.
season. But yeah, so I think, I mean, Benfica, we just blew
Yes.
them away, I thought.
I
Um,
agree. I agree. He played well against Benfica. Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, massive test tonight
Mm.
against PSG. I just hope we can get revenge, for that that match when we were there last time. And,
Mm.
you know, absolutely disgraceful refereeing to give that penalty.
Yeah.
What's your memories of that one when you were watching that?
It was a high and then low,
Aye.
extremes of
Low.
emotion.
Low.
Because yeah,
Aye.
we played well and then we should have won that, and then yeah, the penalty. Oh my god, I just remember feeling sick to the stomach. You know. Um,
It was pure
but
pressure, wasn't it? Like that's
yeah,
what it came
yeah,
down. You could see the ref
yeah,
was just like a rabbit in the headlights with just
yeah,
Mbappe in his
yeah,
face, and the captain in his face. He
yeah,
didn't give the,
yeah.
the decision on the pitch, but
Hmm.
yeah,
He crumbled, isn't he? He crumbled. But
yeah,
again, what I would say is that we gave away the points at home. When we should have won matches. Was it? So this is the thing. But it was an amazing campaign. It was and we had the group of death, and we performed really well. I was proud of the team, because we played well and we were unlucky. You had terrible decision against PSG. Um, so it goes, some go for you, some go against you, isn't it? So yeah,
Yeah, true. It was the Milan match after that, I think, really.
Milan match. Yeah,
That
that was a killer. That was a killer.
yeah, it was.
Yeah,
Because it wasn't just Champions League that we lost, it was Europa League that
yeah, exactly,
the
exactly.
rug was
We
pulled
were
out.
naive. We were very naive. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Hmm.
So do you think so tonight? I mean, what do you think the approach will be tonight? Because, like I say, am I right in saying actually that PSG? What if both teams draw? So the way it is in the league is quite close. With both
Hmm.
teams have got the same points, haven't they?
Yeah, I think they've got a better goal difference than us.
They have. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah. So they would be above us on goal difference, I believe. I might be wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
So really, I
Um,
mean, do you think we're going to go there to try and win? I think we will personally. I think that's the way Eddie Howe. I think he always tries to. I know it might not always look that this
hmm,
way, but I
hmm.
do believe he tells the players at least to try and win the game. I don't think he ever goes anywhere to kind of just draw. Most of the time, anyway.
Uh, I think he might go more pragmatic. I think he might go for the low block and try and hit them on the counter attack. Because
Right.
if we open ourselves up, we're going to get smashed. Let's be honest. PSG, it's like if you play against Arsenal, if you open yourself up, teams get smashed. But if you play the low block and counter attacking football, you're more likely to be successful. So I
Yeah.
think he's probably going to go quite defensive, in my opinion,
Yeah.
which is I believe is a correct approach against the top team PSG, who are at home. Luis Enrique, they lost their last match, isn't it, in the Champions League? So they've got a point to prove. So I think they're going to be up for it. So I think we need to be very strong defensively and then take our opportunities on the counter attack.
I mean, if he wants to do a job on the Rafa style, then I'll take that. All that long. So, aye.
Yeah,
Cheers, Marty. Just see there that. Let's have a look. So yeah, Marty, NUFC is dead. Has become a member. So nice one, mate. Good to
nice
have
one,
you.
Marty.
Good stuff, mate. And just I can see there in the comments as well. Yeah, if Bruno is fit, we will stay 4-3-3. I mean,
Mm.
I agree. I think the wing backs formation could be something to think about because I'm thinking about the Arsenal game. I know it was maybe that was the first leg. Yeah, Arsenal game, cup match last season. That was at the Emirates, and yeah, I mean, I know it was late in the game. To be fair, when he also went ultra defensive just to seal that 2-0 win, and I don't think we had anyone up front in the last 10 minutes. It was just literally just cram the midfield. But so you don't want to go that extreme early doors.
Yeah,
But I can definitely see where you're coming from in terms of like, five at the back, wing backs, stay solid.
yeah,
Let's start plugging these holes. Do you know what I mean? Let's not, because I mean, the Villa match. I know it's a home game. It wasn't. Maybe it's not the best comparison because obviously tonight we're away from home. But it's been a consistent theme this season. Really, the gaps that have appeared
yeah,
where players can kind of just waltz through the midfield, and before you know it, they're basically through on goal. So, like you say, PSG, the players they've got, I mean, they are going to just kill us if we're not plugging these gaps and making it
yeah,
difficult for them. So I
yeah,
agree. I
exactly.
think that might be a decent shout actually. Five at the
Yeah,
back, wing backs, and hit them on the
yeah.
counter.
I mean, they've got Vitinha and Warren Zaire-Emery in midfield. They do the double pivot. Then they got Fabian Ruiz. So I mean, their midfield is very strong, and they retain the ball very well. And then obviously they've got the threats on the wings with Bradley Bacola, um, and then Usman Dembele up front. So I think we need to close the spaces. They're going to have probably 70% of the possession. So we need to be efficient with the possession that we do have and go look for the counter attack. They've got top keeper as well, and they actually play 4-3-3 as well. I'm just reading but Luis Enrique is very flexible. He often changes formations mid game. So yeah, we need to be. I mean, the thing is, it's even if we lose, we're not out of the competition. So in a sense, the pressure is off,
Yeah,
um, which might work for us. So we might be unshackled a little bit, and I think if it was a must-win game, we would have struggled.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I agree. I think it'll hopefully work in our favour. That, like you say, the pressure is off a little bit.
yeah,
Let's have a look here. So we will go back three if Bruno's not playing because it will be a choice between Willock and Burn to start. Burn needs some minutes. Yeah, like we've just said there, it's not a must-win game necessarily.
yeah,
Obviously, yeah, we want to win. Yeah, maybe Burn being back could be, yeah, something that makes Eddie Howe consider that formation with Burn, Chow, and Botman as the three
mm,
centre halves. He's got
mm,
more. He's got an option that would do that. Whereas I think before, obviously with Burn out, he's hands
yes,
tied a bit in terms of like
yeah,
formation, in terms of defence at least.
yeah,
Let's have a look. A few more comments here.
yeah,
3-1 Toon for me. We are due a cracking performance and result. Yeah, I mean this is what I'm saying. Like earlier in the show, I was mentioning how like we'll see the odd performance here and there where I'm thinking, right, we're back basically. This is it. We're gonna get going again. I'm expecting us to kind of hit a consecutive run of games where we are the old Newcastle from the typical what I would consider typical Eddie Howe team, full pelt, scoring lots of goals, full of confidence, but we see flashes of that, and hopefully we do see that tonight. But yeah, he's right. I think I agree, Lee. We are due that because it's just been so inconsistent, and there's been one too many performances that have been stale. I think that's the right word for a lot of performances.
yeah. I agree. I think. See, I think we could be more flexible. Again, one of the criticisms too, kind of he's married to the 4-3-3 formation. I'd like to see the 4-2-3-1 formation sometimes, or a 3-5-2 formation. Because the thing is, like, if you put yourself in the opposition manager, I mean, what system we're going to be playing every single match, and the substitutions are like for like as well. So unpredictability often exposes weaknesses in the other manager or the other team. So, but we're very predictable. So I think we're very easy to play against.
Mm.
And I don't know why he doesn't see the benefit of changing things up a little bit. For example, today I would go 4-2-3-1, and I would put I would put Hall in midfield. Actually, I would put Hall in midfield. Put Tonali and Ramsey. Um, Maybe put Burn at left back, which I hate, but or Alex Murphy. I know he's not going to do that. I'm just thinking what I would try because it's kind of like free hit, isn't it? And then I would play Barnes, Walter Mada, and Ilanga. I think I'd Ilanga, and then up front I put Wissa up front.
Mm. So Barnes, Voltameda, and Alanga.
Yeah.
So where would Voltameda be in that formation?
So I put him in the 10.
Right.
Yeah. 4-2-3-1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who's the three? Barnes,
So
Voltameda,
so Barnes on the left, Walter Meda through the middle, and Ilanga on the right, and then
Ilanga.
Wissa up
That's it.
front. Yeah.
Got
And
you.
then you could put Tonali and Miley in midfield as a pivot, and then the standard back four.
Mm. Yeah. No, I agree. I think that will be
See,
interesting.
the thing is, and the thing is, it's unpredictable, right? So the Enrique is not going to have a clue like that. He'd be like, "What is this? This is not what we've been planning for."
Yeah. Yeah.
So
That's
I
that's
just think he could be more flexible and more unpredictable.
yeah. It's a fair criticism. I can't deny that. Like especially in the Premier League where
Yeah,
you know that it's going to be that formation, and I think opposition managers, if you're picking your team and selecting what formation to play, you yourself you must know that the opposition are going to predict that because you've
yeah,
played that for so many games this season, and not just this season. It's the it's the favourite formation for years now. So yourself, the opposition will probably guess what you're going to play.
Yeah.
So do you not maybe want to look at that and think to yourself, well, straight away that's something that they've got over us.
Yeah.
So let's flip that a little bit. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, no, I agree. I mean, yeah, I've mentioned before on this channel how back in the day 4-4-2 was the standard, and
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, and then even back in the day when that was the go-to formation, often managers would change it up with 3-5-2
Yeah.
with wing backs, and it was just commonplace, like managers would often change around the formation that way. I think a lot
Yeah.
of managers in the Premier League, I think, well, I mean, you do see it in Europe, to be fair, as well. This formation
Yeah.
of like whether you want to call it 4-4-5-1 or
4-2-3-1 or four three
yeah,
two one. Yeah.
yeah, with
Yeah.
these two attackers on the left and right and the sole striker up front, it's
Yeah.
just absolutely embedded in so many leagues now. From
Yeah.
just from the distance, looking at football these days,
Yeah.
it's it's the go-to for so many managers.
Yeah. And
So
like
yeah,
the best managers in my opinion are flexible. So for example, De Zerbi, and I'm not calling De Zerbi elite, but his strength is during games he will change the formation. Things are not working. My criticism of Eddie is that things are not working and it's like for like subs. You take Walter off, you bring Wissa on. You take Gordon off, you put Barnes on the left and then you bring on Elanga. It's like for like. If a system's not working, why not try something different?
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. It's a fair point. I mean, I'm just hoping, we'll see. Like I said at the start of the show, I'll be interested to see, how the season pans out, see where we are at the end, and whether he does mix things up a little bit.
Hmm.
I mean, he did against Arsenal last year. To be fair, I don't think
Yeah.
anyone was expecting that when we went to the
Yeah.
Emirates in the
True. True.
final,
Yeah.
and he just totally done one on Arteta.
Yeah.
And sometimes again with Eddie Howe, because he's he's worked wonders with Newcastle,
Yeah.
and now it's getting rocky a little bit. I
Yes.
want to see what he's made of from this point of view. Do you see what I mean? So like when the chips are down a little bit, when things are getting rocky,
Yeah.
what's this side of his management like? And that's
Yeah.
why I want to see him given that chance to kind of like turn around, because
Yeah.
he came in when obviously he was riding on that crest of a wave where everyone
Yeah.
was kind of saying, "Come on, Eddie," you kind of like it was a free hit in one way
Yeah.
because we were so down in the doldrums. Like to me, it was like
Yes.
certainly be relegated, and it's all been positive from day one in my book. Once he came in and got that first win, it's like he's never looked back.
Yeah.
But now it's like I say, it's getting a bit rocky. So what's he like when it gets a bit like this? What,
Yeah.
what cards can he play this time?
Yeah.
And I want to see what kind of facets does he bring to the table as a manager?
Yeah.
And we'll see. We'll see. I mean, like I say, end of the season, I'm sure the proof's in the pudding. And
Yeah.
if it is time, it's time. And
Yeah.
I'll say it. So, but
I agree. I think he's done a phenomenal job. Both things can be right. You can recognize the great job he's done for the club, won our first cup, two Champions League qualifications. But at the same time, you can also be critical, and you can also want to change. We live in a world which is very divisive. Either you're on this side or that side, and two
yeah,
things can't be right. They're not mutually exclusive. You
no,
can recognize the great job he's done, but also feel that he's reached his limit and we need to evolve as a club and move on to the next level. But
mhm,
unfortunately, people get very emotional and emotive and don't think rationally. I'm saying on both sides. I'm not saying just on one side, for example. Um, so for me, I agree with you. I think climbing the mountain is easier than staying on top of the mountain.
mhm,
But this is why Man City did unprecedented things. They won 4 leagues in a year consecutively. So winning your first league, for example, Leicester won a league, but then they couldn't replicate it. So winning, getting to the top is easier than remaining at the top. So now, like you said, he's being tested as a manager. Can he show us he's got something different.
Yeah,
I've come to the opinion he hasn't, but I'm happy to be proved wrong. At the end of the day, nobody. It's not a personal thing. It's just we all love Newcastle United. We want us to be successful. And difference of opinion. I think a lot of people are thinking at the end of the season, let's take stock. Um, and often the people who say, oh, if you want to change the manager, things get worse. But look at what Man U have done. I mean, have the last two games, I know it's short, but the way they've played, I've been very impressed. I don't know if you watched them against Arsenal. They absolutely brilliant
heard
football.
about it. I didn't see
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Oh, you have to watch. I mean, they Arsenal haven't lost at home for more than, I think, 2 years or something.
Mm.
And so that change of manager just gave them, a fresh lease of life,
Mm.
and they beat the two best teams in the country.
Yeah. No, fair play to
Convincing.
Carrick, and he's
Yeah.
obviously went in there and just been a breath of fresh air from looking from the
Yeah.
outside. I think he's went
Yeah.
in and just Paul Scholes said the other day he's put square pegs in square holes, and he's
Yes.
went back to basics a little bit, and
Yes.
yeah. So no, fair play. I feel like though, I guess looking at that, you could argue that's a short term manager
Yeah.
bounce. You know,
That's what I said. Yes, it's only been two games, but you've seen a noticeable difference. It's not they've been lucky or they've
no,
fluked. I mean, they beat Man City and convincingly, and they beat Arsenal convincingly,
yeah,
which is not an easy job to
it's
do
no mean feat.
considering how crap they were playing before.
Yeah, he's doing something
So
right, isn't he? It's not just
something
luck.
right, yeah. So
Yeah,
sometimes changing the manager actually does make a big difference. So anyway,
yeah.
this yeah,
No, it's true. I mean, no manager is at a club forever as well. I mean,
yeah,
ultimately, it's gonna come round. For every club, you're always gonna have to change the manager at some point. So
yeah,
yeah, it's just timing, isn't it? It's all about timing, and
yeah.
yeah,
What do you think? What do you think would be a successful season for us for him to continue next season?
I feel like for me, if we don't get top, because I don't think we'll get Champions League.
No.
I'll say that now. I don't think that's in terms of top five. It's doable still. This is the thing that gets me is like
Yeah.
you look at the league table and it's like bloody hell, like we're really not far off, and
Yes.
it's February almost, and so on one hand, yeah, it's been a rocky season, but on the other hand, you could argue we've done well to kind of just manage to stay within touching distance. So
Yeah.
come on, Eddie, let's
Hmm.
let's push on now and take advantage of that. But yeah, I mean, if I had to sit here now, I don't think we'll get top five. If we got Europa League,
Hmm.
I've wondered about that. Is that okay? Is that good enough to then kick on and say to Eddie, look, because I think we could win Europa League. I think that for me, I would put us as one of the favourites to win that competition. And not only do you win a trophy, you then get
Hmm.
Champions League football again by winning that.
Hmm.
So, which to me actually, arguably, could be an easier route back into Europe than finishing trying to get top five again next season.
Hmm.
But so yeah, is obviously if we won a cup as well, FA Cup, for me that's success. Especially
Hmm.
if you get Europa League as well. I mean, I'm not arguing with that personally.
Hmm.
So yeah, whether it's just Europa League, is that good enough? I think it just depends. I don't know. Maybe it'll depend on the performance, how I feel about what I see in terms of, like you say, has he tried maybe a few things
Hmm.
different? Has he tried to mix
Yeah.
up a bit? And has he maybe just been a bit unlucky? Or I'll have to just see how we play.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and say like it's Champions League or he's sacked. But at the
Hmm.
same time, I do understand, like the kind of the criticism, some of the criticism he gets, and the mentality of, if we don't get Champions League,
Hmm.
maybe need to refresh
Yeah.
and see who else is out there. I'm not saying I would do that, but I'm not going to criticize someone for
Yeah.
thinking that because I can see where they're coming from. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I think for me, I think it's time for change. And I think at the end of the season, to be honest, I think now there's no point changing now, because unless we like lose the next 7 games or something, then I think you do need to make a change. But for me, I think we need a fresh impetus. We need fresh ideas. Things do get stale. I mean, he's done great to be here for 4 years, right? What's the average length of a manager these days? Maybe 12 months or whatever. Arteta's been there at 6 years, isn't it? So, but sometimes psychologically, like if you're in a workplace and you have the same manager for 4 years, the same ideas, um, often output decreases, whether you're whichever field of work you're in, because you're hearing the same message again and again, the same management style. Um, so people do get bored, especially players. Um, so I think for me, there's going to be a lot of brilliant managers available in the summer. Um, so I would go more. I would make the change in the summer. That's just my personal opinion because of the criticisms that I've outlined.
Mm. Hmm.
And also, I think if you finish fifth, right, and you invest 250 million, if you're PIF, you want to be number one. I mean, Hopkinson said we want to be number one by 2030. I don't think a Europa League is acceptable, in my opinion.
Mm. You see, another issue though I've got is you could kind of think, yeah, think to yourself, right, that ain't good enough. I'm going to get someone else in.
Yeah,
But it, I know it might sound like not very ambitious, but it can so easily go the other way.
yeah,
You can nosedive very quickly.
yeah,
So yeah, I always look at that as well. I try and measure things against like the
yeah,
worst case scenario as well. So
yeah.
um,
But
and
that's life. That's life. There's always risks with everything. There's
yeah,
risks of keeping
oh
him,
yeah,
and there's risks of getting rid of him as well. So it's just whether you're willing to take the risk or not. And the
mm.
thing is, I'm of the opinion that if the next manager doesn't work, then you get another one. It's not like obviously you don't want to be in a
You
position
want to
like Man
go,
U where you're changing managers two or
you
three
want to go
times a
Chelsea
season.
style, don't you?
But Chelsea have been successful, one of the most successful clubs in the world in terms of number of. But what I'm saying is that it's not like be all and end all if the next appointment is not successful. You can get another manager after 2 years, whatever.
Mm.
But that's why I think
But
we have
look
to
at Tottenham.
decide. Sorry, yeah, I
Tottenham
mean,
have sunken like,
yeah, yeah. But
and
but but Tottenham, I don't agree with their model. Even the managers that they brought in, I mean, Ange Postecoglou, I didn't rate him from the beginning.
uh,
Um, but what I think we need to do as a club is define our DNA, have a DNA, and have a vision for the club, so that whichever manager we select should feed into that vision or DNA. I think, man, you talk about this, rather than every time a new manager comes you change the direction of the club. You know what I mean? So you interview
yeah,
candidates, and if they meet the vision and the direction that's set by the CEO and director of football, then you recruit them, and they work within those parameters and they share the vision. But if you bring in somebody if you don't have that as a club, then you're less likely to be successful.
yeah. I mean, these days we've got the director of football now that
Yeah,
you know seems to be more of a stable appointment now as well. So
yeah.
you hope he will stick around for a bit longer than the previous two.
Mm,
So yeah, my sort of best case scenario obviously is that Eddie Howe
yeah,
gets this gets this season, turns it around, and
yeah.
just keeps on. Do you know what I mean? Because yeah, I think he's got so many good qualities, and
Mhm.
he's brought so much positives, so many positives to this club, to Newcastle, and he
Yeah,
gets it as well.
yeah,
I think he understands the club. It would be a shame if he if we had to kind of just say, you know what, time to kind of move on. I think I understand that that may well happen,
yeah.
um, but I'm just looking at the positives and I'm thinking, come on, Eddie, try and make this work, mate, because like
Mm,
you've created this kind of you've created a legacy here. He's done
yeah,
what no other manager
yeah,
could do since bloody the 1960s.
yeah.
Like what he's done is kind of precious, really. So like, let's kick on. Let's have
Mm,
him be our kind of the next Keegan,
mm,
the next Robson, and even
mm.
almost like our Ferguson. And I know you don't get managers these days that stay in that long, but do you see what I mean? Like someone like
Yeah,
we
yeah,
can hang our hat on and say, okay, it's going
yeah,
to be rocky sometimes, but more often than not, he's going to deliver the goods.
yeah.
Um, rather than being a club that kind of has to chop and change all the time. Where I think my issue with that is you very quickly can be stuck with a pool of players
Yeah.
who stink the place out.
Yeah.
Because it's just players who are from different managers. They're all disgruntled. They don't like each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the
I guess,
consistency
yeah.
can
I
help.
guess the exception to the rule would be Man City. I know they've been able to spend, but they went from what Mark Hughes and they went to Mancini. So and then obviously they've got Pep now. So you can evolve as a club and move with the times.
Yeah.
I think long days are gone where you had Ferguson for 20 plus years. I don't think
Yeah. Yeah.
you're gonna. So yeah, I love your passion for having a very romantic view of having a manager for 20 years, but realistically, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, I guess what I'm thinking is more like Arteta. I mean, Arteta's been at Arsenal 8 years.
Yeah,
I mean,
six
that's
years.
is it
It's 6
six?
years, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, 6 years. Yeah,
6. Right. Yeah.
I believe it's six. I might be wrong.
I have to
Somebody in
double
the
check
chat
that.
correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. Let us know, lads. And
Yeah.
that's us.
Anyway, 6 or 8 years, whatever. Yeah, similar. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Just someone who, like I say, you can hang your hat on.
Mm.
But at the same time, I'm absolutely not denying, the criticism. I think a lot of it is valid,
Yeah.
and I totally get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
And I've said myself this season, that there's times when I've seen him on the touchline, and I'm thinking like he looks a bit bemused,
Yeah.
and he looked lost in a way that I'd never seen him look lost before.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
um,
Even like I said earlier, even his press conferences are worrying me. His body language, some of the statements he said, "I'm not going to be here with the new training ground. I'm not going to be here with the new stadium." My theory is that he's possibly been told that he'll be moved on in the summer. I might be wrong, and that's why we haven't signed any players. I think they've said, you were given 250 million deal with the squad that you've assembled.
yeah,
But some of the statements he's made, I don't know if you agree with me, but they're very strange statements for him to make. It's something that I've not seen from
I'll
him
definitely
in the
agree with that.
previous.
With the, I know we don't agree with some of them, like
Yeah,
the Bruno thing. I don't think
yeah,
there's
yeah,
anything wrong with when he said about Bruno
yeah, yeah,
being 90%
yeah.
right. I think for me, I think he's most of the time Eddie is absolutely spot on in the press conferences. He handles himself with kind of
Agreed.
dignity and class.
Yeah, agreed.
But I do agree that the one thing that stood out to me that was a bit odd was when he said that he wouldn't be here when the stadium is
Hmm.
built. That was strange because I thought, well, would you not want to be? Like,
Yeah,
would you not aim for that? Like, and
yeah,
even if it's unrealistic, you're still surely going to try and aim for that if you're
yeah.
happy and if you're settled. I mean, I'm speculating, obviously, but yeah, just it was a strange thing to say because that means he's got in his head the idea of not being in Newcastle has
Hmm.
entered his head, basically, in
Yes,
order to say
yes.
that.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah. If you look, yeah, exactly, and the timing, because shortly after they announced a new training ground complex that they're investing 200 million. So it's very peculiar that he made this statement, not being here with the new training ground and stadium, and shortly after they announced that they're going to be investing 200 million for a new training complex. So these kind of things they worry me. Like if you're like you're saying he's ambitious, he's going to say no. I'm going to be here for the next phase of our development, and we're going to kick on and we're going to win Premier Leagues. But for him to make those statements, it's a bit worrying.
yeah, no, I'll
And
give you
then
that. That was a strange one.
snapping back at journalists as well, which he hasn't done before.
Yeah, maybe he's feeling the
So
heat.
yeah,
And like we said, it's been rockier, a bit rockier than usual this season. So
yeah. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and
yeah,
see. Yeah.
in the comments there, I can see rugby analyst. Cheers for all your comments, by the way. I know they are flooding in. I am trying to keep an eye on them all, but we've got a super chat there. I'll get to in a second. Just on the comment there, PSG will be aggressive, defend half on the halfway line. Yeah, so Gordon and Langer's pace will
Yeah.
be excellent. Then Barnes to come on, nick a goal. Barnes played 90 weekend. I mean, I agree about the pace, whether it's Elanga, Barnes, or Gordon. I totally agree. Let's hit them on the pace and on the counter. Because if they're going to push up as well, PSG, then that could be their downfall potentially. Cheers, was that? I'll just get this sorted here. Cheers, mate. So divorce is never easy and grass isn't always greener. Yeah. I mean, I agree in terms of, that's like I've alluded to earlier, the way I'm thinking about the scenario with Eddie is, the grass isn't always greener. And you see certain managers around in football these days, and I'm thinking, would I want them over Eddie? I'm thinking,
If
not
I
sure.
give you three names, Jabi Alonso, would you take Jabi Alonso?
I'm not sure if I would,
You wouldn't.
Tippy Tappy's too much for me, from what I've
Okay.
seen from him.
Okay. Okay. Nagelsmann.
I don't know enough. I'll have to pass and sit on the
Okay.
fence. Unfortunately, Doc.
Okay. Okay.
I need a
Who's the other?
full debrief and
Yeah.
a sit down as to he's
See, Nagelsmann, I think would be a good option because he's a national team manager for Germany, so he gets the best out of Walter Mada, and he's very
is,
technical. Yeah. Sorry, go
was
on.
he the he's
Bayern
not
Munich. He was.
is
Yeah.
it Barcelona now? Is he? Is that
No, no,
him?
he's the Germany. He's the Germany manager,
Right.
Nagelsmann. He
Yeah,
was
I'm
at
getting
Bayern
mixed.
before. Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
Hansi Flick is at Barcelona.
that's who I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Even Chabi, the Spanish, legend, he did a good job with Barca. Um, so I think there are good candidates out there that would be available in the summer. Even Pochettino, I think Pochettino plays an attacking brand of football. He's got Premier League experience. Um, he did great job at Tottenham. So there are candidates there.
Yeah. There's definitely names where I think, well, that could be interesting. I'm not going
Yeah,
to deny that.
yeah,
Yeah, but everything's a
yeah,
gamble. Like we
yeah.
can't. It's like not a scientific formula, is it? Where you kind of think
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
X and Y
And yeah.
equals whatever. It's any appointment you make is going to be a gamble to some extent.
Yeah, and was saying divorce is never easy, but divorce is necessary if things become toxic because it's not good for either person's mental health.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so I can see there. Yeah, like I say, the comments are flooding in here. So
Yeah.
I'm just going to pick
So
out a few more. Just want to give you all a chance because you've all been great in the chat. Well, that was 3 minutes ago. 1 minute until the lineup was out. So I will have a look to see if we can get that up for you. Well, I've just seen a comment there. Willock is starting apparently, so
is he?
that's interesting. Let us see if I can get the lineup for tonight's match. Yeah, I mean, if Willickson and Ramsey isn't, then that would surprise
I'm
me.
not happy. I'm not happy if Ramsey's not playing instead of Willock. I mean, have you got the team sheet there?
Just loading it up here.
Okay.
It'll be on the official site, won't it? Team news, okay. So 5 changes confirmed. We've got Pope in goal. We've got Lewis Hall, Botman, Chow, Dan Burn, and then also Lewis Hall. I mean, I'm trying to work this out because it's not in the way they've listed it. It's like it's a bit all over the shop. So I'm trying to work out like who's playing where. But let me just I'm gonna paste this over to Notepad. But yeah, I can definitely say Burns back as well. So yeah, Ramsey's in. I mean, I'm pleased to see Ramsey
Okay.
getting.
So Willock and Ramsey.
Is Willock in? Let's have a look. He is indeed. So yeah, Voltamaid is playing as well. Elanga's playing. This is a bit all over the shop. So
You're confusing me now.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I need to try and work this out. So obviously Pope's in goal. I wonder if he's playing wing backs. So
Is he playing like a 5-4-1 or something?
this is what I'm wondering. I think it might be 3 centre halves: Botman, Byrne, and Chow.
Okay.
Lewis Hall maybe left wing back.
Yeah.
Miley right wing back with Willock Elanga right wing back with Miley, Willock, and Ramsey in the middle, maybe. With Voltameda up front because Wissa
Is
is not.
Gordon in?
He's not. I'm scanning this to make sure he's definitely not, because that would be amazing. Like, I'd be so surprised if he isn't, but I don't think he is.
You might be resting him for the Liverpool match.
Yeah, true. No,
Yeah.
he's not starting. So, I mean, to be fair, he could be good from the bench. As much as we're slating him, like I said earlier, he's got that pace about him, which no doubt can cause problems.
Yeah.
And when he's in the mood, he can be an effective player. But yeah, off the bench, I think that could be a useful weapon to have. And I'm pleased that he has mixed things up a bit tonight. I would guess that's what he's going to play wing backs with Elanga and Hall as two wing backs, and then in the middle of the centre midfield, Willock, Jacob Ramsey.
Tonali's in as well, isn't he? Tonali's in.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, yeah.
So he's playing 5-3-2, 5-3-2, is it? Hang on, let's work it out. So you've got Pope, and then I think you've got three centre backs, like you said, Burn, Chow, Botman, then Hall left wing, and then Miley right wing back. Yeah, and then you've got Ramsey, Ilanga, Willock, and Tonali. So he's playing 5-4-1 kind of thing. Is it? I'm getting confused now.
That makes more sense, obviously, with seeing Tonali's in there. So
Tonali's in there, yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Tonali. So Ramsey, Ilanga. Ramsey will play in the middle with Tonali, isn't it? Ilanga right. So who's playing on the left then?
yeah. Could it be Joe Willock? I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like something Eddie Howe would do. I wouldn't imagine him putting Willock on the left wing. God, this is hard to work out. Like, let us know in the comments, everyone. What do you think?
Let us know what you guys think.
Yeah.
What's the formation? I think
Uh,
Tim sent a message. Does he want to join?
Yeah, I'm gonna send him the link.
Okay. Guys, help us out. What's the formation?
I mean, where's Barnes? I mean, Barnes is on the bench, and for me, it's like, come on, man, he's one of the main men. You got to.
Yeah. He's the most technically gifted player we have who can finish. The positive is hopefully he'll play him against Liverpool.
True.
Yeah, but then he's going to put him on the right and put Gordon on the left, isn't it? Against Liverpool. So rugby analyst 3-4-3. 3-4-3? No, I don't think he's playing 3-4-3. 3-4-3.
Gaz, you all right, mate? Good to see
You
you.
came on at the right time. We can't hear you.
Gaz, no audio. Can't hear you, mate. Yeah, I'm gonna get Tim on as well.
We got the dream team.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's all about, lads.
Well,
So,
I'm
yeah.
really confused about this lineup.
If you go on the official website, Ethan, it's on there. All the official kind of accounts for Newcastle United have confirmed that lineup. Cheers, Wazza, for that super chat, mate. Top man. Exactly what I wanted formation-wise, and exactly what I wanted formation-wise, and sit back.
And break. Yeah, sit back and break, which is what I was saying, yeah. But I'm
So Michael's in the
confused.
house.
Yeah. 5-3-2.
Attack all the way.
So who's the two then?
Okay, so obviously Voltameda is up front. Maybe so if it's wing backs, who's playing wing back? Do you think Hall on the left? Who's on the right? Is it Miley?
Miley, yeah.
In that case, maybe Elanga is up front.
or it might be 5-4-1. So you have, yeah.
But who's on the left then?
Who's
Oh,
on the
sorry,
left?
5-4-1. I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that
5-4-1.
really is defensive, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 5-4-1. I think Joe Willock will probably play on the left.
Mm,
You got Tonali and Ramsey in the middle, Ilanga on the right, and then Lone Ranger up front, Nick.
mm.
I reckon it's 5-4-1.
Right.
What do you
The only
reckon?
issue I've got is with Voltemeda, and again, I don't want to
He's
come
going to be
across
isolated. He's going to be isolated.
exactly.
Yeah,
I'm not hating on him or anything. He's a quality player, but like, if you're playing counter attack as well, if PSG are going to push up and you want to get in behind them,
yeah.
Whistle would have been perfect for that. And Voltemeda, they're going to probably swarm him when he gets the ball.
Mm.
But Elanga is in. To caveat that, Elanga's
Mm.
got the pace. To contrast with Voltemeda.
But the thing is that Walter Meda is going to be isolated up front, so he's going to be outnumbered by the defenders,
Yeah.
and usually the players are not close enough for him to do the flick-ons or whatever. So yeah, I reckon it's 5-4-1
Mm,
because it can't be 5-3-2. Langa hasn't played up front. I haven't seen him play up front even for Forest.
mm. With his pace, I mean, I wouldn't be against that. To be
But he's
fair,
finishing.
well, he's got to show something. I mean, I was saying to Timmy right after the last match, like, I know
Aye.
he's shown glimpses, right? Don't get me wrong. I think the last couple of games he's shown at least a bit more effort in terms of like being a
Yeah.
bit busy. But at some point, he's gonna have to do something in terms of
Yeah.
assist, score. Like, it's no good just like showing signs as in, oh, he put a half decent ball in, but you need to start getting some shots off, and start troubling the
Yeah.
keeper. If you're an attacker basically, even if
Yeah.
it is a wide player, then so yeah, he's got to do it at some point. Otherwise, it's going to be a very expensive mistake signing
Yeah.
him.
So like Eddie's renowned for improving players. So Elanga was the first player we bought in the summer. He had a full preseason. Why do you think he's not improved or even stayed at the same level he was?
I think I've been talking to Timmy about this sort of away from the channel about Alanga. We were talking about him the other night, and I kind of agree with what Timmy says about it. Is that for me? I think Alanga, his mentality hasn't suited this club and this team in terms of like confidence. His confidence is very. To me, he's like a confidence player where when things aren't going well, he's fragile, and I don't think they maybe. Well, you would like to think they've done the homework on him, but it doesn't seem like they kind of got the right information back from when they scouted him as to like, who is this kid? Can he handle the way we play? Can he handle the crowd playing at St James's? The expectation. Like, he's just crumbled to me. Like, whenever he's kind of played, but most of the time, again, except from the last few appearances, I'll give him credit. He seems to be a bit more up for it, and he's been a bit more of a nuisance. But in terms of why he hasn't improved, yeah, it's a strange one because he's always looked very fragile, and that
Yeah.
that's that to me comes
He's,
down to like the kind of character that you're signing. You have to do your research on the characters, not just the kind of the player you're getting.
Yeah, I think I'd agree partially, but I'd also disagree because like he came through the system at Man United, and you don't come through Man United if you haven't got something about you mentally, because there's so much competition there, right? I know they let him go, but if you grow up through the system in the academy in Man U, you
Mm,
have to be certainly strong. And for me, it's a mental side, but also the technical side. Like Eddie's working with him week in week out. He had a full summer. Why is he still struggling technically or formation wise or running into space? That's a big question mark for me.
mm, yeah, yeah. It's questions will be asked. I mean, I think to Eddie Howe, the longer it goes with Alanga,
Yeah,
and like not having an impact like you would expect a 50 odd million player to have. I
yeah,
think Eddie will be questioned about that.
yeah,
It would be interesting to get his take. I mean, he's obviously going to protect the play. He's not going to come out and just slate Alanga. But it would be interesting to know what Eddie Howe really thought about why it hasn't clicked for Alanga. What's happening now? What's he seeing from Alanga that he didn't kind of foresee previously in terms of like watching him for Forest, scouting him. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it does seem like a bit of a dud of a signing so far. But
Yeah.
tonight, it's Champions League tonight, and we're hoping it'll come good. So, like you said at the start of the show, Doc, these are the nights that we want back at Newcastle, and it's always class when these games come around. No matter what's happening at the club, for me, it's special times.
Tim,
Can you hear us, Timmy?
Yeah. You right, lads?
This one, you're in the house,
nice to
I
see
am
you.
indeed, aye.
and so
Good
is
to
the
see you,
young
Doctor. Aye, thanks for coming on.
No worries, mate.
How
I
you
thought I'd
doing,
jump on
guys? You
after,
okay?
Yes,
I'm
boss.
good,
How are
Gary.
you?
Good, mate.
I'm very well. I'm very well. Are you excited about this lot?
Yeah, love it, love it.
Exactly.
Love it.
Love
Very
it.
Love
interesting
it.
to see how this plays out. Definitely.
Always exciting.
I've-
Champions League, back on the big stage. Like I was saying to the doc, like these are the games that you want. And it's class to see Newcastle back in the Champions League again. So, bring it on,
Bring it on,
Where we
indeed.
belong.
Yeah, I mean,
I was driving back
like
and I could hear the lineup, and I thought this is going to be interesting.
It's
Go on, Gary.
strange one, like, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
me
were
and-
trying to work it out. Yeah, go on. Sorry. go
Yeah,
on, Gary.
me and Connor. No, so me and Connor have been talking, and somebody had put in the chat something very similar. And what this leads you into is 5-3, 3-5. There's so many permutations to this system. It's a system that I really like if you can evolve it, and I think that's been the biggest thing. Is it taking the game to Newcastle? And the one thing I love about this is, I just listened to you guys in the back, and apologies for when I come on before, having some technical issues here. When I look at this team now, I actually think we've got Elanga playing up top more than out on the right hand side. He did play at Manchester United, and I think the idea now is literally trying to push these further back. What these guys really struggle with is a press. If you give them time on the ball, they are class. And we've seen that they've been a little bit up and down. Against Sporting, didn't like it because they got into the faces, couldn't really deal with them. And I like what I'm seeing. I mean, to be fair, we've all been questioning and asking the reasons why Voltemada hasn't got somebody to link off. And we've all said Elanga needs time with the ball and with time in match. So, like I said, is it going more pacing and behind to push Pacho and Marquinhos, back? And I can only assume that's going to be the two centre halves. And so, again, it's about changing the mentality. These guys would have all, as we've all said, we can pick Eddie Howe's team. And how many of us, hold your hands up now, would have gasped when you saw this lineup? You're all like, I mean, listening to you guys, it was phenomenal. Oh, I'm trying to work this out now in my head. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Thing is,
That's
Gary,
exactly
right?
that's exactly what I was calling for. Unpredictability. Unpredictability.
Exactly.
I-
The thing is, we've got injuries, haven't we? And this is why it's happened with Bruno being out. I think not
Yes.
being fit enough, with Seven being injured. And like you
Tino
say,
injured,
Doctor, this
yeah.
is what I want to see.
Yeah.
Some innovation where, you know what,
Yes.
the players that I'm picking aren't necessarily the strongest on paper, but I've got a plan here. I'm going to utilise the pace that we have with these players and have a game plan for PSG. He's done it through the injuries. I'd like to see him do it in a proactive manner where those players are fit, but I'm the gaffer and I'm going to take the hit and put those big names on the bench for a game or two. It's not the end of the world if you do that. You've got to use a squad that way.
Yeah. See, I agree, and I think we were discussing this about change, being flexible in your formation and being unpredictable. Because if I'm the opposition manager, I know he's going to play 4-3-3, and the subs are going to be like for like. So it's easy for me as an opposition manager to like play against Newcastle. But I'm not saying every match, but regularly change your formation, change the players around, and it keeps things unpredictable. I reckon it's 4-5-1.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, you could go with. That's what I said. When you look at a fluid system, right? The one thing I like about this, you're going to have your three at the back, right? Which is your Chow, Botman, and Byrne. Everybody over the last few days has all been questioning whether we should allow Louis Hall a little bit more freedom down that line, left side of midfield. Well, this system allows for that. The one thing that I do get a little bit stuck on, if I'm honest with you, is Miley's pace down that right hand side. Now, what we're going to have to do is utilise triangles to get down the line. It's not going to be beaten by pace. And like I say, unless Elanga comes from that inside right position, which is where I think he's probably going to be set up in between Hernandez and Pacho, is where I'm looking. I'm going to put it up on the screen just so this is how I visualise it. Like I said, I'm not Eddie Howe. I don't claim to be, but if you look at this system now, we've got your three main centre backs. Chow can play right back, so if Miley does go on the tick over the side, you're absolutely right. You can play four at the back because what you get if Miley's up, he comes across, he comes back, and obviously he drops in. So there's your four straight away. So if players get caught out of position, you have got that flexibility, if you like, where literally within 10 or 15 yards, you've gone back to a solid four. And again, it's something that I won't look at and say there's a problem here because I don't think there is. I think you go back to your original formation and what it actually gives you is so much flexibility in this midfield. If Willock wants to go out, or even Ramsey wants to go out, and Hall wants to come in, you've got literally flexible two young midfielders that are both good ball carriers, both good passes of the ball. Hall, like we
They
said,
can overlap as well, can't they, Gary?
Absolutely. You've got double pivots within that midfield. If Tonali sits in the six and allows a little bit of freedom for Willock and Ramsey to go out wide, and like I say, we utilise the two young lads to come and support Tonali in there, you end up with virtually a 4-3-4. And that is, a 3-3-4 at times. I'm counting Popey as part of the team, but I don't ever want to see Popey come out as a defender. But you understand, and that's the role that I loved when we went wide with our two centre-backs and have Tonali sitting in that middle. Your wing-backs become wing-backs then. Your two full-backs literally are allowed to gallop forward. For me, it's a positive change because has Eddie Howe got something different? Well, he's showing something now. Whether it falls flat on his face, there shouldn't be a fan in any of the the streams, if you like, knock it because he's trying something different.
To be fair, he's benched Gordon as well, hasn't he? And obviously Barnes, I think it's harsh on Barnes, but ultimately he has benched, I suppose, those players and his proactiveness that way.
Yeah,
Sorry, my concern is that he's saving Gordon, his star boy, for Liverpool because this is a free hit where we've qualified anyway.
You're right. That's what I'm saying. There is a gimme on this because, like I say, the only downside to that is you have got that extra 2 games, and love it or loathe it. I don't think we are in that situation where 2 extra games gives us anything. So for me, what I see from this is the fact that you have got a little bit of solidity at the back. It still needs everybody to work within their own system. And it was quite interesting to listen to some of the French team talk about this upcoming game with Newcastle, because what they're saying is it's going to be a tough game and we've got to win individual battles. So they are taking this as, read. And like I say, when you look through their side, again, I've only picked from potentially 20-odd players that you could pick from, because it doesn't matter what team comes in. They've rested a few players. Dembele playing up top. It's an interesting stat for anybody out there. When Dembele has scored, they haven't lost. So I think, again, if you go off those figures, who do you keep? And again, the system does work for me because you're doubling up on certain individuals. And I think the likes of Dembele with Tonali trying to block any passes through from Vitinha. Will you get Voltemade to drop into that 8 slot and allow Alanga then to do the diagonals to try and get on the back of Pacho and Marquinhos. There's lots of different things for me. And like I said, I like the fact that we've got an option to play a system or a different fluid system. And it's positive, but again, it's patterns of play that you need to start looking at. We've not seen enough of this to say
No.
this is a winning formula. That's the
Yeah.
problem.
Do you know what? I think Tonali and Ramsey could link up really well. I think them two players are both very good on the ball, very technical, and I can see them doing quite well in the middle of midfield there. I mean, obviously it's a massive test tonight, PSG. You'd like to see this kind of experimental. Yeah, I mean, you'd like to see players like Ramsey given a chance more often in other games, not just like when it's playing against the best in Europe, because it's going to be tough. But yeah, I think it's exciting, isn't it? At least to see something where you're going into a match where things have been freshened up a bit, and you're seeing players given a chance to shine. Like I say, Ramsey, even Alanga. I know I called him out before. We all know he's been, nowhere near what we expect, but it's a chance for him tonight, and yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, but it's like I said. I mean, the lad he started. I think at the time he'd done something like 28 games he'd been involved in, and if I'm honest with you, out of those 28 games, there wasn't anything that really made you think, "Oh, there's a player here." And I think that is the issue: is the fact that with the money that the price tag that's come with him, there's extra pressure, and it's not just pressure on obviously on the player. There's also pressure on the scouts, on the coaching staff, and obviously everything now is Eddie's out. Because he's the one now who's literally highlighted him 2 years ago. And tried to, and said, with him in the side, we've got somewhere to go. And at this present moment in time, and again, whether that's the fact that we are a different animal to Nottingham Forest, well, we all know we are. We're not a defensive side and counter. We're more aggressive. We're more on the front foot. It's just not really suiting his style of play. Now, if he hasn't got the skill set to control the ball, the basics, then you've got to question the value. And that's been the most disappointing thing for me, is the fact that the basics that any footballer playing in the Premier League should be able to control a ball, should be able to pass 5 yards to feet, should be able to pass and take on a player, if that's what you are as in class as a winger. So, I've seen lots of players that have moved from a winger's position up top. I put a chat in there about talking about Haaland, how they're not classing him now as somebody that will stick in your memory, even though he's broke records, because of the style of footballer he is. Everybody now is looking for these centre forwards, and to me, it made a little bit of sense of potentially why we've gone and got Voltemada in, because it's the style of football most European teams play now. That centre forward, like Ekitike at Liverpool now, if you watch Ekitike at Liverpool, the way he controls the ball, the way he draws players in, the way he beats players, it's not just the whizzers anymore. It's not the players who hunting around the 6-yard box. It's players who can actually develop play. But the only thing that for me with Newcastle in this 4-3-3 system that we always get, it's isolation. And that's why I think tonight that you should be able to see different patterns of play creating.
Yeah. I don't know if you were listening earlier, Gary. I went through like the minutes that each of the new signings has played. And I was quizzing Peter. So do you know how many minutes Elanga's played all season?
Oh, yeah. I mean, like I said, he was involved in the first 28 games. So, like I say,
737 minutes in the Premier League out of game week 23.
And 1 assist.
Squad rotation, which is good today.
Like I said, Liverpool is going to be a toughie, and you look at Trips with his age, playing 3 games in 8 days. He's a tough ask for anybody. And again, we said, should Bruno be in the squad? And it's nice to see the bench being as strong as it is, but there's still, like I say, that I still think there's enough on this in this team that can really cause PSG a problem. The only thing I see that could harm us is showing too much respect. Get in the faces, get into them, spoil it, and then work off the bits that they give you.
Yeah, 100%. It feels like one of those where I've got Alanga, as I've mentioned, a bit closer to Voltamata. I could see the 5-4-1 as well. I hope not, though, because that's a bit too defensive for my liking.
Defensive, yeah.
But what I can see is, you've got that midfield three. What does that midfield three? That gives you, it gives you a lot of movement. Like Ramsey, great runner. Willock, when he's not crocked, is a good runner.
Yeah.
Tonali runs more than people who do marathons. So it's one of those where on the counter, we should be incredibly dangerous. I think the aim is going to be get it up to Voltamata, hope it sticks, and get players around him before he has the chance to take that third or fourth touch where players are swarming on him. First touch, get players around him, get them moving behind him, get him on the turn and playing them in behind. I don't think we'll see him touch the ball more than 3-4 times in the box, but it's him on the halfway line on the turn and the players running beyond him where I think we're going to have any success today. But I'm happy with the lineup, I'll be honest.
I think we need to be careful because we're probably going to have around 30% possession because they're a very good possession-based team. So we need to be efficient with our possession, and that's why I like the pace of Elanga, I like the pace of Ramsey and Willock. So we need to hit them on the break and keep the ball efficiently when we do have it, because we're going to be, I think, on the back foot a lot.
Yeah, you're right. I've just sorted out. I've just seen their side.
Aye.
So I'm just going to be dealing with their side for a second. So if you guys just want to chat amongst yourselves for a bit, and I'll come and show you what they're doing.
Where's Tim's?
He's speaking from the ether. I can't see him.
There he was, gone.
To be fair, I do agree with what I believe he was going to come out with. I think this is the game where it was the reason we brought Alanga in. Tim, you're back now. You can take off.
The universe didn't like what I was saying.
Multiverse.
I saw multiverse. He's starting a game now as opposed to a sub appearance. So let's see what he can do from the beginning. And it's kind of in one way a free hit because we are playing such a good side. From his point of view, it's like, let's see what you can do. There's not loads of pressure on you. But let's see if you can link up with Voltamata and run in behind and kind of carry on his better performances off the bench that he has shown recently, because he definitely has done a bit better when he's came on lately.
Yeah.
I want utopia for me tonight is for us with that lineup to win 4-0.
Hey!
and then for all of the bedwetters to come out and say, you see, when he rotates, this is what happens. And he's been frightened to do it all season. Now he's done it. This is what you get when you do that. God, I hope that happens. I hope that happens.
To be fair, when I think Eddie was listening to me and Peter, because we were complaining that he's too predictable, so he's picked a lineup which
he's
made
picked a lineup that flummoxed me, I can tell you. But having said that, as far as I'm concerned, as I said last night, this is a free hit. It doesn't matter what happens.
Exactly.
You know, were we ever expected to get top 8? Probably not. So you know, knockouts and if we can get a draw, we'll be probably still top 16. So we'll get the home advantage in the playoff itself. Worst comes to the worst, and all the results go against us. You know, it means we've got the second leg second, but then it could be against one of the lesser teams anyway. So
here you go. This is the side that we are going to be facing. Obviously, there's 6 of us, so it's going to be small, but they've gone for Savanoff in goal, and they've changed the back four. And we've got Mendes, I think, will be playing left side with Pacho and Marquinhos, 2 centre-backs, and Hakimi's coming at right back. Zaire Emery now has moved the right side of midfield. Again, such a good player, Zaire Emery. With Vitinha, we know his quality. And Neves, I think he had a fitness test late on because he felt a bit of a muscle strain. So he's passed and he starts Bocola, we all know how he can move the ball quite well. We know what Kvaratskhelia is like on that right-hand side, left-hand side, it doesn't matter, and Dembele up top. And like I said, if you have a look at some of the Sofa scores, Footmob and things like that, they've got a set up as a 3-4-3. So that's like I said, it's an interesting one. And the system that they've gone for is what I've put on there. Louis Saul, Marley as right, left midfielders with Ramsey and Tonali in the middle. Willock as a left winger with Alanga on the right-hand side. So again, a lot of flexibility. I think this is probably, when you go man for man at the back, if I'm honest with you, it's probably taking it a touch too far. So I do prefer, like I say, them to be a 5 in the back with maybe a 4-5-1-1, where you get your wing backs that can go from 5 at the back to 3 on the progression, if you like. And once we lose the ball, they can drop back into a 5. So, like I said, there's plenty of options, whichever way they want to go. But it's a tough team.
Their front three is terrifying. Their front three is terrifying. Yeah. And then you've got Vitinha feeding the balls through midfield. So, yeah.
Well, I think that's it for me. You've got to stop the passers. You've got to stop the guys who pull the triggers. And again, Vitinha is very good if you give him space and time on the ball, and that's why I think if you've got somebody like Voltemada maybe who comes and sits in that pocket of space. And stops the service coming from Vitinha. It just allows then Zaire-Emery and Neves, they've got to work a little bit harder to try and find the space. And if they drop deep, I'm hoping what we don't do is drop onto the 18-yard box and allow them to pass the ball in front of us, because, these guys are terrific at passing and unlocking the defence. We've seen that in the past.
Can I make sure I'm not in an alternative universe here? The team you had up there, Barry, did that not, Gary? Did that not have Wissa?
You're in a different universe, multiverse.
No, it didn't have Wissa on, mate. No.
Oh, I thought Wissa, and I thought, hang on.
No.
Have I completely missed the plot here?
Yeah,
no, it was Ramsey, Willock, and Alanga. If you want to try and find somebody that looks like Wissa. But I mean,
slippery slope there.
Exactly.
Freudian slip, perhaps, for a substitution.
Yeah, Freudian slip. Yeah.
Wissa for Willock. There you go.
Or Misser.
No, I think you'll say it'll be taxi for Willock. Never mind Wissa for Willock. Fingers crossed it ain't. That's all I'm saying. Good, like I say, these. Like I say, I mean, what Michael? I'm going to come to you first, buddy, if I may. Do you think this is a system that we ask about Eddie changing it up, having a plan B, if you like? Do you think the system that we see now, 3-4-3, 5-3-2, 5-4-1, whichever way you want to go with, do you think this is a step too far to come into your last game of the Champions League? Or is this a free hit to try something different?
I think this is the best possible time you can do it. Let's be honest, there is no better time to try out a new formation and new players than against who are, the best team in Europe. Let's say they didn't win the so-called Club World Cup to be called that, but you're bringing in these players, and to be honest, I think the likes of Alanga, Ramsey, etc., were brought in for these kind of occasions where there is going to be a little bit more space, a little bit more movement. Is going to be necessary. I'm a bit surprised Voltemada is in there. But that's the reason I can see him coming a little bit deeper, as we've seen him do plenty times. So I think this is the perfect time to do so. And let's be honest, I think PSG away, I know we got a draw last time. Barcola missed about 7 chances by himself. So I'm glad to see him start. That's going to go badly now, isn't it? But I think it's one of those no one really expects to win this one. We lose 3-0. On the papers will just say, yeah, it's what we've expected. We get a draw. It's a good result. It doesn't do anything for us. This is the one that sort of you look at and go, all right, maybe, just maybe, we can keep them down to 1 or 2 goals. We can get a few ourselves and maybe get into that top 8. Now, it's very unlikely, but I think this is a formation that allows us to do that.
No, you're right, mate. I think I mean, what's your thoughts, Win? Is this a free hit for you, or is it literally just a case of,
Like
We've
I
got
said,
it up.
I think it's a free hit, but the changes haven't gone down well in our prediction league because there's an awful lot of the predictions changing at the last minute from Newcastle slight win, 1-0 and 2-1 wins to 3-0 PSG.
Do you know the Georgian lad that they've got? Is it
Kvaratskhelia.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's it.
that's the
So,
one. Yeah.
Aye.
Easy for you to say.
Absolutely.
He plays left side, doesn't he, most of the time?
You
Yeah.
can play right or left.
Right. Do you think he'll be left tonight? Because if he is, well, that means he'll be up against Miley.
No, I think it's playing right
Well-
side.
Yeah, I
think
mean,
he'll
he could.
switch over.
Yeah, I mean, Barcola's more of a static left-hand side, if you like.
Yeah.
But again, these who knows with this type of setup for them, they could just swap.
Just
After
switch.
15, 20 minutes. Yeah, exactly. Because it's something we don't ever see Newcastle do, which has been another criticism.
Yeah.
It just takes the defensive
Might not
eye
be-
sometimes.
He might not feel
Yeah.
comfortable on the right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's always that. But I mean, you look at it, and for me, it's a case of doesn't matter who you look at in this top line, they're all scorers. That can all hurt you if you allow them, and that's what I said. For me, this has got to be a rush football game, and it has just got to be in your face type of system.
The thing
I
about
just think it's
PSG,
class.
right, is when I watched them last season in the Champions League, they were such a different team to when they were just all kind of playing for themselves. In the years before that, it was just like the Galacticos, where there wasn't much of a team ethic, like work ethic. Whereas last season there was such a well-oiled machine. From when I seen them in the Champions League, it was just unreal. And like you say, that Gary, I mean, absolutely lethal as well from both sides. So I haven't seen them much this season. To be fair, I don't know if they're still quite like hit the heights so far this season as they did last season. I'm not sure, but obviously on paper, I mean, the team itself is still top class.
But it's not paid on paper. Was I thank you for the super chat, mate? Miley and Hall have a license to thrill tonight.
Woohoo! Excellent. It's an
On that
interesting
note,
one,
lads, sorry, Gary, to cut across. I'm going to head off now. I'm going to get some food. My connection's a bit rubbish as well, so I'll head off now.
No worries, Tim.
On Waz's point as well, if we don't win, hopefully there's a quantum of solace in that we are in the playoffs by the end, but we'll see.
Love it. Love it.
So yeah, enjoy the commentary, lads, and cheers for coming on, Doc. Appreciate it. And
You're welcome,
all the best,
Tim.
everyone. Take care.
Well done, Tim.
Thank you.
Take care,
Catch you in
buddy.
a bit, buddy.
Catch you later, bud.
Cheers.
Ta-ra.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to come across to you guys and say, as much as I'd like what he's trying to do, is this a risk regarding that's all our centre backs?
Yeah. It is, because
We haven't got anything else behind this.
This is a team that, are going to make you move quite a lot. I can imagine at least one of them is going down with cramp, even if we're losing after 60, 70 minutes. But let's see if Howe makes a change in the middle of the game. We don't often see it. But if this five at the back isn't working, it wouldn't surprise me if Dan Burn comes off. And then we end up with Chow and Botman playing another 90, but for maybe another centre. Well, for Trippier and Miley moves into midfield, and we go back to Old Faithful.
The very old faithful.
Is Alex Murphy on the bench? Is Murphy on the bench?
Ooh, yeah, I'm going to say
Yes,
that. Have
he
a
is.
look. He's Harris, Trippier, Wissa Gordon, Barnes, Asula, Jacob Murphy, Alex Murphy, Bruno G, and Shahar. So yeah, the young guns are there. Like I say, Ramsdale and Harris, the young lad from the under 21s, has jumped in.
So why not give
to bring his back.
Murphy some minutes, last 10, 15 minutes?
Well, again, why have two more goalkeepers on the bench with Ramsdale and Harris? What is going on there?
Yeah, that is odd. To be honest, if we're losing like 2-0 and it's one of those where goal difference isn't going to change anything, then this is probably the perfect game to give them a bit of a taste, because 2-0 to 5-0 isn't really going to make a difference.
Yeah, and it gives them experience of Champions League as well, which will be really good for their future. Yeah, I would have liked to see Sam Alabi on the bench, 16-year-old.
Yeah, so I mean, he is a good lad, to be fair, Alabi. But it's like I said, sometimes these can be a blessing in disguise, but they could also ruin careers.
True.
You know, you've got to be careful on that mental stage. And as much as I hate to say it, I just think, Eddie Howe is too much of a dad, and he protects the young guns far too much,
Yeah.
rather than releasing the reins a little bit and allowing these young kids to either sink or swim. Because sometimes, by throwing them in the deep end, you either see a player or you see a netballer. And one of them, either way, if you're looking at futurizing the club, it certainly should show you where you're aiming for or where you haven't been under the previous directors of football that have brought these kids in.
But like we've said earlier, I mean, this is quite a unique fixture in that, okay, we don't want to lose. Obviously, we want to win. If we do lose, if we are losing rather, like you said, Doc, if it's 2-0 or 3-0, I would say 3-0, you kind of know the game's gone.
Yeah.
It's not like we've got the playoff to fall back on.
Yeah.
So, like, that's where, you're not. Let's say if it's a Premier League match and you're 2-0 down, you always got a chance to come back 2-0, and you may get some criticism, I think, for bringing on a youngster if you're losing 2-0, because people might say, well, hang on, you've given up. You're always in a game at 2-0, whereas tonight it's like I say, we've got the playoff to fall back on. It's not a disaster if we lose. Obviously, we want to win and we don't want to lose, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
You can kind of less pressure in that sense on any youngster who was to come in tonight off the bench.
See, from my perspective, I would support Eddie more. I wouldn't if he gave youth a chance, even though it might go wrong, because at least he's trying something. And like I said, I think we mentioned earlier in the stream that you might unearth a gem. You might not expect somebody to do really well. So, I'm not saying start them, but at least give them 5 or 10 minutes at the end of the game if they're losing.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I've seen other things or crazier things happen. In my lifetime. So, I mean, like I said, for me, it's all about giving an opportunity to some of these kids. And why not, make sure that we have got legs for the next game? Because that, to me...
Exactly.
I'm going to show you something. Apologies, because I've got a frog, and it's not nice just before we do the commentary to be croaking. I do apologise for anybody listening to me.
Tony T's in there with a super chat. Cheers, Tony. When did
Cheers,
you
Tony.
sort out the live table, you slags? Well, if you see behind me, you can see Toon position currently 7th, and the live score there. That will be updated as we go.
It's a shame we haven't got the whole table though, because I think that would have been perfect for the top 15.
I'm going to put that up. We can flash that up periodically
as we go. As we go, no problem.
Guys, sorry, I'm going to do a dash as well before.
All right, mate.
Before I go, just on this comment here, I think that's a fair point. Like about, let's not get battered. Do you know what I mean? Because it's PSG obviously our top-notch team. I want to go there and try and get one over them, get revenge basically for what happened last time. But if we do lose, then let's not make it like an embarrassment, because that can then feed into the next match in the league. But just put that out there. But
does it matter though? Does it matter now? Does if
the
it was
score 5-0, 6-0?
Well, if it gets to 6-0, you're then looking at just the possibility that teams who are only, who might be on +2 at the minute could just go up. Let's because there is still a chance. Our goal difference of +10 is the reason everybody's saying it's impossible for us not to reach the playoffs. But if we started getting beat 6 or 7 and a couple of the bottom teams win 2 or 3, then that all changes.
Yeah, I think because sorry, I know you go just to super chat. I'll just quickly. I don't think we can physically drop out of the playoffs just because of who's playing who. So we're all good there.
But hopefully we'll get into them and fingers
just before you go. Just before you go, Pete.
Go on, guys.
I'm just going to put this up on the screen. Look, I don't know who's done this, but somebody has, and they've asked about form guide. And if you're literally going on, a routine, if you like. One loss, one loss, one. So the next one should be an L. And if you go to Newcastle, lost one, drew, lost one. So this should be a draw if you're going on sequences. So what that does mean, we're not going to lose tonight.
There you go.
There you go.
Put your bets on.
Yeah, there you
All right,
go.
I'll do a dash, but cheers again, Doc, for coming on.
You're welcome.
Great show.
No worries, mate.
How are the lads? Let's get into
Away the lads. Indeed.
Away the lads.
And according to Wazza here, he says, I can't say I've got a frog in my throat because they're playing in France. Anyway, thank you for that. So what did you go on, Wazza? Oh, Doc's there. Where have you gone? Where have you gone to?
There he is.
He's back.
He's back.
I was feeling left out.
Oh, bless you. Right then. So what's your predictions for tonight then, Michael? Are you on the plus point or the negative?
So when I've been trying to figure out who we're going to play in the playoffs, I've put the same score every single time, and it's PSG 3, Newcastle 1, I'm afraid. But I do think it'll be tight, but I do think PSG will get the third around the 75th to the 80th minute, kill off the game. And yeah, who knows? But we'll put up a fight at least.
Yeah, just on Eddie Howe, who's just been talking live on TNT, and this is what he had to say regarding Bruno. We had a conversation. I think he himself thought that it was possible best for him to not start. We can't risk him if he is not 100% fit. There you go. So that was the conversation that's been had about Bruno. What do you guys think of that? Is that something that you think is right? I mean, we've seen where Bruno's come on before, and he said afterwards that after that illness, like carrying a 10 kg bag on his back, and he certainly wasn't all there. So I suppose that's the right thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely. For me, the bread and butter is the Premier League, and this is a free hit. So it's not like if we lose, we're out. So we need to rest him, and we've got really important games coming, tough games. So yeah, I think it's the right decision to rest him and give other players a run out.
No, I agree. I think there's definite, there's definite room. Like I say, there's plenty more games as well for us to be involved with going forward. So, that's how I look at it. Anyway, it's a case of just trying to utilise the squad that we've got and give legs. For me, it's all about minutes because, like I say, we have to be. The mindset has to be switched on going forward, and especially the next couple of weeks with the amount of games and competition that we've got to face. So it's definitely a case of now, the more minutes you get in legs, the more sharp they are in the mindset. Hopefully, the performance should come. We've said that before though, and it hasn't. So fingers crossed.
I think if this is maybe the start of Eddie thinking that Ramsey's back to full fitness and Elanga needs, regardless of his form, he needs the chance to recover that form, if you like, and maybe time to give them a run of starts. I mean,
I have no issues.
Unless they're absolutely diabolical, you just kind of stick with it.
Well, I mean, we talk about a free hit, right? And I think that is absolutely spot on. It is a free hit. But it also could elevate confidence. If there's a good result coming off tonight, the lads that haven't quite felt the form, haven't really felt included with Eddie Howe's plans going forward, this could be an absolute catalyst over these next few weeks for these players to come in and actually prove to the gaffer that they have got the ability to do something.
Yeah, I think the team talk will be, Eddie Howe, come on, show me why you should be in the starting 11. To Ramsey, to Elanga, you've got an opportunity in the Champions League. Show me how good you are. And I'm delighted actually that he's given Ramsey. I think Ramsey is actually a good player. He needs a run of games to get up to speed, and he offers something different to our midfield. I like his running ability through the midfield. He can put an incisive pass through instead of just putting out to the wing. So I'm really happy. I think he needs to get a run of games to get up to speed. I do like him, actually. He's a good player.
I would just hope that would have been Eddie's talk.
Hopefully, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I hope.
No, but I'm saying I would have hoped that would have been his talk week on week when he's sending them on as subs, saying, right, there you go, show me why I should be picking you to start.
Yeah.
And if he has been doing that, which I'm pretty sure he probably will have been, it ain't been working, has it?
The thing is, it's hard to come on as a sub. I think if you start, it's probably easier to get into the game. As a sub, especially if you're not playing well, it's harder to make a difference and impact, in my opinion.
Except my argument would be, as a sub, you're coming on against tired legs, as opposed to fresh legs, and it in theory it should make it easier for you because you're coming on super fit against tired legs. But there you go.
Yeah, it just depends how we're playing as a team, isn't it? When you come on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like I said, I think that the thing for me though is making the changes when you need to make the changes.
Yes,
it's like we all see. Yeah, I mean, what Eddie Howe has just come back with and said about the changes. Changes made to freshen up team to execute the game plan tonight. So there's obviously something that he's got in the locker, and according to Opta, it looks like they've set out the team with both inside and out. Sorry, both inside left and right, with Willock playing more of the inside left side and Elanga playing inside right side, which should open up the field for Lewis Hall on the left and Miley on the right. So he has gone very attack-minded, if that is the situation, playing this 3-4-3. So it'll be, 3-4-2-1 if you want to be pedantic.
That's Jano just confirming what Mike was saying. Cheers, Jano. Top 16 is guaranteed. So it doesn't matter if we get beat 6 or 7.
To be fair, I was just saying before when I said a draw wouldn't do anything for us, it actually puts us, if you look even further ahead, yes, I'm the kind of geezer that looks at who England can play in semi-finals of competitions, but
join the clan, son, join the clan.
Well, if we get a draw, it means we're more likely to finish 12th or 11th, which means given Spurs play Frankfurt and they do tend to do well against Frankfurt, it would mean we'd be more likely to play Spurs in the next round of the knockouts when the other teams there are PSG, Bayern, Arsenal, and likely, well, I say PSG, that's if they beat, obviously. They probably would go out, actually, if with a draw. But Real Madrid and Liverpool in there as well. So looking even further ahead, a draw, actually, if you can't win it, maybe it is, a draw is what we could be going for.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, any result for me tonight, if you can get a win, fantastic. If you don't lose, I think that's also well done to the lads because, like I say, these have scalped some serious competition going forward. I mean, they are Champions League winners. And it's like I said, as Michael's already said, I don't know how they didn't turn up against Chelsea in the Club World Cup, to be fair, because it did look very one-sided during that competition. And again, if they have got the advantage, I would fancy us a lot more at St James's Park, put it that way. I mean, I went with a 3-1 loss literally after the Aston Villa game. I didn't even really need to think about what the chances are of us winning because, like I say, they've rested a lot of their players because they've got such a big squad that they can utilise. So they should be fresh. These guys, even though like the likes of Dembele has played a lot more than rested, but I mean they are a good team. They are their average side. Am I right in saying is something like 24? Is that right?
Yeah, they're young side. Yeah.
Compared to ours, which is about 28.
Yeah.
So it is crazy when you think about it. Like I say, they've got such a good strength of squad, but not only that. And another thing, who would have ever thought? You'd hear somebody say, "Let's sell Mbappe and be a better side."
Yeah. I think that's where Luis Enrique said that he was very toxic. So removing a toxic person from the team, and you've seen what he's done with Real Madrid. He got basically Jabi Alonso sacked,
Yeah, yeah.
um, and then he converted Dembele. He said, "Do you fancy being a striker?" And he won the Ballon d'Or. So that's where an elite coach came in and identified what was the issue. So yeah, I think that was a great move by Luis Enrique to get rid of Mbappe, who was very toxic.
Yeah, Geordie away, mate.
That was it. I don't know if you heard Craig Hope on about his conversation with Eddie, and he referred him back to when after Bruno had been here a year, and there was all the talk about him going to Madrid for 100 million, and Craig Hope said, "Well, to be honest," he says, "that's a fantastic. If it comes off, it's not the end of the world because it's a fantastic return on investment kind of thing." And then he said, "No. He said that would be a disaster. 100 million comes nowhere near to giving us what we've got with Bruno Guimaraes." And that was like 2 years ago, and how right that's proved to be.
Yeah, true.
I think it was the same with Isak, wasn't it? As much as we hate to admit it, 125 million, the return he actually gave were, and I know a lot of them were penalties, but the whole style of play was set up sort of around him.
Yeah.
Feed the goat. Even we're seeing 125 million wasn't really enough. I think Bruno, I think 150 million, and we're still going to be feeling it, aren't we?
Yeah.
I'm just watching the build-up to the match, and I'm watching Vitina work, and how he literally finds himself that half a yard. And they always say, quality pot players. And yeah, Connor's just sent me a text saying, PSG do shoot a lot from outside the box, and I've just been watching Vitina shoot anything from the 18-yard box to around about the 28-yard marker, and he seems to find the target pretty well. So I can understand why they've put in Nick Pope. I don't know much about Safanov, their goalkeeper. I was surprised that Chevalier wasn't playing because obviously he's the number one.
Is he injured?
I don't know. I haven't heard. Maybe it's something that we can have a look into.
Very strange. Very strange,
yeah. But again, it's a game of small margins, I suppose. I mean, you look at the fewest goals conceded. We've conceded 6 goals in the Champions League, and the most goals scored in the Champions League is obviously PSG with 20. So it's like I said, they are flying. I think them and Arsenal. I mean, obviously Arsenal topping the group, obviously as well. So we know how good they have been this season in the Champions League. But again, it just shows we have got to be on our toes today, because if we give them anything at all, any glimpse of a shot on goal, they will take it. And with the quality that they've got, if they get the goal early, do you think it is going to be a rout?
Probably, yeah. I
reckon it'll be a 4 or 5 goal victory if they get a goal in the first 15-20 minutes.
That's interesting. Yeah, so I've just had a report come in. Thanks, Connor, for that one. He's just done a little bit of digging for us, and apparently Chevalier has been dropped as his form hasn't been good since his move.
Ruthless manager.
Yeah, that's interesting. And like I say, I mean that's sometimes what you need, isn't it?
Yep.
More of the management rather than the coach, And I think that is, like I said, at times I think, like I say, he's more the teacher, the father role than he is the manager. And I think, I mean, don't get me wrong, with some of these players, like I said, there's not, you look at Newcastle, there doesn't seem to be a player in there that's got an ego. It just seems that everybody is more than content. They're not happy to be on the bench or to be benched. We had a little bit of noise from Botman, obviously when he was not sure of where he wanted to be. But again, was that Botman or outside noise? Because obviously all that talk came and Liverpool seemed to be interested. So
you're forgetting Gordon with the ego.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I'm just looking at Lee McFarlane's comment there, though. Gordon doesn't enjoy playing on the right. I wouldn't have you enjoy sitting on the bench.
And the bench.
Yeah, but hold on. Is it?
More to the point, I wonder if Harvey Barnes does.
Yeah, but can I just ask you, is he on the right side of the bench or the left?
Well, it'd be interesting to see, won't it, when we see the bench?
Yeah, we're going
Prefers
to have
it
a
in the
look.
middle, doesn't he?
Yeah. That's another channel, Michael. That's another channel, mate.
No, in the middle, that's where we know he's crap.
Yeah. Can I? I'm just going to literally run to the little boys' room before we start. We've got 10 minutes to go. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
No worries.
We've got some interesting stats here. Paris Saint-Germain and Newcastle's only previous meetings, as we know, came in the Champions League side, 1-1 and 4-1. It will be Newcastle's 10th away game against a French side in Europe, and they've only managed one victory from the previous 9, which was the 4-0 against Sochaux in the UEFA Cup in 2004.
So good omen then.
Exactly. They're not good stats, I've got to say. Since 2013-14, PSG have hosted an English side on 16 occasions, won 8, drawn 4, and only lost 4, with a total of 54 goals scored and 23 against, an average of 3.4 per game.
There's no doubt it's going to be a tough game, is it? At least Doué's on the bench.
They've lost 2 of their last 4 Champions League matches, which is as many as in their previous 15 combined. So we've hit them at a good time in the Champions League, it would appear. Newcastle have won 4 of their last 6 in the Champions League, keeping a clean sheet in all 4 victories. Only Arsenal have won more games to 0 in the competition this season.
It's all right, isn't it?
It is. Across the first 5 Champions League games this season, Paris scored 19 goals, converting 18.6 of their attempts. But in the last 2 games, they've actually managed more shots, 23, than in their last 5 games, 20 games combined, but have scored just 1 goal from 46 shots. 2.2 conversion rate. Let's hope that continues tonight.
I was going to say clean sheet tonight then.
Anthony Gordon has been directly involved in 8 Champions League goals this season, 6 goals, 2 assists, while the last English side with more than that was Sterling for Man City, who had 9, and which was 6 goals and 3 assists. On match day, this is interesting, because on match day 7, in their defeat to Sporting Lisbon, Paris's Désiré Doué created 7 chances to become the youngest player Opta has on record to achieve that in Champions League matches since 2003-04. And he's the second Paris player to do it, following Lee Kang-in.
I don't think any of them were an assist either, were they?
Quirky. Oh, no, I've got a couple more. Well, one involves Bruno, who's not going to be in it tonight. He's averaged 2.2 defensive line breaking passes per 90 in the Champions League, the most by any player who's got more than 300 minutes played. And since the start of 25, Dembele has been involved in 15 goals in 15 Champions League appearances. 19 assists.
Sorry, when I'm getting messages from Chris saying he's going to kick me off, so I'll let you guys carry on.
Take it easy, mate.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Enjoy the game. Yeah, all right. Nice to meet you, Michael. First time with you. Yeah, take care, guys.
Catch you later, bud.
Cheers, buddy. Take care. Bye.
Oh,
right, what was you saying?
I'll have to have a rejig of me configuration there so I can get that live stuff back in.
Oh, yeah.
The interesting situation again when you look at the situation on the bench, we are in a situation where you've got 11 goals in the Champions League sat on the bench. Where's the goals coming from, guys?
Anthony Elanga.
Hey!
Yeah. Well, like I say, honest, I would love to have it rammed down
Love
my
it!
throat. If we can win tonight with that lineup, boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I think it's one of those. It's the lineup that sets us up the best, while also keeping us in touch for the Liverpool game. Because I haven't checked their squad today, but I can guarantee they've probably rotated playing Karabag. If they haven't, then that's a surprise. With us in mind at the weekend. Again, I haven't seen, so someone let me know in the chat if they have. So at least us being able to rotate puts us in a little bit of a better stead. But again, it's one of those, you want to win every game, and I think this gives us the best chance to do just that.
Yeah, I agree. And to be fair, Karabag has really shocked me in this Champions League because they ain't that bad, and they've certainly come out of the traps really well against some opposition and upset a few.
Funnily enough, when I was doing the old predictors beforehand, Karabag were one of the teams that we came up against in the next round. Likely to finish 20th, us in 13th or 14th, which means we'd play either them or whoever finishes in 19th, which in that case I think was Leverkusen. So Karabag or someone we've already played, potentially.
Karabag.
Is there no because bear in mind the draw is on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get a load of music in your ears then?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. I did.
I don't know what happened there.
Oh no, I didn't get anything.
Very good.
The lads are,
wow.
And anyway,
lads
as I was saying, what was I saying? Before I was so rudely interrupted.
What about the draw?
Yeah. Because is there not something about the draw whereby, for example, you were saying we can draw Tottenham. Is there not something about same association?
No, not in the quarterfinals. No, not in the last 16.
Or indeed teams that you've previously met in the league. No,
nothing.
So why is there a draw then?
It's to work out because there's you have got two teams that you could play. So what they do is they draw to make it safe, if you like. They actually put those two teams in a hat and pull out. I think it's something like that. That's the only reason there's a draw, I believe. Just to see what team we're up against. I mean, I must admit they do make this is obviously their sponsorship. Obviously, is FA Manager, I think it is, or FA Sports, whatever it is.
Yeah,
you can see the all automated, which is quite cool. Savinov, Hakimi, Mankinos, who's the captain, Kvaratskhelia, Dembele, Vitinha, Mendes, Barcola, Zaire Emery, Paco, and João Neves. And obviously on the bench, I can't really see because that's really small. So I'll try and pick it up myself. Chevalier, James, Beraldo, Zabriani, Ramos. That can't be the old Ramos. Dewey, Hernandez, Maolu, and Mbaye is on the bench for them. And for Newcastle, obviously we've got Pope, Hall, not as dramatic as PSV's, I must say. Pope, Hall, Botman, Tonali, Chow, Elango, Voltamada, Willock, Byrne, Ramsey, Morley, if you hadn't already seen it, because it's been flashing up on our screen for a while. So Ramsey, Harris, Trippier, Wissa, Gordon, Barnes, Asula, Murphys, J and I, Bruno G and Shahar.
The only thing that lineup on screen doesn't tell us, which always boils my you-know-what, is how I like it. Because for me, it's definitely a 3-4-2-1, which is Chow, Botman and Byrne, the three centre-backs at the back, and then a midfield four of Miley on the right, Hall on the left, with Ramsey and Tonali in the middle, and then a front three of Alanga on the right, Willock on the left, and Voldemort up top. So it's a 3-4-2-1 Christmas tree effort.
I mean, like I say, I think proof will be in the pudding. Like I say, I think there's so many permutations for this one. We could be anywhere. I can see. Well, Dan Burns got the captaincy today, so he's in the middle with Marquinhos. He's obviously a lot taller.
And the only thing I would say about the subs is, obviously, I hate the idea of 2 goalies on the bench, but I'm just wondering. I've been racking my brains. Who could have come in so that we don't exceed the.
Well, any of the under-21s, and that's what I said. I know that they're trying to get as many of the under-21s actually out on loan. As you've already seen, there's an actual apple cart of them being ferried down the A19. So yeah, it's an interesting one. I think, and I hope we are. Like I said, I just don't ever see the understanding of 2 goalkeepers on the bench.
Someone put in before it's a UEFA requirement, which I'd completely forgot about. Apparently, to have 2 goalkeepers on the bench. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if PSG do actually, but that might be why they've got 3 less players than what we do.
That's interesting.
I'll have a quick look at that.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Didn't realise any of that. I'm going to refresh mine because according to me, we've already got underway. Have you got your match on top of there, Michael?
Yeah, I've sorted out the overlay. We're 30 seconds in on mine.
You could do some commentary then, mate, because I haven't got anything in front of me at the minute.
No worries. PSG playing out from the back. Mendes knocks it down the line. Barcola's got in behind very early. Newcastle clear. It's Dan Burn. There's a claim for a handball there. PSG are all over the referee in the first 50 seconds. Let's see. Barcola gets in behind Miley. It does hit Miley on the arm.
Him elbow.
Yeah. Is his arm extended?
It is.
To a degree, yeah.
Yeah.
The ball is actually going away from goal at the time.
Yeah, he's having a word, isn't he? I don't know who he's talking to.
Well, we know what happens with dodgy penalties at PSG, don't we?
At PSG, yeah, absolutely. 1 minute in, it wouldn't surprise me. What's going to come off this one?
Yeah, it's a long conversation with VAR, isn't it? It feels like one of those they're going to give.
Well, the referee didn't give it, so unless there's a clear and obvious, they shouldn't change.
You'd hope not, but this is
Barcola behind.
It hits Barcola on the arm. I
was going to say that. That's deflection.
Yeah, it hits Barcola first.
That won't be. That won't be a penalty.
It's hand in the hand.
They can't.
Oh,
yeah, they can't.
He's gone to the screen
because it's deflected.
Yeah,
but
it doesn't hit Miley's arm unless Barcola hits it with his arm.
Yeah, exactly. It's deflected off a body part, so that in the letter of the law
it's
says
his
you
arm,
can't
though.
This is going to be given.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
In the last 5 minutes we've played at the Parc de France, we've had 2 bull penalty calls against us.
It's deflected up to a body part. It can't. I've already said that. If it deflects up off your knee onto your arm, it's not a penalty. So what's the difference with if it deflects off an arm onto another arm?
I think
it surely can't be a
his
penalty.
arm comes out sort of like that in like a swiping motion. He's give it.
Yeah, well, lad.
Paris Saint-Germain.
Of course he is.
And it's going to be a long night.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't agree with the decision at all. It's
no, that is it
that
came off his arm.
Ridiculous.
So
absolutely ridiculous.
You know how is it not a handball for him?
Yeah, that is a fair point. It hits Barcola before it hits Miley. Both of them on the arm. For me, there's got to be something there where you go, you can't give that as a penalty if it's already hit.
That is
the opposition on the arm.
Joke, man.
It is. I mean, you can't say Barcola's arm is inside. I mean, it's, if his arm wasn't there, it would have hit his chest, stroke, tummy, whatever. But I mean, I mean, Connor's just said it's a different ruling apparently to
It is, yeah.
to the Premier League, and that's another thing that gets me. How does the game change in Europe? It's still the same bloody game, isn't it? Why do we have to change the rules? It's ridiculous. Come on. If Dembele scores, you remember the stat?
Another ball.
Oh, here we go. Dembele on the run up.
Get it, Poppy!
Go, Poppy!
Get
in! Hey!
What
So,
that is?
Just deserved as well. Diving down to his left-hand side. Poppy outstretched hand.
Come on.
Saves the ball. Corner to PSV. Can never say it now. I'm all excited. Dembele again picks the ball up, throws it back to Hakimi, who puts it into the box. It's contested, and again, it's referee has called offside there. So breather for Newcastle. Is that an omen, guys? Is that an omen?
Yeah, it's one of those. There's nothing better than Newcastle when we're backs against the wall. So I tell you what, that might actually be a perfect start to just get them riled up and get the blood flowing.
Absolutely.
Come on.
Certainly doesn't look happy.
That is chitty come fair if ever I saw it.
Absolutely. Like I said, I just find it ridiculous. Ball anyway goes long from
Alanga,
and Alanga then diving into that right hand corner, and again he just gets. Where's he pulled up there?
He's calling for a
foul on Alanga by Alanga on the diagonal. Anyway, ball is
PSG.
Yeah, it's typical, isn't it? The Parisians are going to get everything by the referee tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I think shows as well early doors get the centre back on the right hand side a bit closer to Miley because he is going to struggle. We've got away with it.
Carlo's got some pace. Yeah, exactly. Long ball down the field by Savanoff. Dan Burn gets up in the air and he gets again another headed forward from Ramsey. It's fallen to the blue shirts though of Paddy.
Second ball that we haven't capitalised on.
And again, it's just trying to be rescheduled into the Newcastle half by PSG, but Langer does really well again to track back. And again, Tonali's got loads of bodies around him and he gets it straight back to PSG. PSG now just outside the Newcastle penalty area. And again, it's just a little bit of a scramble at the moment. It's a bit scruffy. Nobody really able to get the foot on the ball and have a little bit of control. Mendes is their left back. He's well high up the field. Again, Vitinha now just on the halfway line, squares the ball across to Marquinhos. Again, just keeping the ball in possession, PSG at the moment. And again, Vitinha just comes short to find that little space. Ball again out to Mendes, just on that left-hand side. Marquinhos again with the ball, comes over to Kvaratskhelia. Again, it's just all nice with Marquinhos and the boys at the back. Just all Vitinha now just picking the ball up again under the press from Ramsey. The lads are on the half press, I should say, rather than the full press. Trying to
big Dan up there.
Yeah, following players all over the park here. Lewis Hall again unable to control the ball. Kvaratskhelia now got on this right hand side, and again he's running directly to the box. There's a ball squared on Vitinha on the edge of the box. He shoots, and it's a cracking goal. There you go. What did we say about the lads shooting from the edge of the penalty area? And Vitinha again shows his shooting qualities. It opens up for him all because we got caught too far up the field of play, playing the half press, and Vitinha comes in on the D of the box, side foots it in to Pope's left-hand side where he saved the penalty. He couldn't save this one. 1-0 PSG.
We mentioned previously how it was a bit naive of PSV to leave it 2v2 against us. We've done exactly the same against PSG. All covering Vitinha, so much room. It's a lovely finish, but he shouldn't have that much space.
Yeah, I mean, he sold the dummy to Lewis Hall, didn't he? Lewis Hall went diving in to get the block on. He opens up a yard of space for him, and he just literally shapes the ball into that corner. the left-hand side of Pope's outreached hand, and he just couldn't get anything onto it. 1-0. It is. But, you know, it's control. Control the ball, but it has been won back. There's an overload on the left-hand side. Lewis Hall now on the edge of the box. Can he get into the box? Again, he's driving towards the touchline, and it's a poor cross in the end, to be fair. He gives it straight back to Savanoff. I mean, there was little glimmers of hope there where we could have done something a little bit more. Just didn't quite materialise.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to give an update on some of the other games, Kairat on level with Arsenal 1-1. Athletic Club are beating Sporting Copenhagen, beating Barcelona, and Club Brugge beating Marseille, and City beating Galatasaray.
And there you go. Kvaratskhelia now on the edge of the box. And again, it's a shot that's blocked. And it's a poor clearance in the end from Malik Chow. It looked a bit... I mean, if I'm honest with you, we've been playing only a few minutes, like 10 minutes. And I look at Malik Chow, and he looks knackered already. He looks really heavy-legged. Bless him, he's played so many minutes. And I don't think he's going to get much of a rest tonight, if I'm honest with you. Corner now to PSG. It's taken short. Mendes picks the ball up and again just tries to get it out of his feet and gets the crossing. And again, the header clearance has only gone to Vatina. Again, just orchestrating the way these guys play. Marquinhos has stayed up top. And again, their centre-back plays like a winger at times. Vatina again strokes the ball out to that left-hand side with Mendes. Picks the ball up on the halfway line for PSG. Plays the ball inside. And it's all easy football from the blue-shirted Parisians. Again, it's picked up by Barcola. Plays the ball into Kvaratskhelia. And again, he's gone from right to left-hand side. So they've overloaded their PSG, and you can see it's quite nice football. And again, it's beautiful. They've got behind us. It's a shot that's saved by Popey. And now Tonali picks the ball up. And again, he's looking for an opening. There's a ball down the line that he was trying to get Willock going, but it isn't quite a good enough ball. But there you go. That was literally PSG in full flow there with Dembele eventually getting the shot off. That was saved by Popey. They're quick on the break, and it's some lovely football, mate.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, every time they're getting forward, they know they're going to target Lewis Miley. He's not an out-and-out right back, not an out-and-out right wing back, and he hasn't quite got the pace to deal with Barcola. Hopefully, we give him a bit more support, but it's not looked good so far.
No, and like I said, this is what fluid football is like when you're watching this, because like I say, you look at where PSG is supposed to be playing, and when you look up, they're not playing anywhere near where they're supposed to be playing. They're all over the park, but they're just so comfortable in space. And like I say, they aren't off making Newcastle work hard for the ball. Again, it's a bit of a lax ball forward from PSG. It's the first time I've actually seen that under a half a press. Ball back from Burn to Pope. Again, Popey goes long, seeking out Elanga. Elanga gets his head onto it, down to Voltemada again, heavily pressed at the back, and Elanga tries his best with Savanoff, but again it goes long, and this time it's chested down by Botman towards Tonali, but again, you ain't going to wait for the ball against these. They are going to come to the ball, and the ball is given away, and straight away, Barcola now down that left-hand side. Zaire Emery to Barcola again, and it's literally anybody. Vatina again on the edge of the box. He dinks one. Kvaratskhelia, again, drills it in towards Pope, but it was a bit of a weak shot in the end.
Yeah, good chance. Should have done a little bit better with that. Lovely by Vitinha just to beat Tonali, then set him up. Doesn't quite get the contact he would have wanted on the shot, but again, danger signs for Newcastle.
Yeah, I mean, you made a point towards Miley earlier on about the pace to getting in behind him, and unfortunately, with the amount of bodies that the poor kid Yeah, you're right. They are marking him because, like I say, Zaire Emery supposed to be the right side of midfield. He's been playing a left winger or inside left for majority of this, and it's Joe Neves who's come over to the other side. So again, lots of movement, and they are looking at that left-hand side, our right back and Malik Chow, and we are a bit static, if I'm honest with you. There's certainly not enough cover at the minute in that right area to keep the Parisians at bay. So anyway, Newcastle now picks the ball up in the PSG half. Malik Chow with the half turn again gives a simple ball to Dan Burn, who again, it's nice to see Dan Burn back. Whether he's got the minutes in his legs, only time will tell. Tonali with a nice ball up to Lewis Hall. He has got Elanga now on this left-hand side. Elanga now trying to play his pace, and it's Willock who's made the overlap. Willock with a dink over the back post. It's shoved back into the area. Miley with a shot, and it's just no shape when he got contact with the ball, unfortunately. The ball just wouldn't drop for him. He lashed his left foot at it, but again, not good. But that was a bit dodgy from Savanoff.
Yeah, plays it. I thought it hit the bar at first. It was such a weird.
What a cross by Dan Burn, by the way.
By Dan Burn?
By Willock.
Was it
was Willock.
I thought it was
I'm saying nothing, mate. I'm saying PSG now down this right-hand side, picks the ball up. Kvaratskhelia again, just a lovely little dink for Hakimi to continue his run. And again, he's beaten the right-hand side all over. Hakimi into the box now. And again, it's well watched by Chow. Plays the ball up to Hall, who on the half-turn, again, he's Kvaratskhelia all over his back. Dan Burn now plays the ball up to Voltamadu, who's had to come really deep to get involved with this football game. Willock again plays the ball inside, but it's all too tight for Lewis Hall. And the blue shirts of the Parisians get that ball back now. Dembele just outside the box, looking to shoot, but just lays it off to the left-hand side of the penalty box. Gets it back, Dembele into the box now. And it's just Botman who gets the faintest touch clear for a corner kick. I mean, they're all over the shop at the minute, aren't they? And we just, like I say, you can tell it's a system and a routine we've not been used to, because I must admit, it just looks like you're trudging on an anthill at the minute and all the ants are running anywhere.
Yeah, it's not worked, has it really? Obviously, we're only 15 minutes in, but it's 15 minutes where you can sit there and go, yeah, might need to change things up soon.
Yeah, you can understand why he keeps to a 4-3-3 watching this. Anyway, there's a ball over the top. Oh! I thought Willock was going to get in on the halfway line there, but again, it's blocked by the blue shirts of PSG, who get it back with Hakimi. Kvaratskhelia, I can never say his name. Can I just call him Shelia? Yeah. Mr. Carrot, it'll be. And again, PSG just slow it down. 80% possession already. In these first 15 minutes. It's crazy the amount of movement and room they have.
Yeah, you can see why they won the Champions League last year, can't you? Just a cut above any other opposition. I mean, there's a reason the highest win in a Champions League final ever or something like that?
Yeah.
Could match that scoreline today if it stays like this.
Yeah, exactly. Hakimi now just plays the ball into Shellyan, and again, even with a bit of a bump in the back from Dan Burn, it does fall back into a blue shirt of the PSG, and it's just that he just seems to be, they're so busy. And again, it's Vitinha there just watches that ball, and it's dropped to Ramsey, who gives it back to Elanga. Again, just trying to keep hold of the ball. Miley into Tonali, who's dropped a little bit deeper into the six. Gives it back to Botman, who goes square now into Newcastle half to Burn. Burn feeds it into the halfway line with Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall now comes inside. Hakimi for company. And again, he drops his shoulder, but again, that ball is just a bit too far in front of him. Can Newcastle pick the pick up? And it's now Elanga. It's got a ball through, but again, just unfortunately not the right ball. And Paco is able to see that one. You can understand why they say and class him as the world's best left-sided centre-back, because the pace he had there, Elanga had no chance, mate.
Yeah, it was good, but the ball through was terrible. It's 10, 15 yards ahead of Elanga. He's got no chance of getting that.
No, you're right. Again, PSG on the halfway line with Vitinha, who again orchestrating everything for PSG in the middle. And they're happy just to play the 5-yard passes to each other. It's like a training game at the minute with PSG and Newcastle. and unfortunately it's Newcastle running without the ball. Vitina. Now we've got Marquinhos just waiting for something to happen. Dembele comes deep to pick that ball up. And again, if you have a look at Neves, then it goes into the 10 slot. There's so much movement in a blue shirt. It's lovely to watch. It's just horrible to think that it's against the team that you support. And a ball over the top, unfortunately, was just a little bit too long for Barcola to get onto. And it's out for a throw into Newcastle. Some really glum faces on the bench of Newcastle. And like I say, hopefully we can see a little bit of a change in fortunes very soon. Oh, it's a bit of a dodgy ball from Miley, but he gets away with it. Now we've got Voltemada, gives it to Alanga. Alanga gets it out of his feet. Manages just to get a touch, but it's going to be a foul to Newcastle. And Kvaratskhelia has gone down. I don't know what's happened here, whether he's twisted something. So it was a foul on Newcastle.
Yeah, he sort of shoulder to shoulder with Anthony Alanga. He's gave a yellow card to Alanga. What? So it's a shoulder to shoulder. Alanga gets the ball. Kvaratskhelia hits, basically shoulder barges him, and Alanga catches him on the follow through. But Alanga gets the ball.
How is that a yellow card? Seriously, how is that a yellow card?
This ref
That's shocking. That is really poor.
We deserve nothing from the first 19 minutes, but this referee deserves demoted. Like, he is terrible. I mean, though, to be fair, so do most of our players given this season. But
just a quick update anyway. Out of all the games that aren't 0-0 at the minute, Arsenal's beaten Kairat 2-1. Athletic Bilbao drawn 1-1 with Sporting. Atletico are 1 up against Bodo Glimt. Copenhagen are winning 1-0 in Barcelona. Leverkusen beating Villarreal 1-0. Club Bruges beating Marseille 2-0. Liverpool are beating Karabakh 2-0. Man City beating Galatasaray 1-0. Chelsea beating Napoli 1-0. Pafos beating Slavia Prague. PSG beating Newcastle. All of which means we are currently in 12th position.
Probably take this at the end of the game, to be honest. I mean, the ball's not been in play for 2 minutes, and it's probably been my best spell of possession in the game.
It looks like Kvaratskhelia has twisted his ankle in that challenge.
Yeah, I think what happened with Alanga's follow through, he wrapped his Alanga was first to the ball was going away, Alanga was going down, Kvaratskhelia was still on his feet, and he was going to get the ball, but as Alanga went down, their legs tangled. So Alanga did impede Kvaratskhelia from getting onto the loose ball. But if he's being carried off, that could be a good thing.
They've only got the Champions League final man of the match to bring off the bench.
Yeah, exactly. It must be lovely to pick from a side, mustn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say, look at that.
Dewey coming on. I did expect him to start, to be fair.
Yeah, same.
Well, at least it helps me out because I can't never say Kvaratskhelia.
It's all your fault, miss.
Yeah, I'll struggle.
Man.
Yes, listen, I'll struggle with Dewey, never mind anybody else.
It doesn't look like nice, that injury. Obviously, I know we're joking, but
hold on. He's given the free kick. What the heck, man? What the heck am I watching here? Anyway, it's a long ball into the box of Pope. It's come out to a blue shirt, unfortunately, and it's cleared long for Dembele to run onto for PSG, just inside the Newcastle half. But it's well done by Ramsey, to be fair, who had tracked all the way back to stop the PSG attack. But again, Vitina picks the ball up again, plays it easily into Hakimi, who wide open at the moment. Vitina now with the first touch for Doué. Gives it back to Neves. Number 87, believe it or not.
Definitely in a 5-4-1 now.
Pacho now. Number 51, Pacho. Oh, it's crazy, these shirt numbers, I must admit.
Yeah.
Vitina's just quality, isn't he?
Oh.
Ball over the top. Dembele's found a yard of space. And again, Chow goes at the back of him. The referee says, jockey. Now there's an opportunity for Voltemada to play into Tonali. Tonali now on that right-hand side. Giving it a bit of yardage now to Tonali. And again, look at the pace there. Just Zaire Emery just picks it off him, turns, and comes away with the ball. It's ridiculous how much pace the lad had there.
Turbo on.
Yeah. Just waiting for Tonali to show the ball.
I mean, you're saying Tonali miscontrolled the ball. You know, he put it like half a yard in front of him and looked favourite to get it and then just shoved the afterburners on, didn't he? And wow.
Yeah, not a chance. Hakimi now picks the ball up again, just drops it back. And it's, like I said, it's just so easy at the moment for these boys to play. And like I say, when you try and look at the shape of Newcastle at the minute, I know it does look a 4-3-3, I must admit at times. But it's not looking good, whichever formation.
Nobody.
Yeah, we just drop it off at the moment.
Nobody's pressing there at the minute.
According to, it was an infringement before they come together, apparently, on Elanga. That's what he got booked for. So it was earlier on in the move somewhere along the line. I don't know.
Okay, that would make sense.
Yeah, because I that confused the life out of me. Thank you, Balky. He's just literally sent us something through. Ball over to Barcola now on that left-hand side. Plays the ball inside. It's not a best first touch I've ever seen by Mendes. But again, he is their right back. Playing as a second striker. Ball over the top to Botman. And again, there's a opportunity there, I thought, for Willock to try and get in on behind, but it just didn't quite happen. And the ball is back with Savinov. Goes long again, but it's just far too easy. There was a glimmer of hope for Louis Saul. But we do look a little bit as though we're ball watching to a degree. Or is it just me?
I think it's just the fact of they move the ball so quickly that we're kind of just not used to it. Let's be honest. What teams in the Premier League have we seen play the ball about like this? We're used to sort of a bit of a slower pace these days. PSG, it's just different quality on the ball, isn't it?
Yeah, they've gone onto the halfway line into a back five, but again, the afterburners of Bocola, he's just past Lewis Miley. Can he get on the ball? He does. He recovers well, but again, it's not the greatest ball in the world to Tonali from Miley. He's been literally shown how to play football at the moment. Fatina again from distance went to shoot, but again decides to go square to Hakimi. Again, it's just all far too easy. Never's on the ball now, playing 10-yard balls.
Looking for space.
Yeah. So what I said, the football, when you watch it played properly, is so easy when you've got, the ability to play the ball. And that's the thing, isn't it? All these guys, even the back line, can control a ball. They can pass a ball. It's not just huff and puff, which is what we tend to do a lot more of. Yeah, it's good football, to be fair, to watch. Marquinhos now plays. Go on, mate.
Time for the rescue.
I'm sitting here with Lewis Miley and I'm thinking, what can he do when Barcola, from a standing start, can just chip the ball 15 yards forward and get onto it himself?
Exactly. Yeah, it's crazy. Barcola again now. Again, drops a shoulder and it's Malik Chow with a big toe. Gets that one. Ramsey gets a bit of a challenge. And it's a free kick to Newcastle from the new lad who's just come on. Douay. Just throws a thigh into the hip of Ramsey. And there you go. Well done, Malik Chow, for keeping your eye on that ball, because that could have been another one that went against us.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say, after they scored the first, I would have took 27 minutes at 1-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Lewis Hall with a diagonal ball from Chow does well. Gets on the turn. Again, Hakimi for company. Plays the ball towards Voltemada. But again, doesn't look happy, Voltemada. I don't know why, but his head's not really in the game at the minute.
Literally every time he's touched the ball, I think he's lost it. It's not been a great performance by him. It's not been a great performance by anyone, really. But it doesn't help every time we get the ball forward. He's taking a touch and then losing it on the second touch.
Look, I mean, you can see his frustration there, because Douay's, again, come from that right-hand side right into the sixth position, if you like. Nobody's tracked him, and the space between Douay and the rest of the Newcastle white shirts is phenomenal. And he's up there on his own. So it is hard work, mate, when you're getting no support from the rest of the players. And here we go. We've got Zaire Emery on the edge of the box, dancing around the white shirts, but again, couldn't quite get it out to Douay. And it all comes to nothing in the end. But again, the quality's there. He picked it up with his first touch, Douay. But again, it comes off his knee. But that's a poor clearance. And Hakimi's clear to pick that ball up. And again, Dembele just trying to get Neves on the move. There's so much movement. It looks like Douay's coming to the centre and Neves now playing out on the right-hand side. And that's what I said. You watch PSG, nobody really seems to be playing in one position. Everybody wants to play in everybody else's position. And we just haven't. It's like men against boys at the minute. Ooh, look at that. Afterburners from Willock, and he's going to get...
Oh, that's not a foul.
Gee. Referee's giving everything to a blue shirt. Just shoulder to shoulder.
So soft.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Hakimi just getting to his feet after that shoulder barge from Willock.
Hope he's
not he's not the biggest player in the world, Willock. But he seemed to have knocked him into tomorrow. Savanoff now with the ball, just collecting his thoughts and allowing the lads to have a breather while marching off towards the halfway line. Luis Enrique just giving some instructions to a very capable PSG side. Again, ball from Savanoff falls to a blue shirt after the completion, but there's a chance here if they go Fulton-Marder in the middle. He's just waiting his time. Plays the ball into Willock. Willock onto his right foot, comes back onto his left, gets to the byline, dig to the back stick. Oh, Ilanga throws a toe at it. But again, he might as well play yo-yos because it's nowhere near the goal. Again, it's ridiculous. And again, here we go. Look at this. I mean, even in a defensive, Zaire Emery now picking the ball up, throwing the afterburners on. But Marley does well. Get a toe on that. And it's a throw-in. It's a good cross, from Willock. And I thought Ilanga was going to get something on the end of that, but he just throws a boot at it, and it's nothing. I mean, it's nothing in the end, is it?
Yeah, he misjudges where it's going to go. He moves a bit too in towards goal. It's behind him. It is a great cross. He just misjudges where it's going to go and has to just fling a boot at it.
And again, Vitina just picks the ball up and plays it out wide, and it's just so easy. Hakimi now on the right-hand side for PSG, throws it down to Douay on the halfway line, back to Hakimi. And again, it's Marquinhos now, just, again, seems very comfortable on the ball, happy to have it. Dembele trying to play it through to Douay. And again, a little bit of a tussle from Fulton-Marder. And it's straight back at Newcastle from the quick free kick. Hakimi through to Zaire Emery. And again, it's all far too easy at the minute. No press from Newcastle. Just trying to move bodies into space. The blue-shirted PSG. Dembele again just looking down. Got time to look over his shoulder and try and pick a good ball up over the top towards Douay, but Dan Burn sees it. Nice. And again, it's a poor ball that doesn't really go anywhere for PSG, but Louis Saul now, again, backed into the corner. Botman now, into Louis Saul. Louis Saul, square to Tonali, who plays it back to Chow. Chow goes on the diagonal. It was a good ball, that, and a ball out towards Ilanga. But again, it's easily cut out.
You see that ball there, if he lofts that ball over there, then Ilanga's got someone to chase.
Yeah, along the floor, the feet doesn't work, does it?
No. I mean, Mendes there, look, he picks the ball up on halfway line, gets to the edge of our box, from the halfway line, uncontested, just has a shot. You know, that to me, when you've travelled that far, as a defender, you've got to be questioning who's marking who here. Yeah. The movement of PSG is causing us so much confusion because nobody knows who to mark.
I think it's like that's the case with most teams they face. I mean, that's such a fluid team. Hakimi and Nuno Mendes, I see them more in them in the box more than I see Dembele sometimes when you're
right. Yeah, it's crazy to watch. Pacho now just plays the ball down the line. Dembele again goes short. He plays a nice little ball out to Hakimi. He gets his first touch on the run forward, over the halfway line. Douay on the right-hand side now, picking the ball up. Again, running diagonally towards the Newcastle box. Picks the ball up to Vitina. Yeah, it's all the blue shirts at the moment with Newcastle just trying to scrap for anything that they give you, but they're not giving up much. The blue-shirted PSG, again, just literally rotating the ball left to right and just getting Newcastle to keep running, which is, like I say, they are going to get tired when they haven't got the ball.
Yeah.
Batina again goes back to Pacho. Mendes, square now to Marquinhos, into Vitina. Again, he's faced up by Tonali, who's pushing him back as far as he can, but then passes to Mendes and legs it forward. See if Mendes can do anything against Elanga. Elanga does well, to be fair. And Mendes is screaming down the line towards Barcola and Vitina, because Vitina had gone into a good space, to be fair. But Mendes just delayed his pass forward. Mendes now with the ball, looking down the line for Barcola again, trying to pick the ball up. And what a throw that was. Luckily, we just get Botman's toe on it. It slows the ball down, but it does go to Barcola. Dembele picks the ball up now, plays the ball back. Square all the time towards Hakimi. Again, just looking for options, but it's a poor pass from Hakimi. And now Voltemada comes out running with the ball, plays the ball square, but it's just behind Willock, who has to go backwards. Don't mind that, because it just gives us back the ball. Tonali picks the ball up again, faced off by 4 blue shirts. Willock on this left-hand side goes back.
So much space on that right side. There we go.
Yeah, there you go. It's a good ball out to Lewis Miley, but again, during the ball in flight, he's really closed down quickly by Mendes. And straight away, there's no real options for Newcastle to turn around. They're being faced off by every blue shirt that's close to them. Miley again from Ramsey picks the ball up. Tonali now 5 yards more going backwards, to be fair.
Good run by Ramsey, though.
Yeah, look at that, though.
Oh, what you doing, man?
Hospital ball, that.
It was crazy ball out of defence. And again, Vitina picks the ball up on the turn, PSG. It's well done by Willock, to be fair. And again, everybody's just watching the ball. We've got to be better. That's better from Marley.
Come on.
Now to Willock, who's got a bit of space. But again, Joe Neves closes that space down and he gets a toe to it. And it is going to be, don't say that's gone to PSG, because that will make my night even better. But again,
I think it was a PSG throw.
It probably was. Burn now picks the ball up, having gone back.
That's it. Get the bloody thing
up to Voltemada, but again under a lot of pressure, and he just heads it back to a blue shirt. Yeah, but I mean, you look at the minute. There's six blue shirts, all on the halfway line, if you like, and all of our lads are literally 5 yards from our penalty box. They're just allowing them to have so much space, and you can't afford to do this. They'll never make a mistake while they'll do this. They'll just wait for the ball for you to go to sleep a little bit, and they'll play the ball behind you. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think this is the contingency plan of they've got the goal early. Now we have to keep it tight. It's not something I think will work, as you say. But I think this is, well, plan B, should we say?
Yeah, it's, like I say, looks very much hard work at the moment, trying to get this ball back, never mind score a goal. I'd love to know how many touches we've had, if I'm honest with you, in this first half, how many passes we've had. Because at the minute, it's like I said, PSG are going to break some records the way it's played out at the minute. Ball round the back for Barcola to run to again. Lewis Miley does well to get a foot on that, but it's only a corner.
Let's see. 83 passes is what we've played so far.
83. Wow.
Ramsey has played the most with 14. Willock and Elanga the least with 5. Oh, and Miley's got 5 as well.
Wow. And what about PSG?
You didn't want to name it.
Yeah,
no, it's 276.
That's criminal. Ball contested on that right-hand side. It's fallen again to a blue shirt. On the outside of his foot, and there's a shot just over the bar from Paco, who was cleared on the penalty spot, just couldn't keep it down.
Yeah, I mean, if there's ever a player you want to have that shot, it is usually the centre-back, but you can't be giving any player in PSG that kind of space.
I'll tell you something now. I mean, he connected with it well. Mm-hmm. Anthony Gordon would have airshotted that one.
Would have gone out for a throw.
Yeah, it would have probably still ended up in the time. And we're in Paris. Anyway, Popey with the goal kick now, just settling himself, asking the boys to go forward. They've only literally just finished getting out of the penalty box, headed forward by Tonali. Miley. Willock picks the ball up, and again, it's really scrappy. It's fallen to Voltemada again, trying to work his magic through 3 or 4 bodies. Ramsey plays the ball square to Tonali. Tonali up to Ilanga. Again, we're going in squares, but not forward. Byrne plays the ball up again to Ilanga, who's come from right to left-hand side. Inside now to Willock. Back to Tonali. Ilanga, Tonali. Byrne, but again, now it's PSG who can get forward. But luckily for us, Hakimi couldn't keep his feet. Tonali saw the danger. He's going to go all the way back to Pope. Pope, first time, doesn't want to mess about. Kicks the ball long again. Dan Byrne heads the ball on towards Voltemada. Voltemada over the top. Elanga now picking the ball up on this left-hand side. Can he get past the player? He can, but it's deflected twice, and that's going to be a throw into PSG. Unlucky.
Yeah,
much better from Newcastle. I mean, the
last 2 minutes has been okay.
Yeah, it's only took me 37 minutes to arrive to Paris, but we were 3 hours late, so you know,
we can blame the weather. Yeah, we can blame the weather.
The excuse book is already out.
Yeah, indeed. Ball again. It's sloppy from PSG for the first time in 40 minutes. To be fair, Hakimi just hashing at that one. Dan Byrne now on the halfway line, picks the ball up, goes inside on a bit of a mazy run, plays the ball inside to Lewis Miley now. Miley up towards Willock. He's got Elanga on the left-hand side. Lewis all goes running on the inside. Elanga now picks the ball up. Are these afterburners going to be seen? They are. Down towards the baseline. Plays the ball long, but it's over everybody. But it's going to come to Miley, who picks the ball up again. Plays the ball back to Ramsey. Ramsey picks the ball up. And again, Malik Chow now playing on as a right winger. I love this type of football. Byrne picks it up. Have a shot! No, keep it good. Elanga now picks the ball up. Ooh. He's got Lewis all down the left-hand side if he wants him. Don't play it now because Lewis all's offside. Give it him back. Elanga plays it back to Dan Byrne. Shoot! No, don't.
Get those stats up.
Come on, Willock now, come on. We're going to get a nosebleed this side. Take it out your feet, Ramsey. He plays it out to the right-hand side. Miley, can he keep it in? We've seen this before. Yeah, but we ain't played against Paris Saint-Germain when he did it. It's a throw-in.
But he did.
Yeah, he did keep it in.
Did well. Better from Newcastle, much better. We're actually starting to get close to the PSG goal. No shots getting away there. Ramsey lost his footing a little bit when he could have got a shot away, but it would have been probably a bit of a tight one anyways.
Yeah, you're right. I think when you say that we're getting closer to the goal, I think that's closer to the refreshments.
Lewis Hall taking the long throw from the right wing.
Yeah, he's got his tail out. Lewis Hall throws the ball in towards the edge of the 6-yard box. It's fallen. Oh, I thought he could fall to a white shirt, but it doesn't. It's all the way back to Tonali, and Tonali again kicks it forward, but that's to nobody in particular. Yeah, ball over the top again, but that's really poor, and it's straight out for a throw into PSG.
It looked like Voltemada had a great chance to head that.
It did, absolutely.
Comes off the back of Byrne's head. He
doesn't
just
head it
misses
at all.
it completely. It's actually over him.
Doesn't even hit his shoulder, does it? It's terrible. Anyway, Vertini with his mazy run from his own half into the Newcastle half, out to Barcola, who's hugging that left-hand side, playing really wide. Again, Dembele picks it up, plays it to Neves. Neves out to Doué on this right-hand side. Doué comes inside, trying to dink a ball through to Neves, who'd made a diagonal run, but it was blocked by Dan Byrne. Ball again with the PSG. And again, it's easily for us to give it straight back to a blue shirt, which isn't helping us. It's just possession, isn't it? You know, you look at how busy they are. Every time we get the ball, we just never seem to be able to pass with ease. It's like everything is rushed with Newcastle, where for them, they could have a bath by the time we get anywhere near the ball.
Yeah, this is the most. You can see the difference. People say Newcastle are an athletic team. It's mainly the media now and not us. But this is the most athletic team in the world, and you can see that every time they get the ball. There's so much movement, and these players will still be doing this in the 80th, 75th minute. So it's going to be a very long night for the defence. But to be fair, hasn't been too bad.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, since the goal, actually, since the penalty area, the penalty incident, we're going to say, Yeah, they've huffed and puffed in the edge of the box, but they've not really caused us any harm inside the box. But how dangerous they are, they have half a yard from 25 yards and they can just shoot. That's what it feels like. So it just adds that extra pressure on them, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we saw before the game, these are, I think, the top goal scorers of shots outside the box in the Champions League. You'd think playing Villa and having Buendia do that would be a good indicator of what's to come. And shock, it only took them, 10 minutes to score from outside the box?
Yeah,
we are
exactly.
really, genuinely, sincerely, veritably, certainly, undoubtedly, authentically, thoroughly, completely, fully, properly, soundly, absolutely, totally, quite entirely, downright knackered.
Long ball up towards Voltemada, who gets his head to it, but he can only put it back towards a blue shirt. Lewis Hall tries to get the ball back, but there's a little back heel by Vitina. And again, Zaire Emery now playing the ball forward. Sorry, it was Dow playing the ball forward. I thought he was going to find Barcola. Ramsey now running with head steam forward over the halfway line to Willock on this left-hand side now. Comes inside Willock. Elanga on the outside if he wants it.
Oh, he's
plays
got
the
him.
ball now. Elanga now on the edge of the
slow.
box. In towards the penalty spot.
Poor.
But again, it's clear. No white shirts anywhere near that one, to be fair. Little dink out from Tonali to Ramsey. Ramsey comes inside.
But Ramsey's
Again,
having a
beats
blinder.
one player. And again, it's rushed there from Paco. He clears it for a throw into Newcastle. A little bit better, that, to be fair.
Yeah, Ramsey's having a good game.
Lewis Hall again gets the towel. He wants... listen, should he cut a finger off? Because Dan Burn can throw it with 9 fingers.
I was wondering where that was going. I was trying to get in there somewhere.
Yeah, Dan Burn's got a hell of a throw, but we do miss the height. Lewis Hall launches it towards the edge of the box. Dan Burn gets his head onto it. It's headed clear. Elanga heads it towards the penalty spot again. It's headed clear, but it's only come to Miley. Miley, under the press from Barcola, goes backwards, plays it square into Ramsey, who again plays the diagonal out towards Miley. But again, not enough meat on the bone. And it's easily picked off by... Oh, well done. There's a... Dembele there was on the run. Vitina passed the ball to nobody in the end. And Newcastle win the ball back. They're getting confident, Newcastle.
Starting to press a little bit harder, starting to try and make those interceptions. Teams love to intercept our passes. It's about time we did it.
And we're going forward. Look at that.
Yeah, I was going to say, starting to press the centre circle isn't really going to hurt them.
No.
Ball inside to Voltemada again, who comes deep. There's players in front of Voltemada, which is nice to see these days. In the centre circle, there's a challenge on I must admit, Ramsey's done okay, you know. I've been really impressed with Ramsey this first half.
Yeah, it's one of those I'll take going in 1-0 down at half-time, given how the match started. So at this point, well, we'll see. There's 2 minutes left. PSG could get a second, but it's been a decent performance since the goal.
Yeah, it's a free kick to Newcastle. Fingers crossed we can get something from this. Like I say, Luis Enrique is really enthused by what he's seen there from the referee. You want to be our side, mate. If you were in a white shirt, you'd be bothered. Ball into the box. Dan Burn is on the end of this one. Dan Burn heads it forward. There's a chance! With a header! Dan Burn flicks it on!
Rescue dog does a trick! Come on!
Get in! Newcastle won!
Get in, lad!
PSG in Paris!
A smash and grab at the end of the half. Set piece.
Come on!
Joe Willock is the one that comes up trump with an absolutely brilliant header, it must be said. I can't say we deserve it, but I'll take it.
Yeah, but I mean, look at that. That's pumped in. It was a headed by Marquinhos. It just went up in the air. It fell to Dan Burn on the edge of the 6-yard box. He squares it with his head. Running onto it from deep is Willock, who again, he's just got to get his head to it. And it's past Savanoff in the PSG goal. Here we go. It's a Stoke City goal. Where's Stokesy?
Yeah, I agree, Christine. I would not accept going in 1-0 down anymore.
And up to 8 we go.
Up to 8 we go.
Up to 8. I have to say, we've said so much in this first half about our players not having movement. Joe Willock there, brilliant movement to anticipate the head on. Fantastic. He's done something right.
Yeah, I tell you something. Yeah, that reminded me of the Joe Willock of old, mate, to be fair. And there you go. Half time.
And I guess
Bush!
I've got an overlay to update. There we go. 1-1, happy days.
And the American mag saying Dan Burney's man of the match, and I will explain later. And it's not because I had a 2-hour conversation with his dad. Oh, bless you. Well, there you go. A happy anniversary, I suppose. 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, like I say, it's been a bit of a hard work first half. So to come off 1-1, I'm happy with that, boys.
Yeah, excellent. I have to say, like, when you saw that first 10 minutes, we asked beforehand, we asked at the start of the game if PSG got an early goal, would it be 4 or 5-0? And we all said, yeah. It's not. Where did the goal come from? Doesn't matter. Yeah. We've got it.
Yeah, I mean, Dan Burn might get the key of Blythe after this one.
And up we go.
Indeed. Have we got any
quick rundown on the scores elsewhere? So Ajax 0, Olympiacos 0, Arsenal 3 now, Kairat 1, Bilbao 2, Sporting 1, that was Athletic 2, Sporting 1, Athletic Bilbao 1, Bodo Glimt 1. Barcelona still getting beat 1-0 at half-time off Copenhagen. Leverkusen winning 2-0 against Villarreal. Benfica 2, Real Madrid 1. So Real Madrid getting beat off Benfica, who, but this was the pub team that were beat. Yeah. They're now beating Real Madrid 2-1. Dortmund 0, Inter 0. Club Brugge 2, Marseille 0. Frankfurt 0, Spurs 0, Liverpool 2, Karabakh 0, Man City 2, Galatasaray 0, Monaco 0, Juventus 0, Napoli 2, Chelsea 1. Chelsea getting beat after being 1-0 up. PSV Bayern Munich 0-0, Pafos Slavia Prague 1-1. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Newcastle United 1,
Yay.
And Union SG 0, Atalanta 0, which means that at the top of the Champions League now, Arsenal are top on 20 points, Bayern Munich second, Arsenal top on 24 points, Bayern second on 19, Liverpool third on 18, Real Madrid fourth on 16, along with Man City on 16, Spurs on 15, and PSG and Newcastle 7th and 8th on 14.
Lovely stuff. And as it stands, just an update on the bracket. Obviously, Wynn's mentioned Newcastle will be in 8th. As it stands, that means that the 4 teams that Newcastle could face, if it stays the same, which, let's be honest, it's not going to, but they are Atletico Madrid, Atalanta, Karabakh, and Monaco. So I don't know about you guys. There's one name that stands out there. What you'd maybe want to
are you sure you're right there, Mike? Because if we are in 7th and 8th, play
9th or 10th or 23rd or 24th.
So 9th or 10th currently is Athletic or Atlanta. Is that who you said?
Yeah. And then Karabakh and Monaco in 23rd and 24th.
Karabakh and Monaco 23rd, 24th. Right, okay, spot on, mate.
And then, so it's a bit of an interesting one, but it does mean that we'd avoid, as we mentioned earlier, Arsenal, Bayern, Real Madrid, etc. So as it stands, I think at half time, everyone would have stuck with that.
Was that? Thanks for the super chat, mate. You can stick your fancy football up your grassy arse.
Indeed. It's going to be interesting how many stats. It just proves, doesn't it, possession is only 9/10 of the law. Who's your standout player of that first half, and who's your worst player?
Are we counting PSG players here or not?
No. I mean, you could. I mean, even Luis Enrique gets on that one.
Well. I'm going to probably surprise you, but Nick Pope for me. You know,
Okay.
there's a penalty save that would have had were dead, even though we did concede shortly afterwards. You know that would have been 2 or whatever. You know, so you can never discount a penalty save. And to be fair, his distribution this time, including the launch for the equaliser, was Nick Pope.
Wasn't that Tonali?
Yeah, it was. Tonali with the free kick, yeah.
Are you watching the same game? Are you watching the same game or what? Anyway. I'll tell you what. Right, listen. Nick Pope saves from 12 yards, but he can't save in the same side from 22 yards. I mean, come on. No, I'm joking. He's done well, mate. I agree with you. I think Pope has done well. Standout for me has been Joe Willock. If I'm honest with you, I think Joe Willock has done tremendously well. And Ramsey.
I would say Ramsey.
Yeah, I think.
Or Danbury, obviously.
He's from Blythe, you know. I think the lads, if I'm honest with you, Ramsey, the movement from Ramsey has been good. The ball carrying has been excellent when we've had the ball. But I do like what I've seen from Willock. He's been from centre to left hand side. Again, you know, he's run lights into the box, gets him the rewards that we haven't seen from a lot of black and white shirts, if I'm honest with you. Again, you know, you've got to be in the right place at the right time. You've got to have that mentality to have a go. So for me, it was a toss-up between Ramsey and Willock, and I'm going to go for Willock for the first half.
Yeah, I have to say, Willock and Ramsey, brilliant runners. We said we needed those runners from midfield. Ramsey, I noticed when it was getting back early doors, wasn't quite as athletic as you'd probably like. Bit of a jog on at times. So I'll go Willock as well for the standout. I will say I think Sven Botman and Malik Chow have been very, very good as well. The disappointing one for me is Voltemada, unfortunately. I know there's not a lot he can do. You've got 2 world-class centre-backs up against you every time you get the ball. But I do feel like every time he's got the ball to him, he has lost it. And whether that's us not getting close enough to him or, you know, him taking too many touches of the ball, it's been a little disappointing. But 1-1, hopefully he gets the winner and shuts me up for a change.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like I say, I'm going to say, I've been quite impressed with our midfield up against, I mean, some absolutely class players. The one thing that I've noticed from Newcastle is, like I said, they are making a stand still at times. And as you said, you know, you talk about what the journos say more than the fans do now about athleticism. When you put our athleticism up against what we're watching in PSG, we're nowhere near it. Absolutely nowhere near it. But I do match you when it comes to the player that really needs to switch on a little bit. Is Voltemada. He's just even to try and hold the ball up a little bit to get the players away from our own defence, his unit. That's what you need, that player up there. And I'm sure that's why Eddie Howe's brought him in.
Just slightly off topic, but a special treat for all our loyal viewers, because it's going to be really interesting at some stage tomorrow when I got fitted today with a 24-hour heart monitor. Oh, and the boxes just fell out my pocket. So it's going to be really interesting what all the analyzers. It all gets recorded on a little black box here.
It is, yeah, exactly.
And then
they can ask you if you went for a run.
Somebody's going to be saying, "What?" I think they're probably going to be thinking I was on the nest or something.
Yeah, exactly. Did you take any pills last night?
What happened to you at 8:45, by the way? Well, let me show you.
Crazy. I mean, it's some football match. I must admit.
What a day to be wearing one of these, though.
Yeah, well, like I said, you did not pre-warn them to say that you will be watching.
But again, I didn't even know I was going to get fitted when I went in.
No, well, like I said, I mean, they are good things. I must admit. we've come into the game a little bit more from 30 minutes, really. But the first half an hour was literally one-way traffic. And just to concede the one, it was, like I say, probably a bit lucky at times. They did. I think sometimes they were trying to get the perfect goal. And like you said, the two, maybe three centre-halves, I don't want to say Dan Burn didn't contribute at all, because he did. But for me, you're right. The Malik Chow and Botman just seemed to be there, at the right time, seem to be nice and tight when they need to be. But again, you've got to applaud the movement from PSG. Outstanding movement in front of you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm looking at the momentum chart, and the last 9 minutes is all Newcastle with 3 big chances. But overall, we went from 75-25. We got back to 67-32. And our XG went from 0.05 to a half. So, there was a lot went on in that last 10 minutes.
Yeah,
absolutely. All for the good.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's been some, again, as we've witnessed in previous games at PSG, refereeing has been a little bit on the strange side. And again, the yellow card, as Boki has said, was the infringement before the player got injured, not a foul on that player. So, yeah, thank you for that, because, like I say, that confused the hell out of me. Giving a player a yellow card and then giving you the free kick as well. It's like saying sorry all of a sudden. Like I say, I thought it was a bit harsh with the penalty decision, if I'm honest with you. But again, we've had it before in Paris with penalty decisions and handballs. And again, it just seems to be deja vu. And isn't it uncanny? It's the right back again, because it was Tino the last time. It's now Lewis Miley.
Yeah, actually, just thinking about something there as well. It's a bit strange that there was only 3 minutes added on when Kvaratskhelia was down for what felt like at least like 4 or 5 minutes. So that's actually a bit of a weird one. I was just thinking there.
And the penalty decision, because like I say, how long did that take? Because it seemed like 2 minutes before he was asked to go to the monitor, if not longer. And then obviously he ran over to the monitor. So yeah, I was strange with that one. I thought there was going to be at least 5 minutes of injury time.
And to be 2 minutes of Newcastle momentum.
Absolutely, that's what I said. We wanted to increase that momentum just for win stats.
Those stats there are the ones that count.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, mate. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, to be fair, I honestly believe that this is probably the best European side, even better than Real Madrid.
100%.
With what I see, I think I mean, Real Madrid are fantastic. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I love watching them. I love watching Barca. But I mean, to see that fluid football for 40 plus minutes that we've just witnessed there, and all but for a long punt into the box, they look so comfortable, didn't they?
Oh yeah, 100%. I think it's been a pretty comfortable game there. Super chat in there as well, Andrew Bell. Thank you very much.
Andy.
Yes, Andy.
Get Wissa on, please. I'm entitled to agree, to be honest. That little bit of pace could do us a little bit more damage in that second half. And let's be honest, Voltemada hasn't had a great game, I hate to say. Actually, I've already said it. So
yeah, but you know what? There's a lad in the chat there. I can't remember who it was now, and again, beg your pardon for not looking at your name. And I was reading the umpteen things. He was saying, "No, let's just look more balls into the box." So, would you not keep Voltemada on for that reason? Because they do look a little bit dodgy with the ball aerially. So, I wouldn't. And again, that's not going against what you've just thrown us there, Andy. I just think sometimes when you can see the weakness, you work on the weakness, because eventually it may just pay dividends for you. And somebody, I think it was Tony, says, I'm supposed to support Newcastle because I'm bigging up PSG. Yeah, you're right. I mean, sometimes you have just got to give credit where credit's due. I think we're on the verge of starting again. So here we are.
That's what Tina's saying. Big Nick hat trick.
Way. There you go. And here we go. We again left to right now as we look at it in the white shorts and socks. It looks so strange to watch Newcastle virtually playing all
I
white.
don't like it. Never have.
Tonali now. Again, just
How
drops
long
the
can we
ball
keep
back.
it level for?
Malik, yeah, exactly. Malik Chow up towards Voltamada on the diagonal, right to left, and the ball's come back to Dembele. And again, Zaire Emery just picks the ball up, and it's again all PSV down this left-hand side, our right back situation. They seem to be really hammering, and Tonali wins that ball back just to the edge of the box. It's a heavy touch. It has come through though, but again, it's very scrappy, and it just seems to always fall to a blue shirt. Neves now on the turn, gets the ball in there. But a Ramsey there, he's come straight through Neves. Yeah. And wins the ball back for a throw-in. And again, I don't know what's happened here. The referee seems to have come over to Mendes, who's really frustrated that he didn't get a free kick. And I didn't see a lot in that, to be fair.
No, little hand by Elanga, but you can tell he plays for Ronaldo because he whinges like him as well. It's ridiculous.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Like I say, I mean, there was a little nudge in the back, I suppose, from Elanga, but it wasn't anything massive, to be fair. He lost his boot. He didn't like that because he lost his boot.
Diddums.
I haven't even got laces. They haven't even got to lace them up these days. It's slip-ons. I mean, crikey. Anyway, he's hobbled. He's back to his feet. He's put his slipper on, and he's coming to throw this ball in now.
Very brave man.
He is indeed. Now he's picked his toys up out of the pram. Throws the ball back to Pacho. Again, quality player, Pacho. Again, just Marquinhos and Pacho. They look so comfortable on the ball for centre halves. It's something you very rarely see these days, isn't it?
Yeah, that's such a good partnership. And I remember when he first came into the side, Pacho, it was one of those, you looked at him as a weakness, and then it took about 4 games before you went, oh no, he's probably the best one in that back line at defending. That is mental. Great signing from them. Yeah,
Vitina again, just trying to get things moving in that centre circle. Again, keeping the ball out. Only plays what he sees, and if it's simple, he plays it backwards. And like I said, I hope Eddie Howe is videoing this because if he wants a possessive-based team, this is probably the best you can see. Vitina again running to the halfway line. Again, just keeping out of the ball, scaling the ball in front of him. Douay now on a bit of a run. Again, Newcastle play this 5-4-1 formation, sitting just outside the penalty area, which sometimes puts the fear of God into me against teams like this, because it just seems as though we're just waiting to give them an opening, because we very rarely go with runners. As you've just seen there, Vitina has run between Elanga and Ramsey. Oh, we've got the ball back on the halfway line. Play it. Elanga. Oh! Again, Elanga just couldn't keep the ball in his feet.
I was going to say poor first touch, but that wasn't even the first touch.
No. Again, it was drilled into him, which it needed to be, to try and beat the two players, the PSG players coming back. Yeah, I mean, it was interesting to see us get the ball back, and the first instinct is to get the ball forward. That's what I want to see, because these, even facing their own goal, they're not comfortable, and we've seen that with balls into the box. So we need to pick up any scraps we can from them. Ball just being retained back to Marquinhos and again to Pacho on the edge of their penalty area, and again played along the floor up to Barcola on the halfway line. Nice and simple football. Playing forward now, just again finding the space with Neves down that right hand side, and Hakimi now picking the ball up again, just the furthest forward as fullback. Just PSG slowing it down, trying to draw Newcastle players on them, but it's the 5-yard passes. Then it's a zip pod to Dembele, out to Mendes on this left hand side now. Again, drops a shoulder, trying to beat Miley, but Miley's having none of it. And again, just dinks it forward for Elanga to try and get his foot on it. He does. But again, he gives it straight back to Douay, which isn't clever. Douay into the box. It comes from Malik Chow. And again, Tonali picks up the ball. Miley gives it into Elanga. Elanga drops it back to Chow. Chow now gives it to Elanga and again drops his shoulder. and we're being forced and
Insane,
tight into this right-hand corner. Miley there with the ball out to the other side. We're left with Louis Saul now. Picks
Dealt
the
with the
ball
press
up.
really well there.
Yeah, we did. Willock comes deep, who's closer to Voltamada now. Again, being pressed all the way backwards, though,
as well, though.
by Marquinhos.
Oh,
but again,
excellent.
you commentators curse their win. But he's done well to get the ball back, Willock, in the final third. But he's
And
going to
again, hit it!
Voltamada now slows the ball down, trying to wait for plays.
Lit
On the
off.
turn. He gives it to Louis Saul, but again, doesn't quite run into place. Tonali. Ramsey gets it out of his feet. Plays towards the box. Oh, he's missed it. Oh! Nobody close on that 6-yard box to get the second ball that cannoned off Savanov.
Why didn't Walter just hit it there?
Well, I suppose he's looking at,
Angelic.
there's 4 bodies round him in a better position, I suppose.
His body's he's on goal. Good shot.
Yeah, it was on target. Yeah. Barcola again being pushed by Alanga and Miley deeper into their own
And
box.
they're just hoofing the twat.
And now they're hoofing it clear because they're under pressure. And here we go all the way back from Chow to Pope, who again doesn't take a touch, just kicks it forward. And again, Newcastle players coming back from the offside position. Can't get involved in the game, but it goes back to Safanov, who gets it out of his feet. And again, half press from Voltamada.
Well
Dan
done.
Burn does well to watch that one, intercepts that ball, heads it down to Louis Saul. Again, Louis Saul taking his time, taking the moment just to keep hold of the ball. Tonali goes back to Botman just in front of his own goal. Botman squares it to Pope, takes a touch, gets it out of his feet and dinks the ball again towards the halfway line. And Voltamada this time gets his head onto it, but it only plays it forward to a blue shirt and Marquinhos. He's trying to find a Langa through the gap. Didn't quite work. Safanov now picks the ball up. And again, Vitina doing a Tonali coming between the 2 centre-halves to control that ball and play the ball forward. Zaire Emery now again gets it out of his feet. A lot of pressure from Newcastle on the half press. Can they get rid of it? PSG. Right. They give it straight back to Newcastle. They don't like being pressed. This is what they can go. Come on, make your mind. Oh, Jesus. That frightens the life out of me when nobody wants to take control of the ball.
No.
There's a ball forward. It's not a good one. But again, nobody wants it. And Newcastle again, lucky there.
That looked like the follow-through was quite high there.
Yeah. Trust me, when I saw that ball go back, my follow-through was quite high. It's coming out my shirt collar. Bloody hell.
No, it's a great challenge, actually, from
Botman did well, actually. And to be fair,
we actually
the stamp there, if that's not nice, mate. That's not nice.
Oh, they're looking at that. Look at him holding his leg, cheeky twat.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey. We're going on radio. We can't be saying words like that, man.
Yeah, Botman's looking at the referee and asking the question here because there's nothing at all being given. I mean, there was a foul, but I mean, Douay there, he's holding his ankle. I mean, what's he holding his ankle for? That's disgusting.
VAR's gone colour of the shirt.
White?
Blue.
Black.
No. Yellow card. No red card.
Yeah, we're not going to look at that, lad. You're all right. We're in PSG. We want to get home safe tonight.
Shot again, too hot to handle.
Yeah. Ooh,
Bruno's on the bench
chewing
itching to get on.
Yeah, chewing that cud. Good ball to Voltamada, but again, can't control the ball. And the ball now with Douay trying to get down the line, but Botman sees the danger. It was Dan Burn sees the danger and he clears the ball up the line. It's come to Louis Saul again now, just inside his own half, but again, takes no chances. Newcastle going backwards to come forward, which is something I like if they can control it. But again, you have to be confident with this ball. And I always say, retention of the ball, even if it goes backward and it looks negative, if you can get that ball forward from that pass, then it's like going forward all the time. So not a problem to me. Again, Newcastle play the ball up to Willock. First time, gets it out of his feet now. Miley on the halfway line, just inside the half of PSG. Willock continues his run. It's a good early ball into the box. But again, it's headed clear, but it's still tight in that right-hand side. Miley picks the ball up again, comes back, plays the ball back to Ramsey. Ramsey looks up to try and find a delicate pass. Pays it out to Miley. Again, looking for options. Man. Miley goes back to Ramsey. Ramsey into Alanga. Out to Malik Chow. Malik Chow again on this right-hand side, trying to give overloads. Ramsey now again going backwards to come round a corner. Ilanga, not going
Go on.
very far forward, but we're keeping possession. Voltamada now, again, being pressed all the way by Marquinhos. Oh, again, Ramsey trying to find Ilanga. And again, probably a ball too much. And here we go with the blue shirts coming forward heavily now with Douay. Again, drops his shoulder. He's got Botman to beat. Tries to beat him, but there you go. The two lads stand tall and get a block on. And again, another shot towards goal. Oh, that's terrible, referee. Have a word. Get his name. Have his autograph. That's disgusting.
Sorry to see actually what happened here. Ikemi gets through. Brilliant block by Chow. And then Douay.
Watch this. Doesn't even look at the ball. Bang. That's disgusting.
No, he's not looking at the ball either, to be fair.
Well, he's in a white shirt. I'm not talking about him.
It's Douay off. One for play
exactly.
acting and two for that.
Absolutely. But I don't like that. You know, when you see a player that's just looking directly at the play when the ball's in the air. You know, that's dangerous because if you're going to launch yourself, that's when you get took off your legs. That's when spinal injuries can be sorted. I mean, you know, Dan Burn. I mean, we've already seen the damage that's been created to his back, but he is coming down from 16 foot. I mean, it is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's one of those. I mean, Harry Kane used to be the worst in the world for it, didn't he? Used to do it every single game, cause so many dangerous challenges from it. But thankfully, Sandro wasn't too hurt there.
Good long ball again from Nick Pope onto that diagonal. Can Voltamada keep it in? No, he can't. Again, being pressed all the time, Voltamada, to try and get something going. Still not working out for him. Hakimi now with a throw, and it's deep in the PSG half. Can they make this count? Again, they've just launched the ball forward to try and turn our defence. Burn turns again, not going backwards. He's trying to face up the responsibilities. Ramsey out to Hall now, and again, being pressed by Neves, who again gives the foul away. They're not liking this. Ball over the top here for Willock to run onto. Willock, what a woman! He's offside. He's offside. Oh,
sadly,
my God.
I thought he was but...
Oh! Look, is that wind on Eddie Howe's face? Because he's smiling there. Oh, he's offside.
God, he's offside.
He started his run from an offside position, man.
Listen, I mean, you could have get the pen on way in front of it, between him and the defence line there. That's how far offside he was.
Yeah.
Anyway, Barcola now picks the ball up on the halfway line for PSG. Again, faced up by Marley. Decides to take them both on. Marley does well, though. He's getting better in this game, I must admit, Marley. Started off shaky, but he's certainly come to light in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those we've said for the last few games. Trippier's been like that, shaky at the start, growing into it. For a man who's not a right back, Miley, since the 10th minute, has been fantastic. Yeah,
can I just say, though, they certainly don't look the same team in the second half as they did in the first half. Newcastle have really taken it to them. And like I say, they know any ball over the top of them. Elanga, and Willock, to be fair, has got a bit of a time on them. But Mendes, again, their right back, does extremely well. Works the ball into the box. It's all to Zaire Emery, who lashes at the ball. And again, that's one to pick out the time.
Bad news in Barcelona. They've equalised with Copenhagen. So they're now level with us on
still
points.
In it, though. So
but we're still ahead of them on goal difference. But if they take the lead, obviously they'll knock us down to 9th.
That's okay.
Same with Atletico Madrid, although Bodo Glimt have just took the lead against Atletico Madrid. So,
oh my God,
the odds of them overtaking us is a little slimmer.
There's been some real surprise teams, hasn't there, in this Champions League this season? Well done. There's a chance here for Elanga to get in behind. Well done. I must admit, the ball wasn't quite there for Elanga. Again, shape wrong, but the idea and the intention, spot on.
Yeah.
Ball again for Botman and Dembele to choose from. And again, Dembele second best at that one. Pope gets it out of his feet and again goes long up the line for Elanga to try and get onto. But again, it's more hope than judgment. And this time, Vitina just picks the ball up, plays it back to Safanov. And I must admit, if Chevalier ain't playing very well, from what I've seen from this Safanov so far, he must be having a mare because this lad's sponsored by Teflon. It's crazy.
You can't believe these got rid of Donnarumma.
Oh, that again by Voldemort.
30 million. Oh, PSG.
Yeah, look at this. Here we go. Oh, he's dinking in on the edge of the box. There's a chance of a shot. He delays it. Can he do it, Bacola? Over the bar. Woo! I thought he was opening up for him there because that was a terrible touch on the centre circle from Baltimore there, wasn't it? Just get hold of it. You know what I mean? Why are we trying to play these little dinky touches when you've got 4 or 5 bodies around you? It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, they look great when they work, but there's just too much pressure on this game for it to be, you've done really well to get back in the game. You should be working harder for the team than that.
Yeah, absolutely. It does kind of look like this isn't really a game that's going to suit him, let's be honest. It hasn't took 60 minutes to work that out. We worked that out in the first 10, but maybe it's, we're looking at it and going, you know what, is it time for, and I'm not even going to say Wissa, I'm going to say Anthony Gordon. Potentially a bit down the middle, him and Alanga. And then if we're still in this position in 15 minutes time, bring Wissa on.
There's a little advantage here given. Willock now picks the ball up, plays the ball into Tonali, who's advanced, and again, Tonali gets it out of his feet, looking for the centre forward, who's too close to him. Nobody running that front line whatsoever. Voltemade had come deep. Ball from Safanov goes down towards that Diouf. But Newcastle have won the ball back, but again, referee sees something that nobody else sees in the crowd. And there's a little bit of a tussle here between Marquinhos and Willock. A little bit of S-Houndry going on.
Just a little update there. Barcelona have got a second against Copenhagen, so Newcastle have dropped down to 9th.
Indeed, we have.
Yep. There you go.
I was just busy updating that as you spoke the words.
Sorry, buddy.
Oh, that was not that far away. Ball again, well watched by Lewis Hall. Gets that one. The ball down the line now to Willock to run onto again. Past Hakimi. He's trying to beat Hakimi. He throws the shoulder at him. Hakimi goes to ground, but he keeps hold of the ball. Referee says play on. Dan Burn now gets the ball out of his feet, plays it into the box. Again, there's Alanga gets up there. It doesn't fall to a white shirt. It falls to a blue shirt. And again, it's Barcola down this left-hand side. Faced off by Miley and Ramsey, who again double up really well and force PSG back to Pacho, who's just literally, it's really weird how far back these guys have gone in the second half, because in the first half, well, these guys are playing virtually as number 8s. We were that far back. Certainly changed the mentality in the second half, mate. Is there a bit more self-belief?
Yeah, I definitely think so. But I think as well, PSG are one of those teams that they try and blitz you from the off. Just a cross coming in there, but nothing coming to it. They try and blitz you from the off, hit you with the pace as quickly as they can, which they did. But I think they lost their momentum, tried to slow it down a bit once they got the first goal, which we've seen us do so many times. And what happens to us has happened to PSG.
Yeah, you're right. And again, it's got a bit static, but there's a ball into the box from PSG that's well marked by Botman. That's a poor pass again from Alanga. Only to Vitina. Vitina again goes for the shot. And again, it stings the palms of Pope. But again, it's poor play from Newcastle. And against a team like this, you can't afford to do things like that. I don't know what Alanga saw there. He was obviously trying to feed in Voltemade. Voltemade was nowhere near that. Again, Dan Burn decides just to get the ball early up towards Voltemade, and again, can't do anything with that one being highly pressed. There's a good ball to this right-hand side, but it's well blocked by Chow, who gets the ball. Ramsey now picks the ball up, runs out of the box, but again, far too many blue shirts to play them type of games. You've got to start passing the ball out. Dembele with a curling shot, but again, it's wide of the target of Pope. Top bin, still 1-1 at Paris.
We're doing well, but the last couple of minutes, it's just trying to play it out from the back, be a bit too delicate. If Alanga can't run in behind and Voltemade can't hold up the ball, we need to make changes just so we've got a bit of a threat going the other way again. But how long will it be?
Chelsea equalised.
Yeah, here come the changes. Barnes and Gordon.
Not long at all.
11 goals. Remember that? 11 goals. And the ball goes long up towards Voltemade, who heads it in the air, but it has fallen to Lewis Hall. But again, I think Voltemade put Lewis Hall off to a degree there. But the ball has got out of play for a Newcastle throw. Instructions now coming from all the analysts who's trying to tell Anthony Gordon that if you get your hair cut another inch, you'll go another kilometre faster.
So this is going to be, would you say, Alanga and Voltemada?
It has to
Possibly.
be, I think.
Yeah, possibly. Ball goes
And
up.
put Barnes
Voltemada
up
does get a
top.
touch out of his feet, plays it back to Tonali, who again fires it forward, but that is to nobody in particular. Again, there's nobody going to get onto that ball,
Nobody
especially
full
Lewis
stop.
Miley. And to be fair, again, Lewis Miley, I've got to admire that, because he didn't go and run for that, knowing he's going to leave the lads behind with gaps. He just said, you know what, I'm on the halfway line. I'm going to get back into shape and we'll start again. So fair play to him. Neves now picks the ball up, passes it back to Marquinhos. Again, Pacho now got Vitina again playing so deep in his own half, picking that ball up and playing it out to Doué now, who's come from right to left-hand side. Why do other teams do this and Newcastle can't? You got Doué and Mendes there, you know what I mean? And Barcola has gone onto the right-hand side just to change it up a bit with Hakimi. There's Hakimi now. And if you have a look just in front of him, there's Barcola. Why can't Newcastle change it like other teams do around us?
It's one. Well, we have a player that doesn't like playing there, apparently. Fluidity of PSG. I think if you asked Dembele to play centre-back under Luis Enrique, he probably would. Enrique has done a fantastic job, and morale must be massively high for them to put this much of effort in every single game.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, even when you're giving teams a rest, they've still got quality, as you just said, coming off the bench, haven't they? It's ridiculous. Yeah. Well done, Louis Saul there, just battling. Tonali gets the ball out of his feet, plays the ball up the line, and again, it's just easily given back by Newcastle, straight back to a PSG blue shirts. Vitina, for the first time, miscontrols the ball, but he still has time to feed it to Mendes, who digs the ball into the stick. And Dembele hits it first time, and I don't think Pope would have saved that if it was at the wrong side of the post.
Great effort.
Great spot.
Mendes.
Yeah.
Mendes
Great
on
spot.
the cross. Lovely half volley, just probably doesn't get enough on it. And it's just curling, towards goal, but always going wide.
Yeah, it looks like it'd come off his toes more than the instep, didn't it? Willock has got off.
Alanga and Willock.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it?
Great performance by Willock, probably his best.
I haven't seen him like that for a while. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's done really well today. But again, these two with, I'd like to say a tiring defence, but I don't see it. They're keeping, obviously, Wissa on or off the field of play for a reason and really pushing Voltemada. I don't know whether that's to try and get form back in or what, but this present moment in time, like I say, he's struggling to find anything. So fingers crossed, with a bit of a new shape to that forward line, we can get something happening. Hopefully we don't overcommit bodies too far forward, though. That's what I don't want. Certainly looks like we've gone to a 4-3-3 now. Anyway, so back to normality, I suppose. Lewis Hall now picks the ball up. And again, it's just looking for somebody to throw the ball into.
Ramsdale on the subs bench. Well, Willock there clearly saying, "Did you know you could do that?" And he's gone, "No, I had no idea, mate." That's brilliant performance, and I don't think the players even believe how well he's done.
No, exactly. And again, ball pumped down towards the Newcastle half. It's fed into Popey from Botman, who again decides just to get it out of his feet and again go long. And that's a poor headed ball. It's only forward to Gordon. Gordon tries to get Barnes involved straight away. And again, it wasn't the greatest ball in the world. But I could see the idea and the intention, and I'm happy with that. Ball again coming out of that midfield. And it's a poor ball again from PSG.
PSG got Ramos coming on.
We've got them rattled.
Yeah, we've got them rattled. And it looks like Barcola's day. And Ramos. So Barcola's off. Ramos is on. Again, not a bad substitution
Ultras are
to
in
have.
full voice.
Yeah. So, like for like, Barcola and Ramos. Again, like I say, he certainly caused us trouble down this left hand for them, right hand for us. But again, the deflection goes all the way back to Popey.
Force
and
are
do a
3-1 up now, so not a lot of hope
cruising.
of them coming back. We ain't going to catch them. The best we can hope
Yeah.
for now is for Frankfurt to come back against Spurs.
Yeah,
I don't think
Frankfurt
Voltemada
beat Spurs. Will take over their position, or if Galatasaray get back into it against City.
Yeah, I don't think Voltemada has headed a ball that Pope's tried to play into him, and he's Marquinhos had him in his pocket most of this game, to be fair. Pope again gets out of his feet, makes it a little bit more awkward, fires the ball up the line, but again, it isn't great. And Botman there just trying to give us all a bloody heart attack. He does find it back to Pope, and again, gets it onto his right foot, who drills one up towards Harvey Barnes, but again, nowhere near, if I'm honest with you. Paco's easy with that one. Ball comes to Mendes. Again, it's quite a lazy ball. Yeah, there's a lazy ball there, and Chow picks that ball up under a bit of pressure from Doof.
Does well.
Pull out to the right-hand side to Miley, who goes back to Ramsey. Miley again. There's an option on the left-hand side, so be careful. I can see where Miley was going to go there, and that's the Ramsey. I didn't want that one. Exactly. Anthony Gordon does try and stop that ball. It's come all the way back to Marquinhos, and again, Pacho picks the ball up and he's fired it in towards Diouf on this left-hand side. Something else for Miley to have a think about now. Overload from Zaire Emery, who's had a bit of a quiet game, if I'm honest with you. Back to Vitina, and now it's Marquinhos. And again, this is where PSG look to really push us further and further towards our 6-yard box. But again, Vitina just trying to pick that ball up and do something with it. Plays it back out to Diouf, who dinks it towards the 6-yard box. And again, it's headed over by Hakimi. And it's a goal kick to Newcastle.
Yeah, just to sort of go back a bit in time, I mean, if you remember the PSG game, the last one we had at the Parc des Princes, it felt like around this time in the game they're having shot after shot after shot. I remember Barcola having 2 or 3 at the back post. Certainly doesn't feel like that at this point in this game. Obviously, there's still time and things can change, but we're holding them actually quite well.
Yeah, 72nd minute. I agree. I mean, there's a head on there. It could fall to Barnes. It has fallen to Miley, though, who, like I say, he's grown into this game further and further. Good ball down the line there to try and get Harvey Barnes in. But again, just a little bit, no more ground to run into when the ball goes out of play for a goal kick. Again, the right intention is to try and get the ball in behind them. Just poor execution.
Yeah, absolutely. And how many times have we said that this season?
Oh, absolutely. Right. I'm sick of saying it, mate. Yeah, exactly.
Might just record it and have it play on repeat.
Yeah, just keep pressing the button. Yeah, I wonder whether Chris can put one of these special buttons, The ball out of play, again, deep in the PSG half. Again, Newcastle not allowing PSG off the hook here. Anthony Gordon onto his right foot. Anthony Gordon shoots. He gets saved. But again, nobody gambling that the ball's going to come back. And again, Mendes does really well to run this ball forward over the halfway line. Picks it up Doof now. And again, it's just stopped because the lad's getting back into shape. Lewis Miley does a really good job there defensively to stop PSG moving forward. Ball on that right-hand side now. Picking the ball up. And again, PSG just giving the ball 5 or 10 yards as if it's a training game. Just trying to get Newcastle drawn towards the ball before they move forward again. Vitina still looks like he's just starting the game 75 minutes in. You're absolutely right when it comes to what you're saying about them tiring. They are definitely a lot more athletic than than I thought, to be fair. Marquinhos picks the ball up and again fizzes the ball out to that right-hand side. Again, Dembele now is finding himself further and further away from the centre of the goal, just trying to find different avenues and angles to really get at Newcastle. Ball has come out to Voltemada, Tonali, and again, Anthony Gordon now with a one-on-one chase to get with Pacho and Hakimi. He does well to find that ball. He plays the ball into the centre to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes gets a turn, plays it into Ramsey. Couldn't get it out of his feet. And the ball's deflected by Marquinhos. And it's a corner kick to Newcastle. Great break, that one from Newcastle.
Well, great hold-up play from Anthony Gordon as well. It's concerning that our wingers had better hold-up play after coming on than our strikers had for 74 minutes. But great play from Newcastle. I shouldn't really be slandering a player after we're doing something well. But corner now for the Toon.
Yeah, I'm sweating more than a nun's. What's it? Honestly, it's unreal. The temperature in this house has gone high. I hope everybody's enjoying it at home. It's a corner kick. Marley now dips this one in under the bar. Oh, go on tonight! Oh, couldn't get his hip over it, and it's over the bar again. He's not like a salmon out of the water. This Savanoff, he's flapping at everything, really struggling in the air. I don't know what they see in this keeper if Chevalier is no good. Woo! Certainly something we need to be working on. Go on.
Argument for a foul at the back post there on Burn. It's a little bit soft, but the way penalties are gone in the Champions League, if that's against us, I think it's given.
Whistler's coming on. They've had enough. Voltemara has seen his day after 75 minutes. You saw the referee talking there on his tannoy. That isn't of the VAR room. That's to his wife saying, get the curry in. Voltemara now on the turn. He's got space to run into. He's got two players in front of him. Voltemara with a hit. It does get blocked. It's only come to Marley, though. Marley goes back to Ramsey, who again shows himself really well. Chow now picks the ball up. Newcastle look better in this second half. Certainly do look like the team that's going to score the next goal, I must admit. Tonali plays the ball. Nutmegs Tonali. Back to Tonali. Tonali gets the ball into the box first time. Excellent. It's to the back stick, but it's too hard. What's the keeper doing? He's going on holiday. He doesn't want to know. Hall now picks the ball up. He gives it into Dan Burn. Lovely 1-2 into the box. Oh, it's beat everybody. And PSG come out, and all they can do is lump it forward. They've had enough. They want to go to Aldi for shopping. Marks and Spencer's is round the corner. Ball comes up the line towards Marley. Voltemara now. That could be his last touch if this ball goes out because everybody's seen enough. Ball down the line for Marley to chase. It's a good ball, to be fair. As Marley got the legs, he's faced up by Zaire Emery, to be fair. But Marley's done really well just to hold the ball up. He plays it back to Ramsey. Ramsey into Tonali. Tonali first time to try and find Harvey Barnes. But again, it's a little bit too tight. And the ball's gone back to a blue shirt. But again, Newcastle on the half press. I only play it back to Safanoff, who again goes to Marquinhos. This second half's been a lot better, I must admit, as a watch for Newcastle.
Yeah, 100%. Like, first half, I was content with it, not expecting much. But second half, I think we've created the better chances, to be honest.
But unless we convert one of them, we ain't going to go any higher because Spurs have just scored another one.
Oh, what is it with Spurs in the Champions League?
Yeah, they're a bit like us, aren't they?
I was going to say that. Are they a Newcastle in disguise?
Don't say things like
that. Ball comes in and it's again Neves, Vitina, who looks the most dangerous player on the park, to be fair, feeds it into Dembele, gets it onto his right foot, again stopped by two players of the Newcastle. Vitina again with a whip shot, comes back out to him from the block though, again trying to find the angle, gives it to Zaire Emery, comes out now to Douay, gets it onto his right foot, he's trying to shape it into that far left hand side, but again it's cleared by Botman, only fallen to Hakimi, back to Dembele on the edge of the box. Vitina with a shot again, over the bar. Woo-hoo-hoo. He's the one you've got to watch. He's the one that you want. He is the one you want.
As long as he doesn't do that again, I'll be happy. Jeez. Great effort. It actually looked like it got a little bit of a deflection there as well, actually, on the way through. It actually took it up.
An unhappy looking Nick Voltemara coming off.
I mean, if he's unhappy, I think the whole of Newcastle is unhappy with him, so I'm not surprised.
I must admit, everybody must be clapping their hands on 78 minutes to say, what have you seen to keep him on? I mean, I'm not being funny. It can only be height. That's what he said about Dan Burn.
Yeah, keep him on for the height. I mean, we've already seen we can do damage to them when the ball's in the air. I thought someone was clapping Nick there on the bench. I was like, what are you doing? But we saw we can cause them some damage. Let's hope we've got a little poacher in there now to convert one of these chances.
Box in the box.
Yeah, I think what you actually saw there was somebody saying that you got
that was a sloppy pass.
That's a terrible ball from Marley, to be fair. Reverse pass. Only falls to a blue shirt. Again, Vitina just picks that ball up, plays it to Zaire Emery
Didn't
again.
have to play it, you know. He had time.
No, exactly. But this is the trouble when you're in that rush to get the ball forward to try and get something. You do tend to give those sloppy balls, those balls that you don't need to play away. Ball now into Douay, who again, these guys seem to be just taking a breather. But Lewis Hall spots the danger, cuts that one out. Gordon on the outside, he plays it inside to Tonali. Tonali now, we've got 3-on-2 break in if he can play the right ball. He tries to play the square ball, but he should have played Gordon. He should have played Gordon in there.
Yeah.
Also, here we are. We're on the defensive now. It's 3-on-3 for PSG. Ball now over to Dembele on the right-hand side. Newcastle scrambling to get back. Ball driven to the box, but Botman sees the danger. Cuts that one out and again plays it out to Tonali to feet now. Tonali's got time. Looks up. Has he got the pass? Plays it into Gordon. Gordon back to Ramsey, who's played really well. Miley dropped to Chow. Newcastle look as though they are the new PSG at the minute.
Well,
I was waiting for the laugh.
Sadly, we've gone down to 10th now because Inter have taken the lead at Dortmund.
Oh, there's a great ball for Dan Burn down this left-hand side. Dan Burn now encroaching the danger area. Plays the ball into Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon tries to get out of his feet. But again, there's too many players around him and the ball finds itself into Safanov. Anthony Gordon saying he's hurt his toe. I don't know what it was. There was too many bodies around him.
Oh, hang on.
But Marquinhos does tread on his foot.
Hang
the
on.
referee ain't going to go any further with that one.
So much of a penalty as the one they got, to be fair. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if PSG change up things now and go a bit more attacking, because as it stands, they're 9th.
Yep.
So draw will help them.
And here we go. Newcastle now, like I say, on the retreat, on the edge of their own box, plays the ball out to Hakimi, who again is virtually a winger now. Ball into Neves. Neves holds the ball up and again goes back out to it. Hakimi faced up by Louis Saul and Wissa, who's really deep to try and support his team. Ball again with Vitina, who goes back to Mendes. Got Diouf on the left-hand side if he wants him. Doué. Back out to Hakimi, though. And again, Newcastle really keeping narrow and tight. Again, nice little run. Ball jigged towards the back of the box. And again, all of the Newcastle players watching to see who that was going to go to. It falls to a blue shirt, but the shot was poor. But again, the clearance has only gone back to a blue shirt. And it's Doué now on the left-hand side, dinked in towards the 6-yard box. Chow sees the danger and again heads it clear. Straight back to a blue shirt now. Marquinhos now down on that right-hand side. Sees somebody else in the crowd that he passes to. It's not to a blue shirt, though. It's goal kick to Newcastle.
Yeah, backs against the wall probably for a little bit now for Newcastle, but we've just showed we can get them on the break. Like that, Marquinhos doesn't get any of the ball there,
that's a penalty, you know.
He doesn't get anything on the ball. Can you believe we've run more miles than they have in this game?
Just out of interest, Dortmund, with Dortmund going behind, they've dropped out of the top 16. So it's still well in their interest to get that equaliser against Milan.
Yeah, 100%.
Free kick to PSG now. We are into the last 8 minutes of normal time. Whatever the referee wants to add on, it's a zipped ball down to Doué, plays back to Zaire Emery. Again, just him and Vitina in the middle of the park, just easy with the ball. Here we go again down this right-hand side with Dembele this time moving out to that right-hand side, escaping from the middle. He's had no change out of the back line of Newcastle.
Well
a toe in the air, straight back to Pope. That's the ambition. Let's get it in the air. It's not a back pass. Hey, love it.
Cheat the system any way you can, because you know
absolutely.
They're going to.
Chow up to Marley, back to Chow, down the line now, trying to find somebody. Again, Harvey Barnes not really been able to get into the game since his appearance. Whistled again up top, again, not really able to get into the game at the minute, but I'm sure their time will come. Marquinhos now.
It needs to come quick.
It only takes 10 seconds to score a goal, that's what they say. Chelsea have gone 3-2 up at Napoli.
Yeah.
And here we go. Mendes now plays the ball in square. Again, Vitina just picks the ball up. Seems to have so much time on the ball. Plays the ball square to Neves this time. Neves picks the ball up and out to Doué, who's come over to this left-hand side. do I know? Just trying to draw Newcastle players in, but they've gone very narrow again, Newcastle, allowing PSG the ball on the 40-yard mark out there to Hakimi, back into Dembele, who's just literally cool, trying to find himself half a yard, but Newcastle have marked him really well in that final third. Neves, Vitina, again, looking for options. Vitina, he's faced up by 3 Newcastle players that do on the press, but it's only half a press. The ball comes itself back to Douay on this left-hand side, but again, he's come narrow, can only go backwards to Vitina again, who goes square to Mendes. And again, Newcastle are happy for these to play in front of them as long as they keep on the toes and watch any delicate balls over the top or through on the floor.
Yeah, they've got 5 in the box.
Yeah, Marquinhos again trying to play that ball delicately, but again, it's not an easy ball, and Newcastle do win the ball back. Anthony Gordon now plays the ball out to Hall. Down the line with Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon now running towards the goal. There's a ball on to Whiston if he needs it. He stays onto his right foot, plays it back to Barnes. Shot! Man. And it's Savinoff who saves the game for PSG.
Really good football there, man.
Good football.
Brilliant by Gordon. Absolutely brilliant.
10 seconds gets you a good time. Thanks, Wazza, for the super chat. That's if you do it twice in my day, mate. Anyway, we're back with Dembele. There's a shot here, but it's deflected by Botman, and it's out for the corner for PSG. It's like a basketball match now.
Yeah, really good game of football, this. The neutrals said it'd be one to watch. I personally didn't agree. I thought it would be very one-sided, but Newcastle have give as good as they've given maybe any team except Manchester City this season, particularly in the second half.
Yeah, Joe Neves and Zaire Emery coming off now, and obviously you said about shaking it up. It's certainly something that they needed happening. I don't know who's coming on, though, to be fair. Mbaye and Mailu. Who I had to start, to be fair. So, like I say, not a bad selection in midfield to come on, if I'm honest with you. Where are you? Mailu, there you go. One a little bit more defensive-minded, if there is anything called a defensive-minded one. And again, the shot from Vitina, all of 30 yards, gets a little bit of a deflection to take the sting off it from Louis Hall. And it's easy for Palmer to pick up. Yeah, picked up again with Botman down that left-hand side. Botman over the top again, trying to get in and behind Newcastle. And it's a ball over the top for Anthony Gordon to chase. He's got the beating of Marquinhos into the box, onto his right foot. So he gets a shot. Oh, he's come to Harvey Barnes! Oh, no! Harvey Barnes at the back post, trying to get the ball in. And it's come off the post, I think, on the edge of the outside of the post. How that hasn't gone in, God only knows.
6 inches separating being in the next top 8 and where we are. He
that's two. Barnes from that side, and whoever Gordon put through on the other side 2 minutes ago. Gordon's having the time of his life.
He is playing well.
He is. Great sub. Great sub. But Barnes, he hasn't been a great sub today. Finishing his dinner, I must say.
And
finishing what dinner, that's the thing.
Douay again trying to get Mbaye back into the game, but again, Ramsey sees the danger. But again, that's a poor ball forward to Wissa, and Vitina picks the ball up again, running at the Newcastle fan. Dembele picks the ball up. There's a run by Hakimi at the back post, but again, Dan Burn does really well, and Botman picks up the pieces and heads it clear. Hall does well there and wins the ball back for Newcastle. Don't run with the ball. There's 2 players square of you. PSG picked the ball up with Douay now, plays it back to Mbaye. Mbaye on his right foot tries to drill it towards the 6-yard box, and Newcastle with half a clearance here with Wissa. Wissa, has he got the legs to go running on his own? Because there's not many black and white shirts in front of him. He's done well there if he gets the free kick, because Douay was half a challenge. He gives the lads a break. 89th minute, guys, 1-1 at Paris.
Yeah, it's much better. I have to say, it's better than what I think we expected at the start of the game there. Someone is down, though, and I'm not... It looks like
Botman.
A white shirt. Botman. Hopefully just buying a bit of a time for a bit of a breather, but a draw doesn't do any of these teams any good, really.
No. We've cancelled each other out, as daft it looks. But like I say, for me, this is going to be a big pat on the back for the lads to go to Paris and get a draw. And to be fair, in the second half, how many excuses are you going to give not to win this game?
Yeah, absolutely.
We deserve the goal. We deserve the goal.
100%.
You're a bit low, Chris. So you turn your mic up a little bit, buddy. Tonali now with this free kick on the right-hand side by the halfway line, deep towards the edge of the box. It's headed backwards, to be fair, by Botman, who's just got off the floor. Maybe he's still a bit weary. Tonali again launches it forward. There's too many players offside, so they're not going to get involved. But Hakimi's got time to pick this ball up now, take his time, play it inside to Vitina, who still looks as fresh as the first minute we started.
How long are we going to get?
4
minutes.
No way. Ball over the top here for PSG. Can they get behind us with Hakimi, who again looks as though he'd got the beating of Hall to start with, but Hall does really well to back him up. Ball inside for PSG. They go squared again for Doué just to pick this ball up again to come out to this left-hand side. Dembele now playing on the left position. Ball back to Mailu, who drives the ball across the box, but to nobody in particular. Again, quick throwing because PSG know they've got to win this one. Mendes now picks the ball up. Again, looking for options into the box, but again, decides to go backwards to nobody. And players have to run back. Mbaye gives it to Vitina again. Lad has done everything for PSG in this game. He's been the orchestra, the harmonica. He's been absolutely everything. The drums, the percussion. Back with now Mendes, who again, he's doing really well down this left-hand side. Drills the ball into the edge of the box. Vitina on the edge of the box again. Does he shape for shoot? Hakimi. Dembele again with a tight angle shot.
Ambitious.
That is going to go.
No, that was close though.
Yeah, I think Palpi had it covered, to be fair. Post. Yeah, it hit the corner of the stanchion bar and post, didn't it? As it went over.
But that,
I have to say... sorry, go on.
When you got players like that, they will try things like that, and sometimes it might work, it might not, but you need them trying. So,
yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of those. I have to say, this Vitinha performance has probably been the best I've seen against us in the Champions League this season. Him and Pedri.
Oh, how did that get through there?
Again, PSG now with the hunt for this winning goal. It's driven towards the goal, but again, it's blocked by Botman. And Byrne, it's cleared by Miley, but it's not gone far. Lewis Hall does pick the ball up though, but again, it's easy to get him back from Mbaye. And PSG come again with Dembele. Back to Vitina. Vitina again plays it simple. Hakimi. Mbaye now just literally waiting to try and get something and make something happen. Again, Hakimi trying to get in the box, but again, Lewis Hall does really well. He's like a battering ram, Lewis Hall, this game. That's a poor return. That's going to be out for a throw into Newcastle. 4 minutes of injury time. 2 have already gone. PSG 1, Newcastle 1. Have we got another chance?
I think there's another chance in there, but I don't know who it's for.
Yeah, it seems like PSG at the minute because we look as though we are running on fumes at the minute.
Well, the last thing we need is giving up the game. But look, you might want to give it another go.
I will say, even if we lose at this point, we only drop down to 12th, which means we'd still be playing the same 2 teams.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I said. You go up to 7th if you win it, don't you? So,
worth it.
It's worth a punt. Yeah, exactly. And we have got that last chance salute because we've got a free kick that's probably going to be hurled up towards the penalty area by Tonali. And the big boys have gone up on the 40-yard mark. So, again, Tonali looking to launch his ball over the top. This could be the last chance.
Why not, guy?
Tonali to the edge of the box. Headed up by Dan Byrne again. Go, Gadget 9 fingers. Pushes somebody in the back. And it's a free kick. Let him off again. That's crazy. Look at that. I mean, don't get me wrong. Marquinhos does everything right, doesn't he? Typical. Yeah. Let's just go down because I've got a touch on the back. Well done, Lewis Hall. Again, he's won that ball. But again, it's not really gone anywhere. And everybody's looking at the ref for another free kick that wasn't given Newcastle's way. PSG picked the ball up. Pacho now goes out to Mendes on this left-hand side. And by down the left-hand side, hugging the touchline. Comes back onto his right foot. Back to Vitina.
4 minutes up. And that's time.
That's it.
That's the end of the game.
1-1. There you go.
Take that. It's good.
That's quality. I'm so happy with that, to be fair, because a different formation, plan B, didn't quite work in the first half, but it certainly worked in the second.
Yeah, and absolutely. Well, I'm not going to say a perfect performance, but nearly a perfect performance if we get that goal right at the end.
I mean, we had two fantastic chances there at the end.
Yeah.
And that Darby Barnes one at the back stick, I mean, I'm sorry, but that to me is a gilt edge onto his good foot as well.
There were two of
That's
those.
better.
That better?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's much better.
But as it stands, if nothing changes, Newcastle will play either Qarabağ or Monaco in the next round, in the playoff round. And to be honest, I'm just glad it's not someone like PSG.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, there you go.
Qarabağ.
Andy Bell, thank you, mate. Never easy as an NUFC fan, boys. Good second half. You're absolutely right, mate. I thoroughly enjoyed that football game. Wasn't the best one I've seen in the first half. Just looked like we were all over the place. It took us a good 30 minutes to find our feet, but when we did, in actual fact, we looked rather comfortable, I must add.
Yeah, I have to say, second half, I think that's one of the most comfortable performances we've had defensively. Don't be wrong, every time PSG go forward, you think, yeah, this is the one where they might score. But honestly, a really, really good defensive performance. Good on the counter-attack. Maybe there's something in what Gordon was saying. Champions League, it's where the football's played, and that's probably the best game I've seen for Newcastle all season, and I'm including the 4-3s in that.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm so happy for the likes of Ramsey, who I thought had a decent game. Willock, again, it was watching Willock of old to a degree.
Yeah.
I thought the back line did really well. It took a while for Miley to get involved, but you know what? I thought that, in a different shape, they all did really well. Lewis Hall, again, fantastic at times. A bit sloppy, but again, you're going to get that with the types of opposition that you're facing. But for me, Tonali and Ramsey in that midfield didn't have to play Bruno, and we haven't lost with Bruno not in the game.
There you go.
Still haven't won.
Still haven't won, no, but we haven't lost. So there you go.
But we hadn't won because of opportunities missed. So
well, that's been the case all season, though. That's the point.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Not as much as it was today.
Yeah. We're going to do the instant match reaction, of course, right now. Last thoughts from you guys, Michael and Gary?
It's a fantastic match. I really enjoyed it, to be fair. That 90 minutes or so, well, a little bit longer than that, to be fair, because of the preview. But, I mean, 90 minutes has gone by so quick. And when that happens, you always know it's been an enjoyable one.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't know what the analysts are going to be thinking about my chart tomorrow when they look at it.
Well, we want to know what Michael has to say. Not you right now, but go on, Michael.
Yeah, I have to say I'm actually excited to do the player ratings after this with Ian. And it's an absolutely brilliant tie, and it sets us up Chelsea or Barcelona in the round of 16 if we get past Qarabağ. So could be a return to the new camp and get revenge, or it could be Chelsea once again. And I don't know about you, but I'd quite fancy that looking at what we've got so far.
I'd like Chelsea.
Happy man.
You'll be able to call us and have your say, of course, in the match reaction. Thank you very much, Michael and Gary did a marvelous job on the live match commentary, and Win just floating about doing nout. Anyways, and saying words we shouldn't be saying anyway. Now that we're transitioning onto radio, so anyways, it's gonna take education for Mighty Win to act right. But anyways,
the lavender mouth.
Anyways, we'll see you right now. You should be redirected to the reaction. Join us right now.